If someone had told Luowen a month ago that 996 was a blessing for the company, as a slave worker, he would have said yes, 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 and then continued to work overtime to catch up with the progress, while in his heart he had some super friendly sports with the female relatives of his bald boss, hoping to add a few more pages to the other party's household registration book. However, at this moment, Luowen found that his blessing seemed to have really arrived. It's just that the process seemed to be more underworld. In the crib made of yew wood, Luowen looked at his chubby little hands in front of him, pressed his soft chest, and sighed helplessly. Sudden cardiac death caused by arrhythmia, there is no way. It's an old killer of social animals, and several nearby office buildings have been visited. But Luowen didn't expect that this wave of performance in the underworld this year would rush to him. Can't you hold on for a few more days? My full attendance year-end bonus. Luowen, who was lying on the crib, clenched his fists with resentment, and his heart was extremely sad and angry. But then, he looked at the furnishings around him, and his depressed mood for more than a month was diluted a lot. The white marble palace was majestic and elegant, and the walls were carved with exquisite and delicate patterns and powerful reliefs of figures. Although the pottery vases on the table were crudely crafted, they were inlaid with huge gems, and the cups and plates were luxurious gold and silver utensils. Even the baby's bed was hung with crystal wind chimes. It seemed that as compensation for his early death in his previous life, he successfully changed his job from a mule and horse-kneeling soldier to a Roman nobleman, and had an independent sea-view villa as soon as he was born. Luowen stretched out his short hands to grab the edge of the baby's bed, poked his head out, and looked at the green lawn outside the window with his spiritual eyes. Several maids in linen dresses were carefully surrounding a beautiful girl of the same age in the center like stars surrounding the moon. The girl's rosy face was glowing with youth, her watery eyes were overflowing with innocent childishness, her smooth neck and chest exuded temptation, and her white and elegant tunic could not hide the wildness in her bones. Under the fearful gaze of the maids, the beautiful girl ran barefoot on the hill covered with green grass, sometimes humming a ballad accompanied by the pleasant music of the old shepherd's double-pipe flute in the forest, and sometimes coming to the dangerous cliff, facing the rolling waves and stretching her waist to dance. No one could imagine that this was a young woman who had just given birth for more than a month. "Your Highness, please go slowly. Please go slowly, Your Highness." The maid shouted in fear, and after repeated persuasion, the beautiful princess came to the garden to stroll in dismay, choosing a safer postpartum recovery exercise. For example, they put ivy wreaths on each other's heads as flower decorations, or when the sound of a wide-horned bull came from the pasture, they imitated the sound of the bull with interest and responded with a chuckle. "It seems that I have met a mother who can toss in this life." Lorne, who was lying on the crib, secretly complained a few words and turned his eyes around. This is a lush hill, close to the sea in the west. The blue sea surface rises and falls, like a large piece of emerald. The east is adjacent to the city, the stone buildings along the line are scattered with ancient charm, and in the distant port, there are several simple sailing boats. Obviously, the world that Lorne is in now is not the era he is familiar with. Judging from the bias of the architectural system and the characteristics of the environment, it seems to be an ancient society in the style of ancient Greece. Fortunately, I was born into a good family and don't have to continue to work like a cow or a horse. Otherwise, it would be a nightmare to make a living in the feudal era. Hula, the moist sea breeze blew open the delicate gauze curtains in front of the window, and poured into the house with a unique fishy and salty smell. "Ha, it turns out that my little lion is awake." The graceful figure walked briskly to the crib, picked up the little one who was clinging to the edge, gently held him in his arms, and paced in the house. The smiling face washed away the wildness of the girl and exuded the unique tenderness of a mother. The baby, who was teased affectionately, tried to get his head out of the mother's arms, and his smart eyes revealed deep depression. Although reincarnation was a good fate, what bothered him the most at the moment was that there was an adult soul living in the body of this baby. Facing a mother who was younger than himself in the previous life, Lone couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. Fortunately, the postpartum recovery just now also consumed a lot of energy for the mother. The simple mother-child interaction did not last long, and Lone was put back in the crib. The beautiful princess sat in front of the windowsill, staring at the sky stupidly. It seemed that she was looking forward to something. Boom! Thunderbolts fell, strong winds blew on the sea, and thick dark clouds. The sky was covered with clouds, and the sound of muffled thunder came from the low-hanging clouds from time to time, and the whole mountain gradually became dim. "Is it going to rain?" Lorne yawned in the crib, feeling a little sleepy. However, the princess in front of the window stood up excitedly, with deep joy in her amber eyes. She quickly rearranged her makeup and rushed to the porch. At the same time, a muscular figure appeared in front of the door, smiling and opening his arms, hugging the running girl tightly. The girl blushed and looked up, her beautiful eyes full of admiration and joy. "Lord Cronides, you are finally here. Oh, so this is the name of my cheap father." Lorne, who was eavesdropping on the edge of the cradle, looked at the father who appeared outside the door for the first time since he was born, frowned, and a hint of inexplicable muttering rose in his heart. "Cronides? Strange, why does this name feel a little familiar, as if I have heard it somewhere? Sorry, Semele, my love, I have been busy lately. As soon as the journey was over, I thought of coming to see you first." On the corridor, the handsome young man with silver shoulder-length hair and star-like eyes spoke sweet love words and told some interesting stories during the journey. The masculine charm exuded in his every move has completely conquered the princess in love. Her body is half leaning on her lover's chest, the love in her eyes is getting stronger and hotter, and her pretty face is flushed, like a beautiful rose in full bloom. At this moment, through the screen window, looking at the parents who seem to have only each other in their eyes, Lone in the cradle is full of disbelief. "No way?" As we all know, it is quite rude and offensive for servants to call their masters by their names, no matter what era. In addition, his birth seems to have been deliberately concealed by his mother, and the castle has not seen outsiders for the past month, so Lone officially learned the full name of this mother today. At the same time, the corresponding information also emerged in his mind one after another. Semele, the daughter of Cadmus, the builder of Thebes, and Harmonia, the goddess of harmony, and the descendant of Ares, the god of war. As the memories of the text surged in his mind, Lone finally remembered the origin of the name Cronides at this moment. Cronides means son of Cronus, which is the pseudonym of the god King Zeus when he was having an affair in the underworld. It turned out to be the vest of the Olympian humanoid planter. No wonder there was an inexplicable sense of familiarity. By the way, the place where Lone worked in his previous life was a game company that created works based on heroic epics and folk legends from various countries. As an outstanding employee of the year, he naturally had a good knowledge reserve of myths and legends. After judging the prominent status of his parents through their real names, Lone couldn't help but look at his tender hands and was stunned. If the name is correct, then isn't he the legendary Dionysus? The one who was cursed by Hera and went crazy for half his life, but in the future miraculously replaced the goddess of the hearth, Hestia, and became one of the 12 main gods of Olympus, god of Dionysus? The absurd idea did not last long, and Lone immediately shook his head with doubt in his eyes. But this is obviously wrong. According to Hesiod's Theogony and other related legends of ancient Greek mythology, Zeus and the Theban princess Semele had an affair, which was discovered by his legitimate wife Hera. When Hera found out, she was very jealous and became a relative of the princess. She instigated the princess to ask Zeus to see the posture of the god Zeus to verify Zeus' love for her. Zeus could not resist the princess's request and showed his true divine body. As a result, Semele was burned in thunder and fire. At that time, Semele was already pregnant. Zeus finally rescued the premature baby and sewed him in his thigh until he was full term before taking him out. Because when he was in Zeus's thigh, Zeus walked like a lame man, so he was named Dionysus, which means Zeus's lame leg. Simply put, the god of wine Dionysus was born after his mother Semele's death. Did I remember it wrong? Or are the names of the parents just a coincidence? Puzzled, Lone couldn't help but doubt his own judgment. At this moment, under the embrace and admiration of Princess Semele, the silver-haired young man Cronides picked up his delicate lover by the waist and stepped into the hall. But then he stopped and looked at the cradle in the house with a frown. "Ah, I was so happy to see you just now that I forgot to tell you about the birth of the child." Semele came back to her senses, her cheeks slightly flushed, and she shyly got out of her lover's arms. She jumped down, took his broad hand, and came to the cradle to show off. "Look, his eyes and hair are so much like yours." However, the silver-haired young man in the room did not answer, but just stood there in a daze, looking deeply at the new life in the cradle. "Are you unhappy?" The unexpected silence made the princess look back in surprise. How could that be? This surprise was too sudden, and it surprised me a little. The silver-haired young man came back to his senses, showing an extremely contagious smile, with a trace of doubt in his eyes. "Didn't the doctor say last time that the pregnancy period is still a few months?" "Yes, the delivery time is much earlier than expected, but this child is very obedient and didn't make me suffer too much." The princess nodded and explained, and sweetly snuggled on her lover's shoulder. At the same time, Luoan looked at the parents who were showing their love in front of him, and the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. "Well, it really is. This is considered premature birth, so blame me?" After getting the exact answer, Luoan's little head was like a mess. "I have never won 50 cents in the lottery, but this time I was reborn and got a big one." Not only is he a member of the blood royal family of ancient Greece, but he is also a candidate for one of the 12 main gods of Olympus in the future. Of course, if you want to succeed and live a stable life, you have to ask the Queen Hera, who is known as the mistress killer and the illegitimate child killer, whether she agrees. You know, the mistresses and illegitimate children who died directly or indirectly in her hands can at least play 3 tables of mahjong. But don't panic, as long as your teammates don't give up, this wave can still be operated. Luoan glanced at his princess mother, who was obviously a bit in love, and muttered to himself, "You must not be fooled by Hera and insist on seeing Zeus's true body. Of course, just in case, if it really comes to that, I will stop you even if I use my best efforts. As long as you survive Hera's pursuit, the hard days will be over." Luoan was calculating while secretly glancing at the legendary god Zeus, feeling a little tangled. Should we build a good relationship with this cheap old man in advance? If we get close to him, we don't even have to worry about Hera's pursuit. It's easy mode. The more he thought about it, the more he was tempted. He couldn't help but look at the thickest thigh in Greece under Zeus. "You have been very hard these days, dear." At the same time, the god king, who used the alias Chronides, seemed to have recovered from the shock of having a son. He also squeezed out a smile on his tense face, and a soft male voice sounded softly in his lover's ear. "By the way, dear, I have prepared the most brilliant gift for you when I return from this long journey, as a proof of our love." The princess, who was immersed in love, couldn't help but brighten up. "Really? Where is it?" Zeus caressed his lover's hair lovingly, his voice was unusually gentle. "Close your eyes first." The princess nodded gently and closed her eyes, her cheeks flushed with anticipation. Boom! Thunder raged in the sky, dark clouds boiled outside the window, and a flash of light flashed. The handsome face with its back to the princess was filled with iron-like coldness under the reflection of thunder. In the cradle, Luoan, who was thinking about how to hold his thigh with his nose pinched, glanced at it inadvertently and was slightly stunned. "Strange, why does it feel like this cheap old man?" Crack! In an instant, a series of explosions came from far away, and dozens of electric fires fell quickly, piercing through the roof and pouring towards the 2 figures hugging tightly in the center. The beautiful and fragile girl melted instantly like ice and snow under the scorching sun. The miserable thunder continued to roll, and the scorching flames erupted and burst, witnessing this love like light and fire. Everything is collapsing, everything is melting. Crack! The towering palace was torn in half and collapsed, and the overloaded hill disintegrated with it, carrying the wreckage of the palace and falling into the turbulent ocean. The U-cradle carrying the new life fell into the icy waves along with the collapsed palace and rocks. There was no time to react. The world in Lorne's eyes was only cold and dark, and the voice of grief and indignation accumulated in his small chest. NMD, WSM. Boom! In front of the cliff covered by lightning, the silver-haired figure stopped and looked at the pieces of yew trees piled on the foam. He frowned slightly and stepped forward. Buzz buzz buzz. At the same time, several star-like lights lit up in the night sky, reflecting the outline of a towering mountain in the clouds. Someone lit the holy fire? Zeus didn't know what he was thinking, his face froze, and he subconsciously retracted his steps. The tall figure disappeared in the extinguished lightning. It was so dark and cold. Luoan felt as if he was immersed in the deep sea, falling and falling. Endless tides poured into his body, drowning his senses bit by bit. Here, time lost its concept, and space lost its dimension. Until, a mysterious female voice, like the sound of nature, sounded in his ears. "Well, is that so? Interesting." Splash! With the crisp sound of water coming out of the dark, a hand pulled him out of the maddening silence, and the world in front of him suddenly had sound and color. Everything began to come alive. Ahem! Like a drowning person, Luoan subconsciously lay on the ground and coughed for a while. When the suffocation in his lungs disappeared, he raised his head and observed the surroundings. The dry earth was full of cracks, and the sky was a chaotic dim yellow. There seemed to be water waves flowing above. Several dead trees like the arms of the dead protruded from the soil and grew in the wilderness. Several ravens stopped on the black branches to comb their feathers. In front of him, a tall woman holding a lantern, wearing a veil, a black dress, and purple hair, stood quietly at the intersection. She looked at him with interest for a moment, and then stretched out her hand. "Are you awake? Let's go." "Where to?" Lost in a daze, Lone was stunned for a moment, and subconsciously asked, and at the same time he suddenly found that his current state was not the appearance of a baby, but the outline of an adult in his previous life. The purple-haired woman pursed her lips, outlining a trace of joy. "The underworld. I'm dead? It's just a matter of time." After a moment of silence, Lone reacted with a face as black as the bottom of a pot, and squeezed out gloomy words with his teeth. "Is this how you play it? The life that should have been rich turned into nothing. The mother that should have been saved turned into ashes, the throne that should have been ascended was just a bubble, the father who should have given him a new life destroyed him with his own hands. He didn't understand why the real destiny was completely different from the records and the theogony. What is the truth behind everything? What is the answer behind it? After all the ups and downs, Lone's expression was gloomy and depressed. The purple-haired woman looked at the illusory figure in front of her, smiled and lifted her chin, and spoke leisurely. Do you want to live? In an instant, Lone's gray eyes burst out with a strong desire and longing for survival. He suddenly looked up at the mysterious goddess, like a drowning man grabbing a life-saving straw, and nodded fiercely. Live. I want to live. He lived in a muddle in his previous life. If he died in this life in such an unclear way, it would be a double shame. He wanted to live, find out all the ins and outs while alive, and then take revenge and chop that cheap old man to pieces. Even if that was Zeus. Want to live? The purple-haired goddess raised the corners of her lips and revealed a subtle smile. Yes, but the Hades has never let go of souls casually. So, make a bet with me. If you win, I will let you return to the world. As she said that, the purple-haired goddess couldn't wait to spread out her palms, and two exquisite dodecahedrons made of serpentine instantly caught Lorne's eyes. They were two uniquely shaped dice, each side of which was engraved with red and black ancient Greek letters that seemed to represent numbers. Lorne was stunned to see the other party take out professional equipment in a blink of an eye, and the eager eyes. How can there be a gambler among the gods of death? But soon, Lorne was relieved. The bad habit of gambling has a long history in human culture. This is even more true in Greece. For example, the origin of poker can be traced back to the Minoan civilization more than 500 years ago. The famous pottery painting Achilles and Ajax Playing Dice describes the gambling entertainment activities of the two great heroes in the Trojan War in their spare time. Similarly, in Greek mythology, Zeus, Hades, and Poseidon played a game of dice in order to divide the universe between them. And the fact that we consider rolling 2 6s in a dice game to be lucky also has ancient origins. Thousands of years ago, rolling 2 6s was called Aphrodite's roll, which indicated victory in the game. Since there are traces to follow, this proves that there is still hope for survival. Lone couldn't help but feel overwhelmed, and looked deeply at the nameless goddess in front of him. So, what is the price? There is no free lunch in the world. He is not stupid, and naturally understands this truth. A hint of obvious surprise emerged on the face of the purple-haired goddess, and she looked at the figure between reality and illusion in front of her with interest. There is great terror between life and death. In the face of the temptation of life, even heroes and gods often cannot remain calm, for the sake of seizing that glimmer of possibility and falling into madness, and willing to give up everything. In such a situation, people who can still remain rational are indeed interesting. Your soul. The purple-haired goddess smiled slightly, and her cherry lips under the veil opened slightly, and her dark eyes were like a bottomless abyss. If you lose, give me your soul on your own initiative. It seems that there is something I have never seen in it. Although I have a hunch that the bet will not be so simple, this condition feels more like the temptation of the devil. While Luoan was complaining in his heart, he suddenly found that the posture of his soul now was not that of a baby, but the outline of an adult. Only those eyes were as pure as a child. No wonder. After figuring out why this goddess was interested in him, Luoan understood in his heart and looked around. This silent wilderness seemed endless, with no beginning and no end. After thinking for a long time, Luoan sighed. How to bet? There was no way. The temptation of life was indeed irresistible to him. Moreover, in the territory of this goddess, he seemed to have no power to refuse. Alas, the life of the upper-class nobles has not even lasted a month, and in the blink of an eye, it is time to play the resurrection match. This luck is really up. At this moment, the nameless goddess who received the response pursed her cherry lips lightly, and the smile on her face seemed to be a little more intense, and her tone was slightly happy. It's very simple, compare the size. As she said, the goddess handed one of the dice to Luoan, and raised her white wrist, wanting to throw the dice of fate. Wait! Luoan hurriedly stopped him, looking at the goddess with a faint flickering look. This doesn't seem fair to me. If you use supernatural power in the gambling, how can I win? If it is a game that is bound to lose, then I refuse. Well, I promise not to use divine power in the gambling. The goddess thought for a moment, nodded and gave in, and raised her hand again. Wait! With another urgent stop, the goddess frowned slightly, and the smile on her face obviously faded a lot. Do you have any other conditions? It's too arbitrary to decide the winner in one round. Then, best of 3? 10 rounds. Luoan made the request without hesitation, and asked for a big price. As long as my points are equal to or greater than yours in one of the 10 rounds, I will win. Only in this way will I be willing to bet my soul. The short silence lasted for a few seconds. The goddess looked at the figure in front of her seriously and spoke with a smile. You should have no other conditions, right? Under the goddess's dim gaze, Luoan felt the pressure like a mountain. He swallowed his saliva unconsciously, nodded stiffly, and did not dare to continue to ask for more. 3 times is the limit. Now that he has gained enough favorable conditions for himself, if he continues to do it, he is worried that he will be slapped into a QR code by the goddess in front of him. Since a consensus has been reached, both parties loosened their 5 fingers at the same time and dropped the 12-sided dice in their hands. In the first round, Luoan had 7 points and the opponent had 9 points. Fortunately, the gap is not big, there is a chance. While comforting himself, Lorne took a deep breath and continued to throw the dice onto the stone floor. In the second round, Lorne had 8 points and the opponent had 10 points. In the third round, Lorne had 4 points and the opponent had 6 points. In the fourth round, Lorne had 1 point and the opponent had 3 points. In the fifth round. In the sixth round. In the seventh round. In the eighth round, Lorne had 11 points and the opponent had 12 points. The continuous defeats made Lorne's face look uglier and uglier. It was not so easy to gamble with the gods. Even though they agreed not to use divine power, her control over her body and her gambling skills were already beyond the reach of ordinary people. I'm afraid that as long as the goddess wanted to, she could easily do it by throwing any number. There were only the last 2 left. Lorne's hands had begun to tremble slightly, but he gritted his teeth and his eyes remained firm. There was a chance, there was still a chance. As long as he could get 12 points, he would definitely win. According to the agreement, whether the points were equal to or greater than the opponent's, he would win. So from the beginning, Lorne did not expect to beat the goddess in front of him with other points. His gamble was just a chance to get 12 points in one of the 10 innings. It was just a slight possibility he fought for himself. Lorne took a deep breath, prayed silently in his heart, and threw the 12-sided dice again. The black-green serpentine rolled on the stone floor, and finally stopped on a side engraved with a lightning mark and a corresponding dark red letter. 12 o'clock? It really is 12 o'clock. Seeing the answer in front of him, Lorne wiped his eyes, a little unbelievable. Then, a burst of uncontrollable surprise almost overwhelmed him. Win! I won! The sudden turn of events led to an excitement that could not be described in words, and Lorne's face was filled with excitement and hope. Little guy, are you too happy too early? I haven't cast my vote yet. The leisurely whisper echoed in her ears, and the goddess pursed her lips and gently let go. The free-falling 12-sided dice landed and rolled, hitting another dice in the corner. In an instant, the 2 dice made a dull clashing sound, and after spinning separately for a few weeks, they finally stopped. The goddess has 2 points, Lorne has 1 point. Oh, what bad luck, it seems that I still win. The goddess's face was full of regret, as if she felt sorry for Lorne's misfortune. Of course, if you ignore the teasing in her eyes, it seems quite sincere. The sudden change and the sudden turn of events made Lorne's face uncertain. I shouldn't have believed that these so-called scum gods would follow the rules honestly. Don't lose heart, you still have one last chance. The goddess walked up and smiled comfortingly, her face full of encouragement. Lorne shook his head lightly, and threw the 12-sided dice in his hand to the owner expressionlessly. No need, I lost. This is an unequal gamble in itself. All he can hope for is that the other party abides by the rules and is willing to abide by the so-called fairness. Once the gods start playing tricks under this framework, no matter how ordinary people try and work hard, they will never win. Even if they try 100 times or 1,000 times, the result will still be the same. Hearing that Luoan took the initiative to admit defeat, the originally excited goddess of scum suddenly felt bored and slowly raised her hand forward. In this case, then your soul. Wait. Luoan, who should have been sitting and waiting to die, suddenly raised his head with a sharp gaze. I want to bet with you again. Oh, very interesting proposal. The goddess of scum paused her arm, raised her eyebrows with interest, but then put away her smile and suddenly changed the subject. But why? I have already won, why should I bet with you again? Because our bet is a soul, but Luoan was not afraid, raised his hand and pointed at himself, with a provocative sneer on his face. There are 2 chips. Strictly speaking, he has 2 lives. One comes from the past world and belongs to himself, the other comes from the Greek age of gods and belongs to the god of wine. As for whether these can be characterized as 2 independent souls, Lorne was not sure, but it was just a precaution when he hastily opened the market. In the quiet atmosphere, the goddess carefully looked at the figure in front of her, her eyes more playful. So that's how it is? Interesting, it's really interesting. Okay, I'll bet with you. The goddess, who seemed to have discovered a new world, gladly accepted the invitation. It's done. At this moment, Lone, who was tense all over, finally breathed a sigh of relief when he heard the answer, and a smile of relief appeared on his stiff face. Sure enough, as long as you give a passable reason, the other party will definitely take the initiative to persuade himself to bite the hook and sit at the table again. Although he doesn't understand souls, he knows gamblers very well. As soon as the agreement was reached, the purple-haired goddess couldn't wait to turn the dice in her hand and wanted to throw it down. Then, when do we start? Wait a minute. Luoan raised his hand slightly to make a pause gesture and spoke solemnly. You were the one who set the bet last time, so this time the method and rules should be chosen by me. Well, that's fair. The goddess thought for a moment, nodded slightly, and asked with interest. So, how do you want to bet? I don't know how to bet too complicated, so let's play something simple. Luoan thought for a moment and gave a deep answer. Bet on reading numbers. The rules are very simple. The two of us take turns to choose numbers, counting from 1 to 30 in turn, and can only count up to 2 consecutive integers each time. Whoever grabs 30 wins. If I win, you need to unconditionally let me return to the world. Okay. The goddess agreed without thinking. Her absolute strength made her feel superior and not afraid of any challenge. After explaining the rules, Luoan smiled and raised his hand to signal gracefully. Well, for fairness, I set the rules, so I'll let you count first. The goddess tossed the dice in her hand, nodded nonchalantly, and couldn't wait to enter the game. And the moment the goddess opened her mouth, Lorne's tense face couldn't help but relax, and his eyes flickered faintly. This round, I won. 2 to 3, 4-5 to 6. After 2 rounds, the goddess paused slightly and frowned. 7 to 8? 9. 10. After 3 rounds, the goddess just opened her mouth and then changed her words. Wait. 10 to 11, 12. And when it came to the 5th round, the goddess' silence was obviously prolonged for a long time. 13, 14 to 15. Luoan still spoke without thinking. His expression became more and more relaxed, and he even had the leisure to appreciate the surrounding environment. At this moment, the goddess, who was originally calm and composed, had a somewhat frozen face and was reluctant to speak. Luoan's eyes swept around and fell on the nameless goddess in front of him, urging leisurely. It's your turn, haven't you thought about it yet? The goddess bit her rosy lips under the veil. Her eyes were a little indignant. It's really despicable. I prefer to call it human wisdom. Luoan spread his hands and showed an innocent expression on his face. It's an unfair game to have people gamble with gods. It's understandable that the weaker party wants to win by using their brains, right? Then, Lorne changed the subject and spoke frankly. Besides, it seems that you volunteered to gamble with me. Wisdom? What a nostalgic word. The goddess thought of something, shook her head, looked at Lorne opposite her, threw down the dice in her hand, and clapped her hands with a smile. Okay, you win. The dust settled, and the string in Lorne's mind that was stretched to the extreme finally relaxed, and a trace of relief appeared in the depths of his eyes. She actually noticed something wrong when she counted to the 5th round. The sharpness of the goddess in front of her is self-evident. Fortunately, this is a gamble that she will win from the beginning. Lorne's lips raised up, outlining a trace of joy, and recalled the gamble just now. This so-called fair game is not fair at all. As long as you let the other party report the number first, and make sure that if the other party reports 1, you report 2, if the other party reports 2, you report 1, then the last 30 will definitely belong to you. Therefore, from the moment the other party agreed to report the number first, the outcome was already determined. This round, Luoan could not lose. Of course, in a sense, the opportunities are equal for both parties. As long as you can understand the rules before the game and don't report the number first, the victory will also belong to the other party. But the goddess obviously didn't notice this in advance, and she casually agreed to the conditions and fell into the pit, which eventually led to her own failure. And the reason why she lost was not because of the so-called weakness and ignorance. On the contrary, what hindered her was the arrogance bred by strength. However, having said that, it was not entirely her own credit to successfully lead the opponent into the pit. Luoan's face was gloomy at this time, and he even began to grit his teeth. I have to thank you 8 generations of ancestors for this. The old man who set up a stall at the intersection after school and cheated me of my 100 yuan New Year's money. That was his first lesson in realizing the dangers of society, and made him deeply understand the truth that there is no such thing as a free lunch and that 9 out of 10 gambling cases are frauds. However, it was a few days later when he realized this. And this lesson bought with blood and tears is naturally engraved in his mind to this day. As agreed, congratulations on your new life, little one. The leisurely murmur interrupted Lone's thoughts, and the goddess waved her white hands gently, and swirling dark clouds formed in the dark sky. Looking up, Lorne seemed to see the sparkling water through the chaos. In the Greek age of gods, the underworld was under the earth and the deep sea. The sea was misty, and the morning sun shone through the layers of haziness and sprinkled on a small silhouette was reflected in the water. The way out was just around the corner. The nameless goddess who fulfilled her promise also turned from real to virtual, and the desolate world gradually flickered like a candle. Everything seemed to have settled. But, was it really that simple? Lorne thought of the thunder that pierced the sky, and the pair of cold and ruthless eyes. What would it matter if he could save his life from near death? Whether it was the vast sea now, or Zeus who suddenly turned hostile before, without any help, even if he was lucky enough to escape, he would probably not survive more than 3 episodes. Even if he could walk out of the resurrection point, it was still uncertain. You don't want me to live, right? Then everyone should say goodbye. The figure between reality and illusion in the dark grinned like a devil. I can give you my soul, do you want it? The sudden temptation stabilized the stage that was about to end. The goddess turned her head and raised her eyebrows with interest. So, what's the price? Make another bet with me. Similar conversations came out of opposite mouths, with a sense of time and space dislocation. The goddess was stunned, then sneered playfully. Isn't it another trick of reading numbers? How could it be? Lorne's eyes flickered faintly, and his face immersed in darkness showed a crazy and strange smile. Whether it's rolling dice or reading numbers, it's too boring. This time, let's go big. How about we use the whole world as a gambling table? Oh? Tell me. Suddenly, the goddess' eyes lit up, and she became very interested. Lorne looked up at the skylight reflected into the deep sea above his head, and a grim smile appeared on his face that was changing from real to virtual, and he spoke word by word. Let's bet on whether I can overthrow Olympus. Originally, he had no ambitions and just wanted to be a day-to-day person and lie down, but this fate did not allow it. In this case, don't blame me for flipping the table. The goddess frowned and looked up with a smile. How do I bet on this? Do I bet on you losing? She didn't refuse, nor did she agree. Since you're looking for excitement, then go all the way, so of course I'll choose the one with the highest odds. High risk means high return. Lorne answered as a matter of course, his low tone exuding full of temptation. Let me be the dice, you only need to throw it lightly, maybe you can make 1,000 times the profit. Is there any game in the world more exciting than this? In an instant, the goddess's breathing became obviously faster, and even her figure became a little erratic. Obviously, she was moved. But soon, the goddess woke up and narrowed her eyes. You want me to help you? This is just a game. Lorne smiled noncommittally, his eyes flickering faintly. Interesting. The goddess's eyes became more and more playful, and her tone was meaningful. I don't know if she was evaluating the soul in front of her, or the so-called game. But then, the goddess looked at the opposite side faintly and snorted. Come to think of it, the soul you promised me still doesn't seem to be in my hands? Don't worry, if you want to get the reward, you should at least wait until I die, right? It doesn't make sense to crush the dice before the game starts. Lorne forced a pleasant smile, his eyes meaningful. And if I'm alive, can't I provide you with endless fun? There are only 2 endings. If I lose, you get the soul. If I win, you get more, and it's not a loss no matter how you calculate it. Moreover, for the game itself, the unveiling of winning and losing is certainly interesting, but isn't the process of fighting a kind of enjoyment? Goddess. I have to say, you do have the potential to bewitch people. The goddess looked deeply into the soul in front of her, raised the corners of her lips, and pointed her white fingertips at the virtual on the chest of the real change. But it doesn't matter, I'm just playing a game. Then, here's the certificate and the imprint, let's start this entertainment. Instantly, a strange burning sensation permeated Luowen's soul, and in an instant, a ring made of black lines appeared on his chest. Looking down, it was like a circular maze around a spiral, with endless roads and infinite mystery. But in Luowen's opinion, this thing on his body was more like a pork quarantine certificate. Moreover, it was the kind that was pre-ordered by the buyer. There was really no loophole. Realizing the connection established with the goddess in front of him, Luowen sighed secretly. Fortunately, after this ring-shaped black mark outlined a complete outline, it quickly disappeared again, as if it had never existed. Successfully sent himself to the vegetable market and sold it for a good price, but the good news is that at least he didn't have to sell it immediately. The situation was stronger than the person, and Luowen could only comfort himself in his heart with a smile. Then, the game begins. The goddess snapped her fingers happily, and the swirling clouds in the sky turned upside down, and a strange pulling feeling lingered around Lorne. As the illusory body gradually faded and disappeared bit by bit in this dim world, Lorne's heart finally landed steadily. This resurrection match was finally won. So, how should I call you, Your Highness? You can call me. The goddess' eyes flashed, and the corners of her lips rose. Persephone, the queen of the underworld? Lorne looked deeply at the goddess, who bowed solemnly, and sneered secretly. The queen of the underworld is not bold enough to people from Zeus. Of course, I'm afraid she doesn't have the ability to do so. But by the way, in different mythological records, some also say that the previous life of the god of wine Dionysus was the son of the king of gods Zeus and the queen of the underworld Persephone. So, you reported this name, are you sure you don't want to take advantage of me? Lorne secretly complained. The long-suppressed fatigue and exhaustion gradually came over him, making his eyelids heavier, and the world began to turn upside down. Since it's my dice, then roll a different number and make this boring world more interesting. The murmur came from nowhere, and a 12-sided dice carved from serpentine fell from the goddess's hand. In the wilderness, the rosy lips under the veil outlined a shallow arc, dangerous and beautiful. Don't die too early. Boom! In the real sky, dark clouds gathered, lightning flashed, and dozens of spiral wind columns rose from the sky and fell into the sea, stirring up layers of waves. A storm at sea is about to come. In the dark sea, a simple floating board carrying a small body was tossing up and down, like a reed carrying ants on the water, in danger of capsizing at any time. But in the end, the surging waves rushed them to a dark floating island before the storm came. The float carrying the baby landed on the soft beach like a stranded fish. With a rustling sound of footsteps, a tall figure approached through the woods. Wearing clothes. Walking upright. Seems to be a human. After vaguely confirming the identity of the newcomer, and generally not hostile, due to the dual limits of psychology and physiology, Lorne could no longer support himself and completely fainted. At the same time, a brisk and joyful female voice faintly sounded in his ears. Aha! Look what I found. A cute little piglet. On the fine sand, the eagle-winged girl with pointed ears, long pink hair, and rainbow-like pupils looked at today's harvest and cheered excitedly. Olympus, which means the place of light, is the home of the gods in the Greek world of the Age of Gods. The Olympian gods who control the world's power, the subordinate demigods of various systems, and a large number of nymphs and titans all live here. However, the holy mountain, which used to be sunny, prosperous, and noisy, is now shrouded in the cold and gloomy thunder, revealing a bit of deep-rooted depression. The nymphs in the mountain streams and the gods in the valleys and forests feel the fear from the soul, and they all crawl in the dark corners and caves, trembling. Boom! Several purple-red thunderbolts exploded in the lead gray clouds, and in an instant, a dazzling light burst out, illuminating the empty temple, reflecting 12 towering figures. So, what is the big deal that you lit the holy fire and urgently summoned me for? Sitting on the central throne, the king of Olympus opened his purple eyes, a gloomy look flashed across his eyes, and he looked at the gods on both sides of the hall. Under the majestic scrutiny of Zeus, the muscular young man wearing bronze armor, an eagle helmet, and surrounded by blood, couldn't wait to step forward and report loudly. Father, while you are having fun in the lower world, the remnants of Mount Athres have come to make trouble again. The high-pitched voice resounded throughout the temple and was clearly heard by every main god. Zeus noticed the subtle gazes around him, and couldn't help but twitched his eyes slightly, wishing to strangle this legitimate son. Ares, the god of war, the legitimate son of him and the queen of heaven Hera, was famous throughout Olympus for his hot temper and reckless behavior. Otherwise, why would he bring up such a big issue in public? While Zeus secretly gritted his teeth, he glanced at his legitimate wife on the right, Queen Hera. Hera, the goddess of marriage and childbirth, sat on the golden throne, with beautiful curly hair pouring down from under her crown, revealing a majestic and serene expression. Her slender arms, as white as lilies, were folded on both sides, and her drooping eyelids covered a few rays of light in her eyes. Her expression was still as calm as water, as if she heard nothing. Seeing that his wife next to him was normal, Zeus calmed down, and with a gloomy face, he refocused his eyes on his legitimate son Ares, and his voice was cold. How many titans can there be on Mount Athres? Can't we just send away the troublemakers? Do I have to do this little thing myself? Mount Athres has a similar meaning to Mount Olympus, and it was once the common residence of the 12 titans. But since he united a large group of brothers, sisters, and uncles to overthrow the rule of his old father Kronos 1,000 years ago and threw him and his followers into Tartarus, Mount Otris has long lost its former glory. Facing the powerful rise of the Olympian gods, even if there are still titans on Mount Otris who are not convinced, they are just small fish and shrimps, basically unable to stir up any waves. Just for this so-called provocation, you want me, the king of gods, to do it myself. Are you, the god of war who is responsible for guarding Olympus, just a decoration? Zeus looked at his legitimate son who had many powers such as war, mutiny, battlefield, blood, and destruction, and his eyes became more and more unfriendly. Sensing his father's gaze, Ares couldn't help but straighten his chest, and a bit of pride appeared on his handsome face. Those titans entangled in front of the door have been dealt with by us, so there is no need to trouble the father. Hearing this, Zeus's face was slightly relieved, and his displeasure in his heart was reduced a little. This useless son finally did something useful. But now that the matter has been resolved, why did he summon me again? The god king, who was still confused, frowned and signaled Ares to get to the point. Ares, the god of war, coughed and quickly stopped boasting and got to the point. The leader of the Titans in this rebellion is called Atlas. Although we have captured him, there are considerable disagreements on how to deal with him. I'm afraid it will be up to you to decide. Atlas? Zeus thought for a while and spent a lot of effort to find the identity of this chief culprit, from the complex and messy genealogy of the Age of Gods in his mind. Among the 12 Titans, the son of the soul and wisdom Titan Iapetos, the sky-holding Titan famous for his courage. In addition, he has 2 more famous brothers. The prophet, Prometheus, and, the late knower, Epimetheus. One of them was imprisoned on the Caucasus Mountains and tortured day and night for stealing the sacred fire. The other was imprisoned on the Caucasus Mountains and tortured day and night for blasphemy. Died together in the world-destroying flood. Was it revenge for his father? Or was it resistance for his brother? Or was it just a simple disobedience? Zeus pursed his lips and sneered, and the look in the depths of his eyes became even darker. What a restless family. Father, that's right. For such stubborn rebels, all should be executed. Kill one to warn the rest. Only in this way can those mixed-blood bastards outside know the majesty of our Olympus. Ares heard his father's unhappy tone, and immediately threw out his own views with a jubilant look, and a strong smell of blood and cruelty permeated his words and deeds. The main gods in the hall frowned and looked unfriendly. Even Zeus himself couldn't help but twitch his face a few times, and a little iron blue appeared, and his eyes looked at Ares who was dancing. Even the legitimate son of the soul and wisdom Titan Iapetos, their cousins of the same generation, are bastards, so what are they? The same kind? Olympus? Bastards? Sure enough, this fool was disliked by all the gods of Olympus for a reason. Father, the prosperity of Olympus is a foregone conclusion. There is no need to add to the killing because of the provocation of these reckless men. It is better to throw Atlas into Tartarus hell according to the convention to show your tolerance. On the field, Apollo, the god of light and prophecy, smiled and stood up to express a different opinion. This is a dignified and majestic male god with a handsome and sunny appearance. His every move reveals a poetic temperament. Under the crown woven from the myrtle and water lily branches, the fragrant and slightly floating long hair hangs on the shoulders, elegant and chic, which makes people can't help but feel good about him. No wonder he is admired by the muses. To be lenient to the enemy is to be cruel to yourself. This kind of painless punishment will only make those half-blood bastards outside think that we Olympus are weak and can be bullied. Ares, who felt that he was humiliated, snorted angrily, and kept calling half-blood on his mouth, causing the gods in the hall to frown. Among the 12 main gods, the one who reacted most violently was the messenger god Hermes, who was always smooth and kind to others. His mother was named Maia, the daughter of the Titan Atlas. Although in the complex Greek family tree, blood connection does not mean close relationship, but Ares' words were undoubtedly equivalent to directly pointing at his nose and scolding him. More than once. Hermes raised his hand and slightly pressed down the felt hat on his head, speaking with a smile. I heard that when 2 armies face off on the battlefield, only the final winner is qualified to punish the loser. Am I mistaken? Or has the world changed? Suddenly, Ares, who was dancing with joy, froze all over, his face flushed red, and then the blue veins under his skin twisted and wriggled like thick earthworms. His expression was both humiliated and manic. Hermes, shut up. Seeing his legitimate son so angry, Zeus narrowed his eyes on the throne. He realized that the bronze armor on Ares was brand new, without a scratch, and it was obviously not like he had just experienced a fierce battle. But even so, the shiny new armor could not cover up the bruise on one side of his cheek. Combined with Hermes' words, it seems that in the duel with Atlas, his legitimate son is obviously the less decent party. After all, the dignified Titan, the best of the 3 generations, is not someone that a young man like Ares can manipulate at will. Unexpected start, expected result. Zeus glanced at the furious Hermes' son on the field, wishing he could strangle him to death with his own hands, and shook his head secretly. A trace of disappointment flashed across his eyes. As the god of war, he not only lost to his opponent, but also didn't even have the courage to admit it. What a waste! However, Ares didn't notice his father's disgust at all. and only quarreled with his two brothers. Seeing that Ares was so angry that he even drew his dagger and was about to fight directly, Hermes, who was not very good at fighting, subconsciously moved back to avoid the focus. But Apollo was holding a golden arrow in one hand and a silver bow in the other, and was not afraid of the anger of his brother, the god of war. His sister, Artemis, the goddess of the moon and hunting, intentionally or unintentionally placed her slender 5 fingers on the quiver. They were the offspring of the goddess of care, Leto. When their mother Leto became pregnant, Hera, the queen of heaven, became very jealous and ordered the earth to forbid her from giving birth. The waves were so strong that they had nowhere to live. In the end, it was Asteria, the daughter of the shooting star, who turned into an island and took her in. This allowed the siblings to be born safely. Therefore, for Ares, the half-brother of Hera, the siblings have always been at loggerheads. Enough! Get back! I'm not dead yet! Thunder roared in the sky, and the dull roar was filled with unparalleled oppression. The gods who were forming cliques and cursing each other saw Zeus's livid face, and their hearts shuddered, and they sat back in their original positions honestly. But as the gods on the field shut up obediently, the atmosphere fell into a dead silence. As the judge, Zeus still had a headache facing these two choices. 1,000 years have passed since the war between the gods of Olympus and Ares, and those old things were thrown into Tartarus by him early. But the Titan's unruly nature meant that those who had slipped through the net would always show up every now and then, come to provoke, and make Olympus restless. Zeus was already fed up with these ungrateful relatives. But direct execution was too severe a punishment, and he didn't know how the parties who had just been appeased would feel. Throwing them into Tartarus was too light a punishment, and he felt somewhat unhappy. Just as Zeus frowned and was in a dilemma facing the two options, a calm and pleasant voice echoed in the temple. "Father, why not send him to the far west?" The gods looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the one who proposed it was a heroic goddess with silver hair shawl, a helmet and a white skirt covered with bronze snake armor. Zeus thought for a moment and his eyes lit up. "Athena, what you mean is, since Atlas calls himself the Titan, let him hold up a corner of the sky, expand and consolidate the divine power of the sky in the chaos of the far west, and serve Olympus for life." Athena stroked her chest with one hand and smiled. Hearing this, Zeus looked at his daughter with approval and nodded with satisfaction. As the god king who controls the sky, the expansion of the sky's domain means that his domain and authority are strengthened. The gods on the scene also suddenly realized and were moved. As the Olympian gods of the same blood, the expansion of the sky's territory will more or less benefit them. Zeus glanced across the hall, took in the expressions of the gods, and then made a final decision. "In that case, let's do as you say, Athena." The gods naturally had no objection to this way of handling things that had only benefits and no harm. Hearing that his grandfather would not be used as an example, Hermes secretly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled and joked. "I thought your heroic performance in defeating the enemy on the battlefield was already praised by people, but I didn't expect that your force would be overshadowed by your wisdom. So is it too late to ask the muses to rewrite the lyrics and compose the music now?" Seeing Hermes' winking expression, the gods couldn't help but smile. Even the gloom on Zeus' face was reduced a lot. Looking at his son who was livening up the atmosphere on the field, he laughed and scolded. "Hermes, stop talking nonsense here. You are the fastest. Why don't you get out an Atlas to serve his sentence?" Hermes, who was ordered around, looked aggrieved on the surface, but he couldn't help but feel happy in his heart. After all, he was his grandfather. If he escorted him personally, he would suffer less and his mother Maya would have an explanation. Watching Hermes happily leave the temple, Zeus' eyes fell on the goddess of wisdom Athena again, and he became more and more satisfied. In terms of bravery, she was able to defeat Atlas and save the face of Olympus. In terms of wisdom, she was able to balance the dispute and come up with the best solution. She was simply a perfect daughter. But Zeus on the throne was thinking of something, and a gloomy color appeared in the depths of his eyes. Then he waved his hand lightly. "Okay, now that the matter has been resolved, everyone leave." The gods took the order and dispersed, leaving one after another. After a while, the sacred fire representing the gathering swayed and jumped. In the empty and dark temple, the only one left, Zeus, sat alone on the throne, stroking the cold back of the chair, his eyes flickering faintly in the darkness. Really, is it just a coincidence? A sense of uneasiness for no reason made Zeus on the throne frown, and he started to step out of the temple, and his figure immediately disappeared in the thick night. The night was as dark as water. A dark meteor streaked across the sky and quietly landed in the palace of the three goddesses of fate. As the flashing lightning fell to the ground, the three goddesses of fate who lived in it opened their eyes one after another, and their deep pupils were as bright as the sea of stars. They were the daughters of Erebus, the god of darkness, and Nyx, the goddess of night, among the original gods. They were responsible for spinning and weaving the fate of the gods and even the world. The eldest sister, Klaus, was the weaver of fate and the goddess who controlled the fate of people at birth. Her duty was to personally take the thread of people's fate from the weaving wheel of fate and hand it to her second sister, Lachesis. This goddess of decision-making of fate would measure the thread of fate with a ruler and hand over the fate events of varying lengths to her youngest sister, the goddess of the end of fate, Ekparos. Finally, the goddess Ekparos would cut the thread of fate with a sharp pair of fate scissors and complete the formulation of the fate of a living being. These faint threads of fate intertwine and entangled in the starlit dome of the temple, outlining an extremely complex network that connects the beginning and end of all things in the world. At a glance, even Zeus, the king of gods, was shaken by the vast information and obscure divine power. Son of Kronos, why are you not consolidating your divine power in Olympus and visiting our temple late at night? What's the matter? The voices of some old and some young came in unison in the darkness, and the three goddesses of fate under the starlight looked down at the ruler of the Greek god age. Zeus, the king of gods, was not unhappy. Instead, he humbly bent down slightly and touched his chest, asking in a deep voice, "Respected goddesses of fate, I want to know, does the curse of the Titans still exist? You have asked us questions more than once, but no matter how many times you repeat them, the answer is still the same." Three voices of some old and some young responded calmly and in unison, and there was no ripple on the three faces that had grown from immature to mature and then to old. Son of Kronos, even you cannot eradicate the curse in this bloodline. Don't put your energy into this doomed, meaningless thing. Zeus' face darkened when he heard this. The origin of the Titans is the nickname given by Uranus, the father of the sky, to his descendants, which means the fearful and the rebels, because they are destined to wield the butcher knife against their fathers and complete the replacement of theocracy by rebellion. Grandfather Uranus did not escape this curse, and Father Kronos did not escape it either. And now, I am the only one left. Zeus's face was uncertain, and his eyes flickered. But, you are the king of destiny, and you will lead this world to glorious glory. The old and young voices solemnly declared, and 6 arms fiddled with the silk thread of fate, outlining a crown-like shape on the dome. Follow the arrangement of fate, it will not be an obstacle for you. Zeus nodded gently, and when he was about to turn around and leave, he seemed to remember something inadvertently, turned back to look at the three goddesses of fate under the starlight, and asked, "By the way, Semele, the princess of Thebes, my love, she just got pregnant with my blood. I want to know their fate." Their fate. Their fate. Fate. The originally neat chorus became a little inconsistent, and the questions were repeated continuously, as if they were in a state of freezing. After being stuck for a long time, the three goddesses of fate slowly answered, pulling the broken afterimages of 2 fate threads from the void. "They are dead." Hearing the bad news, Zeus's face changed, and he immediately turned into lightning and rushed out of the palace of the three goddesses of fate, flying towards the direction of Thebes, showing the panic of a husband and father. However, after flying a distance away from the temple of fate, the king of gods turned around and flew towards Olympus. In the empty temple, the sacred fire had been extinguished. The noise ceased to exist, and everything was settled. Zeus, standing in front of the door, glanced at the towering throne that belonged to him alone. His tense face gradually relaxed. He closed the door of the temple casually, and stood up to return to his bedroom. Yaha! A breeze poured into the room through the gap in the door. The gray embers in the torch peeled off, and there was a hint of dark red flickering underneath. Puff! A cluster of flames jumped and rose, and the dead ashes rekindled in the darkness. At the same time, above the wilderness filled with death, the purple-haired goddess with a veil on her face raised her thin cherry lips as if she had sensed something. Compared to the unchanging fate, the game of unpredictable victory or defeat is indeed more interesting. In the game, there must be winners and losers. The 5 white jade fingers loosened, and the 12-sided serpentine dice drew a graceful arc in the air and fell to the ground. The stars moved, the sun and the moon rotated, and 16 years passed in a flash. Okia, the Sea of Noth, on the island of Io. The salty sea breeze blew through the lush forest in the valley, and the green branches and leaves rustled. 3 black and green ferocious heads subconsciously stopped biting their prey, and suddenly looked up. The pairs of vertical pupils with snake characteristics looked around vigilantly. The 2 dying goats on the ground wailed and struggled under the monster's huge claws because of the pain, and blood spurted from the deep wounds that could be seen to the bone. The strong smell of blood instantly attracted the attention of the monsters on the lakeside again. The heads turned around and bumped and roared, sharing the prey on the ground, and the screams soon stopped. The body is similar to a dragon but slightly smaller, with a length of between 10 to 20 meters, only 2 feet, claws and toes like birds, wings covered with scales and feathers, and a tail with barbs. It has the dual bloodline of a giant dragon and a griffin. It seems to be a purebred two-legged flying dragon. In the shadow of the dense forest, a pair of purple eyes stared through the gaps between the branches and leaves at the three lower dragon species that gradually let down their guard by the lake. As time went by, the corners of their lips gradually curled up. Pa! 2/4 of an hour later, accompanied by a crisp snap of fingers, the two-legged dragon that was swaying by the lake fell to the ground with white foam in its mouth. The huge bodies twitched their feet and wings uncontrollably like skinned frogs. Well, the paralysis and hallucination effects of datura grass are very good, which can effectively delay the target's reaction time, but the dosage of congalidine seems to be insufficient. I underestimated the poison resistance of the two-legged dragon. I should have fed these two sheep more medicine. With a twisted and squirming air, a low murmur came, and a handsome young man with silver hair and purple eyes walked leisurely towards the crime scene, recording in a notebook. The traces between the strokes were square and seemed completely different from the Greek linear letters. Roar! The three wyverns instinctively became alert when an uninvited guest suddenly appeared in their territory. They raised their groggy heads and opened their mouths to spit out dark green poisonous saliva. Generally speaking, as a hybrid subspecies, the wyverns naturally cannot use the powerful dragon breath like the pure-blooded superior dragon species, but they can use their own biological characteristics to spit out extremely corrosive venom. The dark green poisonous juice splashed forward, crackling and hitting the nearby bushes and grass, sizzling, leaving large areas of charred and withered marks. The figure that was hit first was even more riddled with holes and directly disintegrated and dissipated. Illusion! In a trance, the three wyverns looked at the fragmented fog in front of them, and their groggy heads suddenly became alert and suddenly realized that something was wrong. Puff, puff, puff. But before they could react, a dazzling purple arc of light exploded, and a sharp stinging pain came from the back of the neck. The three dark blue heads felt dizzy and fell to the ground, with confusion and anger in their eyes until death. Despicable may be the only adjective they can think of at this moment. As the huge body lost its support and fell to the ground with a bang, golden red blood gushed from the broken neck, and scarlet raindrops fell. A nearly transparent human figure in the air turned from virtual to real. Done. Looking at the two-legged dragons moving separately on the ground, the handsome silver-haired boy, or the grown-up Lorne, showed a satisfied smile on his face, and then he reversed his hand and stabbed the bronze dagger in the forehead of the two-legged dragon one by one, finishing the knife cleanly. The wyvern has the characteristics of a snake, and snake-like monsters are known for their tenacious vitality. Even after being beheaded, the snake head still maintains a certain degree of activity, can survive for a period of time at an extremely low metabolic rate, and maintain the ability to bite. Compared to being bitten by these heads on the ground unexpectedly, it is safer to stab them a few more times in advance. After confirming that the three wyverns were dead, the handsome boy with silver hair and purple eyes was relieved and looked at the harvest of this hunt with shining eyes. Dragon teeth can be used as materials for witchcraft and alchemy, dragon scales can be used as armor, and the medicinal and poisonous value of poison sacs is self-evident. The more precious dragon heart and dragon crystal are very precious magic crystals and excellent sacrifices. In short, this thing is a treasure. It must be said that as a member of the dragon family, even if it is a subspecies, it has considerable value. Of course, the premise is that you can be sure that you are eating at the feast, not delivering food. After calming down his thoughts, Lone was about to go forward with the bronze dagger in his hand to collect the rare materials dropped by the three-headed flying dragons. Suddenly, the sky above his head darkened, and the surroundings that were originally the gentle breeze was instantly replaced by a fierce air current. And Lorne's purple pupils suddenly shrank, and he jumped back dozens of meters without looking up. Boom! In an instant, the area where he was originally located was like being hit by a high-speed meteorite, splashing thick smoke and dust. At the same time, Lorne, who had successfully landed, threw his hand without hesitation, and the bronze dagger in his palm was wrapped in purple-red arc light, shooting towards the huge figure that appeared in the smoke and dust. Crack! But what followed was a crisp sound of metal breaking. So hard! Lorne realized that his attack did not seem to break the defense, and his heart sank. He immediately raised his right hand, bit the tip of his index finger, and drew a series of bright red Hermes in the air. Suddenly, the etheric magic in the air gathered in front of Lorne, turning into blood-colored spears, and shot towards the dust in front of him at a lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. However, there were bursts of sharp cracking sounds in the air, and the huge figure rushed out of the smoke and dust, showing a complete outline in the sun. Scales. Horns. Wings. 4 legs. Superior dragon. Boom! The shadow that covered the sky and the sun fell down rapidly, and the ground shook violently. Lorne, who was the first to bear the brunt, was pressed into a pit several meters deep by a pair of dark red giant claws, unable to move at all. And a ferocious head, inch by inch, lowered towards the prey that could not escape under the claws, and the mouth opened. But the prey that was about to be swallowed frowned and sniffed, but rolled his eyes and snorted unhappily. "Have you had enough fun, teacher?" Suddenly, the head froze in mid-air, blinking its huge eyes. "My transformation is obviously perfect. How come you can always see through it at a glance?" The crisp and pleasant female voice came out of the dragon's mouth, revealing a strong sense of confusion and curiosity. And a strong sense of disobedience. "Brain, use your brain. Red dragons live alone, have a strong sense of territory, and like hot environments. How could they stay on a human island and live next to a group of wyverns?" Lorne on the ground pried open the claws pressing on his chest while finishing off the attack unhappily. Besides, whose magical beast has such a strong smell of incense and herbs? As the bodies of both sides came into contact, the originally majestic and ferocious dragon shattered like a bubble, and its huge body shrank rapidly, turning into a petite girl with pointed ears, long pink hair, rainbow-like pupils, eagle wings on her back. Circe, the Eagle Witch, is the demigod of the moon and love, and the ruler of Ayu Island. And the adoptive mother and teacher who picked Lorne up from the beach 16 years ago and brought him home and raised him up. At this moment, under the continuous criticism of the disciples, Circe's face was obviously a little embarrassed. She immediately clasped her hands in front of her chest and raised her head and snorted coldly. "Tisk, what's so proud of a little bit of cleverness? If it was a real dragon just now, you would have been torn to pieces. You failed this test, 0 points. "Ah, right. Facing Circe, who was obviously holding up the teacher's airs, Lorne nodded perfunctorily with a lazy attitude, looking at the burden on him. "So, can you get up from me now, teacher?" Whether intentionally or unintentionally, after the transformation was lifted, the witch with legs spread just sat on Lorne's belly. Time flies, and in the past 16 years, the baby has grown up. And now the great witch Circe, whose height is still stable at less than 1.5 meters, can't help but feel a strong sense of contrast in front of Lorne, who is 1.75 meters tall. That look doesn't look like a teacher educating his disciples, but more like a daughter who is acting coquettishly to her father. Circe realized the incongruity of the scene late, got up awkwardly, turned her head, and hummed an order. "Okay, these wyverns that nested on the island have been dealt with, let's go back." Lorne got up from the ground, rubbing his belly while complaining. "But teacher, can you give me a suggestion?" "What?" Circe subconsciously stopped and turned back, tilting her head to look behind her. A certain disciple lowered his head, his eyes fell on the barren and wounded land, with disdain, then drooped his eyelids and gave earnest advice. "Just now I felt pain all over my body. I should eat more in the future and grow some meat." After a moment of silence, the witch came to her senses and suddenly looked up at the back of the traitor who was fleeing. Her expression gradually became gloomy and distorted, and a crackling sound came from her sleeves. At night, the moon was bright and the stars were sparse. The moist sea breeze blew across the beach and poured into the spacious treehouse covered with branches, bringing a hint of freshness. "It's time to eat." With a crisp shout, the great witch Circe pushed open the wooden door and brought a plate of hot dishes to the table. The seafood such as fish, shrimp, shellfish and crabs were fresh and delicious, the roasted two-legged dragon was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, and the thick soup mixed with wild vegetables and mushrooms in the forest exuded bursts of fragrance. The rich meal in front of you is mouth-watering. However, Lorne, who was sitting aside, looked at the full table of food, moved his throat to swallow his saliva, and his face was as if he was facing a great enemy. What day is today? Why is it so rich? Could it be the last meal of execution? He had just stepped on a minefield in the afternoon. Just as Lorne was suspicious, Circe put down the plate and glanced at the traitor next to him, then looked at the beach along the coast in the moonlight, and couldn't help muttering to herself, "It's been 16 years in a flash." Yes. Lorne's tense face relaxed quietly, and a trace of nostalgia appeared in his eyes. He remembered that this seemed to be the day when Circe had picked him up from the beach and took him home. It was also a birthday in another sense. He actually forgot about this, no wonder. Lorne knocked his head, slightly relieved, smiled and picked up the knife and fork, cut off a thick piece of roasted dragon steak, handed it to his teacher attentively, and attached a heartfelt blessing. "Thank you for raising me for so many years. I didn't expect you to survive." Mentioning the past, the outspoken Circe couldn't help but sigh. Woo! Before the witch could continue to speak, the blue veins on Lorne's forehead couldn't help but start to throb, and he stuffed the large piece of roasted dragon steak on the fork into the witch's mouth without saying anything, and directly gave her a physical, blocking the chattering mouth above. "It's really a pot that is not about to be opened. As we all know, the Greek gods have a fine family tradition, and loving fathers and filial sons are the basic practices. If you don't kill a few relatives on the road, you will feel embarrassed to go out. In this kind of harmonious background, it is simply a fantasy to expect a strong bond and affection between parents and children. Therefore, whenever the offspring have the ability to live independently, they are basically driven out of the house by their parents and make a living on their own. Circe is no exception. She is also one of those who was raised early. Therefore, for such a witch who has lived alone since childhood, educational concepts such as tireless teaching, patiently guiding, and teaching students in accordance with their aptitude do not exist at all. Naturally, the way she raised and taught Lorne also inherited the fine traditions of her parents. Being chased and eaten by monsters that have been hungry for several days, diving with sea monsters, and stealing the sheep of the Cyclops next door. These are the courses that Lorne has experienced since he was a child. In addition, he would try medicines and get poisoned from time to time. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to be strong and tough, so he was not killed by this stupid bird in advance. Fortunately, this hard life is about to end. Because according to the tradition of the Greek god age, after adulthood, he can use the excuse of living alone to escape from the clutches of this woman as soon as possible. Wow, it's well roasted this time, eat it, or the food will get cold if you don't eat it. Circe, who was unaware of it, tried to swallow a large piece of dragon steak and continued to greet him carelessly. Lorne smiled and nodded, but waited for another 7 or 8 minutes until he confirmed that Circe in front of him did not have any strange symptoms. Then he slowly picked up the knife and fork and began to enjoy tonight's dishes. There is no way, these are all experiences and lessons gained through blood and tears. As a famous witch in the history of Greek mythology, Circe is not only proficient in witchcraft such as illusion and transfiguration, but also has a perfect knowledge of potions. No matter what the material is, it will produce strange effects after she fiddles with it. This strange talent is especially reflected in cooking. For example, the Hukian oatmeal, which is fine for normal people, can turn people into pigs in her hands. After being cheated by the teacher's seemingly harmless food several times in a row, Lorne secretly developed the habit of letting the other party eat first and testing the poison for him personally. Of course, according to the fine tradition of the East, the elders should be invited first, which is also a manifestation of respecting teachers. A filial apprentice was trying to make up for his own immoral behavior in his heart, while thinking about whether to explode a wave of teachers' gold coins before running away. As far as he knows, as a demigod-level witch, Circe has a lot of good things in her hands. Just as Lorne fell into malicious contemplation, a strange smell rushed into his nose, making him frown. Ha! What is it? Ah, bad. At this moment, Circe, who was busy dealing with a crab, jumped up in a hurry and rushed into the kitchen in a hurry. As the stove was turned on, a strong smell of burning spread. Circe held the plate, looking at the dark brown lumps in it, wanting to cry but unable to. It's over. What? The cake is burnt. Circe's pointed ears drooped slightly, looking quite depressed. Didn't you say you wanted to eat something like this on your last birthday? I tried to recreate it with the ingredients you mentioned, but it seems that I still failed. Last time? Lorne was a little dazed, and when he came to his senses, he looked at Circe with a little more gentleness. Although this woman always acts without restraint, and her personality can hardly be said to be a qualified foster mother and teacher. But in any case, more than 10 years of companionship have finally made them form a deep relationship. Perhaps, she came to this world on her own. Since they came to the world, they are the closest people to each other. Forget it, let's throw it away. The frustrated muttering in his ear interrupted Lorne's reminiscence. When he turned around, he saw Circe holding the dark brown cake and trying to throw it out of the window. Why are you in such a hurry? The cake tastes better with a little burnt brown. Lorne, who was standing next to him, reached out and grabbed the cake that was about to be thrown out without saying anything. He broke off a small half and put it into his mouth to chew. Circe was stunned for a moment, then came to her senses, turned her head and looked at Lorne in a daze, her pink eyes revealing a kind of surprise of a sudden turn of events. You ate it? You really ate it? How did it feel? Well, it's burnt on the outside and tender on the inside, not bad. Lorne made a fair evaluation while chewing and swallowing with some effort. It's true that although this thing is completely different from the soft and sweet cake in his memory, the just right burnt brown feeling has the taste of a cream pot cake. If you like it, eat more. Circe's voice was unusually cheerful, her face was full of smiles, and she diligently broke off a large piece of the cake and quickly handed it to her beloved disciple. Lorne accepted Circe's kindness and greeted her familiarly. Teacher, it tastes really good, you should eat it too. No, this is specially prepared for you. I am very satisfied just watching you eat it. Circe waved her hands repeatedly, then pulled over a chair and sat on it, propped up her chin with one hand, raised her tender cheeks, and looked at her beloved disciple with great interest. That look, excited, seemed a little abnormal. Suddenly, Lorne's hand, which was about to put the cake into his mouth, froze in midair, and he looked at the loving food in his palm, his voice gradually drying up. What did you add in it? It took me a long time to prepare the sandwich syrup. It's the 2.0 version of oatmeal hues. Circe shook her forearms and introduced her masterpiece with a beaming face. Not only did I blend the unique ergot aroma of that thing into the cake, I also developed more than a dozen different flavors based on the different ingredients of honey, juice, and cheese. As the great witch kept boasting, Lorne felt that his head was heavy and his body and limbs were shrinking. Snoring. With an inexplicable sound squeezed out of his throat, the victim's eyes went black, and with inexplicable grief and anger, his consciousness fell into chaos. Amid the messy sound of cups and plates sliding down, Circe jumped off the chair, reached close to the pair of clothes on the ground, fumbled for a while, and excitedly pulled out a pink and tender little piglet. Ah, I told you not to sleep with me, now you can't run away. The bright moon quietly disappeared, and the night gradually became thicker. The eagle witch on Iu Island hugged the captured trophy and jumped towards her bedroom. The next day, bright sunshine shone into the bedroom through the gaps between the branches. Luowen opened his heavy eyelids, and a pretty face that was happy and angry came into his eyes at close range. The bright and smooth nose was straight, the long eyelashes were gently trembling, and the pointed ears were stretched. A group of facial features mixed with childishness and spirituality together constituted the exquisite face in front of us, which made people want to spy on and protect her. It must be said that as the witch of temptation and fall in the future Greek mythology, this demigod of Iu Island definitely has certain capital. But no matter how beautiful the scenery is, after thousands of repeated impacts, it will gradually become calm. Commonly known as, tired of it. What's more, Luowen glanced at his left ear, which was full of stickiness. A pair of pink cherry lips were happily biting on it, and the grinding silver teeth brought a slight tingling sensation. At the same time, two pink lotus arms crossed and wrapped around his neck like snakes, almost suffocating him. Faintly, one could even hear the crackling sound of the neck bones under the skin. Lorne sat up expressionlessly, pulled down the human-shaped koala half hanging on his body, and threw it aside. Fortunately, the big bed was spacious enough. Circe, who had moved her position, then rode on the quilt smoothly, rolling horizontally from the head of the bed to the foot of the bed. Her fair skin formed a tempting bright color in the slightly dim room. This wild witch has the habit of sleeping naked. The unintentional charm made Lorne raise his eyelids. At this moment, the big witch, who had clung to the pillow again, habitually pressed half of her pretty face against the quilt and rubbed it. Crystal saliva slid from the corners of her lips, and she kept uttering vague dreams in her throat. Hee hee, my cute little piglet, resistance is useless. Be good and let me hug and kiss you. Hearing the proud and devilish laughter, Lorne's mouth twitched fiercely. She still likes pigs. He has seen cat and dog owners before, but this is the first pig lover with such a unique taste. However, Lorne doesn't understand why this great witch has such a deep obsession with piglets. While complaining, the corner of his eye touched a pair of soft and stretched eagle wings under the quilt. Suddenly, a flash of lightning flashed in his mind, and the question that had troubled him for a long time seemed to be vaguely answered. Eagles, of course, like piglets. Especially the newly born ones, which are fat and delicious. So that's the case. Lorne thought of Circe's bloodline and nickname of Eagle Witch, and his facial muscles twitched violently. This woman's love for piglets is probably a perverted hobby of a predator to press the prey under its claws and lick and tease it. Similar to the evil taste of cat and mouse. By the way, she adopted me back then, didn't it, because of this? Oh my god, no wonder this woman always nibbled and bit him every night and drooled. Water. The more Luowen thought about it, the darker his face became. The little bit of beauty that had just been born in his heart disappeared in an instant. Sure enough, this silly bird had no good intentions from the beginning. The awakened piglet secretly complained in his heart, while his eyes moved down along the young and pretty face, passing over a half-hidden number 45 steel plate, and his heart became even harder than a stone. Dragging his body with a sore back as if he had been in bed all night, he came to the restaurant, put on his scattered clothes, and then confirmed the time with the residual heat of the charcoal fire. Luowen looked at himself in the mirror, who had regained his human form, and couldn't help shaking his head and laughing at himself. It only took one night to eliminate the pig-like effect of Mai Zhou Xiu Ke 1-2. Under the persecution of this teacher, his resistance to potions is really increasing day by day. I really despise you. Teacher. Ha ha ha, I understand everything. You must still want me to kiss you. My lovely little piglet. There were some crazy laughter again in the bedroom. The great witch, who had lost her image, was still immersed in the fun of sticking. Lorne was speechless. Then, he walked into the room with a face as black as the bottom of a pot, and unceremoniously pulled up Circe, who was still mad at the quilt on the bed. Get up! What? So early in the morning. Circe opened her eyelids that were fighting up and down, looked at the quilt in her arms and the little piglet that ran away in front of the bed, and her eyes were a little resentful. The little piglet used to be so cute. Small, fragrant, and soft. But when he was 3 years old, the little piglet entered the rebellious period and repeatedly wanted to escape from her arms. After the age of 7, he even directly vacated a room by himself and resolutely separated from her. From then on, Circe lost her favorite pillow. Of course, Lorne did this simply to live a few more days. He was really afraid that he would be strangled to death by this careless foster mother one night. Let me sleep a little longer. Circe yawned and muttered in dissatisfaction, while opening her half-closed pink eyes, lifting one corner of the quilt, and looking eagerly at the piglet in front of the bed. How about we go together? You wish. It's time, follow me to class. Go to class? The dazed witch heard the voice that was almost cold enough to drop ice chips in her ears, and she shuddered instantly, like a poor student named by the teacher, and couldn't help shaking her head like a rattle. No, I don't want to go to class. As she said that, Circe shrank into the corner of the wall with the quilt in her arms, as if she had encountered a flood and a beast, and put on a posture of fighting to the end. You have no say in this. Lorne sneered, rolled up the quilt and Circe without saying anything, and carried them out the door. The rising sun cast a ray of golden light, dividing the entire Iu Island along the central ridge into two sides of light and darkness. One side was full of vitality, and the other side was dark and silent. Carrying the sandwich on his shoulders, Lorne walked through the dense forest on thick dead leaves, his eyes flickering. Iu Island is located in the Sea of Oceanus, in the east. Legend has it that it is not far from the entrance to the underworld. Lorne estimated that it was probably for this reason that he was sent to this island after playing the resurrection match in the underworld. And this location makes Circe, as the owner of the island, have some divinity with underworld characteristics. She is quite familiar with ghosts and dead souls, and can be regarded as an alternative living neighbor of the underworld. Of course, this may also be related to her beliefs. Lorne looked up and looked at the end of the stone-paved road, where there was an ancient temple with vines entwined. This place is completely different from the other side of the island that is full of vitality. The dead trees, dead grass, and strange rocks show a desolate scenery. The sky is also inexplicably low and dark, revealing a kind of indescribable depression and mystery. When he came to the door, Lorne stopped and stared at the sculpture standing in the hall. It was a goddess with 3 heads, 3 bodies, and 6 arms, holding torches, herbs and talismans, and looking in 3 different directions. Hecate, the goddess of witchcraft, was worshipped by the great witch Circe. At the same time, she was also the 3-phase goddess of opportunity, the goddess of magic, the queen of ghosts and the goddess of hell in Greek mythology. She was a very mysterious and unique existence. In a sense, she was now considered to be Lorne's current master. He lowered his eyes slightly to show some basic respect, and then Lorne threw Circe on his shoulders and the quilt into the temple. As soon as Circe, who was shouting and screaming, landed on the ground, she hurriedly squirmed her body, put on the clothes wrapped in the quilt at random, and then sat upright, looking at the traitor she had cultivated since childhood with a dark face, and gnashing her teeth. Disrespect. This is disrespectful. As she spoke, Circe, who was tidying up her clothes, couldn't help but sneak a few glances at the statue behind her, with a trace of guilt in her eyes. You know, Greek gods are notoriously petty, and being naked in the temple is not respectful or elegant. Therefore, there are dozens of precedents of being remembered and retaliated by petty gods. Teacher, I think the goddess is magnanimous and will not blame the small offense caused by seeking knowledge. Lorne spread his hands, his expression sincere and innocent. I can't help it, I just want to improve too much. Circe looked at the face of her student who was pious to the statue, and her teeth were itchy. She wanted to bite it and tear off 2 tails of flesh. But in the end, under the dim gaze of the statue, the witch shrank her neck, turned out a few old sheepskin magic books from the altar, and raised her hand weakly to invite. Come in, and start the class. Lorne had a faint smile on his face, walked into the temple, knelt down opposite teacher Circe, and began his daily magic learning. Circe forced herself to be more alert, pulled out an old language parchment manuscript from the magic book, and threw it to Lorne on the other side. Today, let's talk about the rest of the Hermetic text. I finished reading it a long time ago. Lorne took the manuscript and threw it back into Circe's arms without even looking at it. Hermetic text, also known as the Hermetic symbol, is an ancient symbol system believed to have originated in ancient Greece. Hermes is the messenger god in Greek mythology. He is said to have invented this symbol system and taught it to humans. This language symbol was widely used in ancient Greece and Rome for recording, communication, and mysterious rituals. Generally speaking, they are roughly composed of a series of lines and geometric shapes, and each symbol represents a specific letter, word, or concept. These symbols are usually engraved on stone, pottery, or paper, and can also be used as amulets or magic spells. In addition, the shape and arrangement of the Hermetic symbols have certain symbolic meanings and are believed to convey hidden information and power. Therefore, this thing is often one of the introductory compulsory courses for learning magic and witchcraft. Circe scratched her head, confusion in her pink eyes. I remember there are still a few pages left? I taught myself. I don't know how long it will take you to finish. Lorne couldn't help rolling his eyes and snorting coldly. Since it was a compulsory course similar to an introductory course, the difficulty was naturally not too great. But for such a book of dozens of pages, Circe spent half a month and still had 1/3 left. Lorne suspected that this woman was not an eagle, but a dove spirit, who only knew how to play badly and nag him every day. While complaining in his heart, Lorne looked at the eagle witch opposite with his purple eyes, and a trace of contempt flowed faintly. So fast? Then let me test you. Circe flipped open the parchment manuscript doubtfully and drew 5 different styles of symbols on the stone slab with a branch. Lorne glanced at them and answered them one by one without thinking. The triangle represents fire, energy and passion, the square represents earth, stability and solidity, the circle represents water, flow and change, the semicircle represents air, thought and communication. Fire, earth, water and air are also the 4 elements that constitute the foundation of the world and magic. As for the last one, the spiral represents the soul, growth, and evolution. The above is a single usage, and these symbols can be combined to form a more complex matrix. According to the shape, size, and arrangement of each symbol, the effect of the matrix will also change accordingly. This is the so-called magic circle. After he explained the meaning of the 5 Hermetic words verbatim, he paused for a moment, thinking for a moment, and his eyes gradually became profound. Its essence is to use elements as the foundation, symbols as the medium, and soul as the master, and to define rules according to one's own will to reconstruct a miniature world. Who told you this? Guessed. Circe's pink eyes gradually widened, and she looked at the traitor in front of her with a strange look, and then her expression was filled with a hint of bitterness. Do you know that it took me decades to figure this out? Just luck. There was not much change on Lorne's face, and his tone remained calm. Words and symbols are not only the carriers of language communication, but also represent the creator's and a civilization's views and cognition of the world, which must contain complete philosophical speculation. This level of insight is not worth being proud of. It's just because when designing those game copy and structure, I have examined the operating logic of more than one ancient language and understood the general commonalities. And if you understand one principle, you will understand all principles. Seeing that her own rebellious disciple performed so well as a teacher, Circe had to give up the idea of muddling through, forced herself to cheer up, and pulled out another book from the pile of books. Since you have almost mastered Hermes, then next, let's study potion science. It was finished last year. Lorne reminded expressionlessly, looking dimly at his unreliable teacher. Circe coughed awkwardly and quickly changed the target. What about this alchemy? 3 months ago. Summoning and transfiguration? Summoning is fine, you said. Transfiguration is not suitable for my physique, it seems to require a unique bloodline. This is a course that just ended last week. Under the increasingly subtle gaze of the students, Circe's face flushed unnaturally. Looking at the useless magic books on the ground, she couldn't help but groan in her heart. Why is she so eager to learn? Is she in a hurry to reincarnate? The magic books she collected with great difficulty have been basically used up. What should she teach next? A lazy teacher tried hard to turn the walnut-sized brain of the bird legend, and looked at the students who were too outstanding from time to time, with a more and more resentful look. So, she hated class the most. Finally, after racking her brains for half an hour, Circe weakly threw out today's learning tasks. How about a meditation class? Lorne put down an old textbook he was reading and nodded calmly. For 16 years, although he lived on this island of Ayu and lived a peaceful life isolated from the world, the sword of Damocles hanging over his head always made him feel a sense of crisis. Therefore, in order to improve his self-protection ability, Lorne spared no effort in learning magic and witchcraft, and even took out the posture of sprinting for the college entrance examination in his previous life. Over the years, he almost emptied the magic knowledge and the brain capacity of this great witch. At present, compared with Circe, what he lacks is probably the difference in magic power, experience, and skills. Meditation, as a basic course for wizards, is the main way to stabilize the spirit and improve magic power. Instead of wasting time on the inefficient and bad teaching of this cuckoo spirit, it is better to spend more time meditating and accumulate more magic power. Okay, wait a moment, I'll go prepare something. With tacit consent, Circe jumped up from her seat and rushed out of the temple in a hurry. Lorne glanced at the back of the silly bird teacher who was almost fleeing, shook his head helplessly, reached out to pick up the hermetic manuscript, picked up a branch and traced the rune traces written by Circe on the stone slab. Although his theoretical knowledge has been full marks, it is still difficult to reproduce the perfect charm of every hermetic text. To make up for this, he can only go through long and boring practice. After Lorne had copied it for more than 30 times, Circe finally returned to the temple and placed a large, bubbling soup pot between the two of them with a clang. She then placed 2 earthenware bowls she had brought with her on the ground. With the sound of the sticky liquid churning, the 2 bowls were filled to the brim. Lorne looked at the dark and green soup in the bowl in front of him, and his eyes twitched, with a look of, "Are you kidding me? Hrugun?" "Yeah, that's right. It's fresh out of the pot and still hot. Drink it." Circe put one hand on her waist, proudly asking for credit, and raised the stoneware bowl in her hand and handed it to her beloved disciple. Lorne immediately held the bowl of soup and sneered, revealing the woman's sinister intentions. "Don't give me that. Are you trying to turn me into a pig again? That way no one will force you to go to class." "I never turned anyone into a pig." "You still want to deny it. What about last night?" "Of course it's because you are a pig, my cute little piglet." Circe spread her hands, her pink eyes blinked innocently, and her expression seemed a little teasing. Lorne was unmoved, pointing at the bowl of bubbling Hugon oatmeal, and snorted coldly with a dark face. "Ha, you're still trying to trick me. I already know the effects of this thing, okay?" "Effects? What effects?" "Just a few herbs, pure water, and natural wheat grains in my bowl." "Changes?" "No changes, only the disguise disappears from them inadvertently, allowing them to see themselves in each other." Circe hummed out of tune, with a more intense teasing look in her eyes. "If you don't believe me, look, you are sure to know all these ingredients, and they are absolutely harmless." Lorne glanced at the black and green porridge in the bowl, sniffed, and the ingredient list came into his mind. Barley, water, honey, peppermint oil, and datura? It seems that except for the last herb, the ingredients are very ordinary. And the effect of datura is just to make people hallucinate. Wait, hallucination? Lorne's mind suddenly lit up, and he suddenly realized the answer and blurted it out. "Your oatmeal porridge can only make people hallucinate, making the eater feel that he is the incarnation of some animal." "Hee, you are right, my clever little pig." Circe nodded affirmatively, with a hint of joy on the corner of her lips, and continued to add, "So, in essence, Hukian is just a benign magic potion that can liberate people's minds and achieve the unity of body and mind. It is very helpful for meditation." "So that's it." The doubt on Lorne's face gradually faded, and he nodded thoughtfully. Seeing that the atmosphere had eased, Circe hurriedly handed a full bowl of oatmeal porridge to her beloved disciple with a smile. "Come on, my lovely little pig, drink it quickly, let's enter meditation earlier and finish today's study together." Looking at the special drink bubbling in front of him, Lorne vaguely remembered that there was an Eleusinian mystery in the Eleusinian sect of ancient Greece that believed in the goddess of agriculture Demeter. That is, the old members invited the new members to fast for a day to commemorate Demeter's abstention from food and water when she was looking for Persephone. During the fast, the members would drink a special barley drink in order to obtain the revelation of God. This barley drink is similar to Shukium porridge. Therefore, Shukium porridge may have been a secret medicine to assist meditation and develop mental strength. But the premise is that I can resist your mental suggestion." Lorne glanced at the bowl. The sticky oatmeal porridge, with the corners of her lips pursed, looked at the great witch in front of her with a half-smile. "Of course there is no problem with the Hue oatmeal porridge, because it is just an auxiliary. The mental hints you keep giving me are the key, right?" The smile on Circe's face froze, and the hand holding the pottery bowl froze in midair. "Discovered." All along, Circe often said the word piglet in order to implant a confusing cognition into the minds of others, so that they would subconsciously recognize their identity as piglets, and then complete the transformation from people to piglets through the physical and mental integration effect of Hue oatmeal porridge. As said, she did not turn anyone into a pig, but she was also the biggest promoter of this transformation process. Sure enough, the witch was never a kind and pure little white flower, but a willful and unscrupulous group that tried every means to please themselves. To sum it up in one word, it is scum. Lorne shook his head and once again recognized the nature of the silly bird teacher in front of him. Seeing that the conspiracy was exposed, Cersei hurriedly rolled her eyes and looked at the door. "Oh, I remember, there's still soup on the stove." With that, the demigod witch jumped up from her seat, ready to flee from the crime scene. However, before Cersei could run away, she picked up the pottery bowl on the ground with one hand and drank the full bowl of Hukian porridge. You drank it all?" Under Cersei's stunned gaze, Lorne wiped his mouth, threw the empty pottery bowl on the ground, and gave a calm evaluation. "The taste of peppermint oil is a bit strong, put less next time. So how do you feel now, little piglet?" Cersei sat back in her original position and looked at her beloved disciple with full expectation. If the little guy in front of her turned into a pig again, she would not have to attend classes here and could continue to sleep in with her beloved little piglet. Well, rub it while sleeping. Thinking of that beautiful scene, Cersei's eyes sparkled unconsciously, and her pointed ears trembled with excitement. However, Lorne, who had offered himself to the door, did not change for a long time, and his eyes remained clear. In fact, once the nature of pig transformation is understood, it becomes much easier to deal with the negative effects of Hukian porridge. As long as he can build a corresponding mental barrier and keep repeating the concept of being a human in his mind, he will naturally not be easily bewitched by the words of this silly bird teacher and become a piglet again. "Don't be in a daze, what should I do next?" The calm murmur in her ear interrupted Cersei's dream and made her a little discouraged. But in the temple of Hecate, this great witch who believes in the goddess of witchcraft had to calm down and teach Lorne depressly how to use the effects of Hukian porridge to make meditation more effective with less effort. As usual, adjust your breathing, relax your body, use your 5 senses to sense the magic in the air, and then try to use them to construct the corresponding Hermes runes to continuously strengthen your affinity and control over the elements. Lorne was not in a hurry to enter meditation, and he looked at the silly bird teacher in front of him. "What else? Don't let your mind go completely empty, remember your essence, so as not to get lost in the illusion created by Hugh's porridge." Cersei muttered the key elements in a sullen manner, and her depression could not be further increased. She hated smart students, especially those who were smarter than her teacher. At this moment, Lorne, who was just cheating out of habit, looked even darker. He never changed his bad habits. In order to trick him into bed, he really made a pit step by step. "Go on. No more. This time it's really gone." Under Cersei's aggrieved muttering and the guarantee of the goddess Hecate, Lorne closed his eyes doubtfully, trying to empty his mind, disperse his spirit, and perceive the elements around him. Of course, just in case, he did not choose to do it all at once in the process, but cautiously released the restrictions on his mind step by step, and explored the spiritual boundaries to maintain self-awareness. As his mental power flowed out like a tide, his self-awareness gradually became a little fuzzy, and Lorne immediately carefully gathered his mind. Let go of 70%, retain 30%. This is probably his current limit. However, although it is only about 70% of his mental perception, it is twice as strong as the magic power captured by meditation. It seems that as a special secret medicine, the Hukian oatmeal porridge has dangerous ingredients, but it can also greatly improve the mental perception of the consumer. After confirming that there is no doubt, Lorne gradually calmed down and began his daily practice. With the inhalation and exhalation of his breath, Lorne's mental power that spread to the surroundings resonated, and the surging elements within 30 meters nearby formed a visible magic tide, and colorful Hermes characters appeared and disappeared in it, forming different formations and bases. Cersei just stared for a while, and felt bored, so she had to hold her chin and stare blankly in her seat, thinking about philosophical questions such as what to eat tonight. After all, as a demigod-level witch and the beloved disciple of the witchcraft goddess Hecate, she can basically walk sideways in the sea near Iyu Island. Without the threat of survival, there is naturally no motivation to actively become stronger. Therefore, compared to practicing and studying hard day after day, Cersei, who is quite bad in academics and life, prefers to leave the improvement of strength to the accumulation of talent and blood. In the boring guardianship, time passed little by little, and the rising sun gradually turned into twilight under the horizon. When the last ray of sunset disappeared, the Hecate temple, which was about to sink into the night, suddenly burst into a brilliant light. Brilliant as the sun, shining like gold. Cersei, who was drowsy, suddenly opened her eyes and looked at the pair of shining eyes in the darkness, and couldn't help but be dumbfounded. You have upgraded again?" The stunned expression was as exaggerated as watching a curly-haired baboon directly evolve into a Zenithian. "It's just an upgrade, what's the big deal?" Faced with Cersei's surprise, Lorne habitually rolled his eyes and answered nonchalantly, The key is that you've only lived for 16 years. Circe couldn't help but raise her voice a few degrees, counting on her fingers to complain to her traitor. You reached the gold level at the age of 12, and then in just 4 years, you stepped into the peak of gold. I've never heard of a human being who can be promoted so quickly. The Great Witch inadvertently calculated, and the more she spoke, the more frightened she became. Even the look she gave her student and adopted son became a little weird. No, not only that. Even the gods and monsters in the Oceanus Sea and the half-blooded titans on several nearby islands have never been so outrageous. I doubt, are you really a human? Under Circe's sharp scrutiny, Lorne coughed slightly, his eyes a little erratic. Maybe it's just luck. According to the rules of mythology and magic, mysterious power often follows this characteristic: the older, the more mysterious, and the more mysterious, the more powerful. When the world was still in chaos, the ancient life forms called gods were born from the purest source. Absorbing magic factors and controlling the laws of nature are easier for them than breathing. They are the power they are born with. Therefore, the first batch of existences have the highest starting point and almost endless space for growth. But as the sky and the earth separated, the sun, the moon and the stars gathered and rose and fell, time and space were cut, the concepts of life and death were formed, and the framework of the world will gradually stabilize. In this process, the species on the earth replaced and multiplied one after another. The blood that they used to absorb magic and connect to the source will be constantly degraded and diluted, and the upper limit of growth will be gradually lowered as the world structure stabilizes. Even different myths have similar commonalities in their descriptions of the origin world. At first, the air was filled with high concentrations of ether factors, food was everywhere, milk and honey flowed on the ground, and all things grew freely. Moreover, a high-purity energy gave birth to creatures such as gods, and everything was as dreamy and beautiful as colorful soap bubbles. However, as the world takes shape and the rules become solidified, this bubble will gradually squeeze out the dreamy and unsustainable elements and sink to the real surface. When the mystery gradually faded, the age of gods, which had infinite plasticity, also shrank and was degraded to a fixed and real human world. Similarly, in ancient Greek mythology, gods appeared first, and then, under the leadership of gods, humans were created. Therefore, the ancient Greeks divided the evolution of human civilization into 5 eras based on the level of group ability and starting point, namely the Golden Age, the Silver Age, the Bronze Age, the Heroic Age, and the Black Iron Age. The order between them represents the different distances from gods. Later, similar concepts were also introduced into the field of basic mysticism, and the 4 ranks of Black Iron, Bronze, Silver, Gold became the symbols of the early division of individual strength. At present, Lone has jumped into the peak of gold at a rocket-like speed in just 16 years, which is shocking. This level of cheating is considered cheating even for mixed-blood titans and god-blood heroes, not to mention ordinary Greek city-states. You know, in the army of Greek city-states, the silver level is the absolute backbone, and the gold level can basically directly serve as the first-level legion commander. Above this, the demigods are often the city builders and kings used by a city-state to support its appearance. But they are basically middle-aged or young, and some even reach 3 digits before they can achieve such achievements. Therefore, in terms of growth rate alone, Lone is simply not like a human being. Of course, he does not seem to be a normal human being. Lone lowered his eyes to look at his palm lines, and his deep eyes seemed to pierce through the crystal skin and see the light golden blood flowing in the veins. The blood of the god king, the heir of Zeus. The extraordinary bloodline gave him an unparalleled talent for cultivation. But at the same time, he suffered an accident just after he was born, and he could only hide on this isolated island overseas, and live in fear every day. Fortunately, after 16 years of training, he finally had some ability to protect himself. But this little reliance can only guarantee that he has a little safety in the human city-state at best. If he wants to gain a foothold in the Oceanus Sea where gods, monsters and hybrid titans are everywhere, he must at least become a demigod. Of course, even if he was a demigod, for Lone, it was still just the beginning of his journey. After all, the person he had offended was Zeus, the god king who currently ruled the entire Greece, let alone encountering world-class missions such as Elegy of Olympus, Wrath of Zeus, and War of the Gods. Even if he encountered epic dungeons such as Argo Expedition, Trojan War, and 12 Trials, once he accidentally ran into those genuine gods who came to the lower world in disguise, as well as a large number of legendary demigods hiding in corners, it would be a very risky challenge for him. If he is not careful, he will have to kneel. As for the question of gold or peak gold, it is probably just the difference between kneeling early and kneeling late. When he thought of the night 16 years ago, the suffocating thunder that raged in the sky, Lone was frightened like a conditioned reflex. This feeling of being out of one's control is too bad. Not enough, Far from enough. The sense of crisis like a maggot on the tarsal bone made Lone have no joy of promotion, and turned to look at his teacher seriously. I have now reached the peak of gold. How can I become a demigod next? You are still not satisfied after reaching this point? Circe looked at her own student in astonishment, somewhat unable to understand. Studying and practicing these boring and troublesome things, are you so fascinated? Not fascinated. Lorne shook his head, his eyes deep and far-reaching. It's just because learning may be the simplest thing in the world. There will be rewards for hard work and results for efforts. And this is the only thing I can do at the moment. He added silently in his heart, then gathered his thoughts, looked at his teacher who seemed a little dazed again, and brought the topic back on track. Tell me, what should I do? Hearing the call, Circe shook his head and came back to his senses from the trance, but did not answer directly, but instead asked a meaningful question. Do you know why the top 4 levels of strength in the mysterious system are only black iron, bronze, silver, and gold, but not demigod? Lorne frowned and thought for a moment, then answered uncertainly. Because demigod is fundamentally different from the previous 4 stages? Circe's eyes flashed with surprise, but her face was not surprised. After all, after spending so much time with this student, she had become accustomed to his overly mature mind and extraordinary insight. After calming down briefly, Circe nodded and answered. Yes, strictly speaking, the 4 stages of black iron, bronze, silver, and gold only represent that life is constantly moving towards God and age of God. But approaching does not mean equal. There is an essential difference between the two. If the first 4 stages are just quantity accumulation of magic power and skills, then wanting to become a demigod is a qualitative change in the form of life. Therefore, the promotion of the first 4 stages is often called upgrading, and wanting to step into the realm of demigod is called upgrading. Only by becoming a demigod first, it really means that we have begun to step on the ladder to the realm of God. Lorne listened carefully, keeping Circe's story in mind, with a thoughtful look in his eyes. So, demigods are much stronger than gold? Much stronger? There is no comparison at all. Circe rolled her eyes and snapped her fingers casually. In an instant, the sky on Iu Island changed suddenly. The visible magic tide stretched for dozens of kilometers, constantly converging towards the center of the temple, forming a huge cyclone. A strong sense of oppression came over him. In the center of the storm, Lorne felt like a small boat in the storm, in danger of capsizing at any time. Snap! The snap of fingers echoed in his ears again, and the magic tide surging and squeezing around him suddenly disappeared, and the sky became clear and blue again. It was as if nothing had happened. Do you know the difference? I'm not afraid of a fight with someone like you. Circe, who rarely raised her eyebrows in front of her students, put one hand on her waist, raised her smooth chin, and her face was full of smugness. Nonsense, if I really couldn't beat you, I would have beaten you long ago. Lorne ignored the boasting of this silly teacher, secretly complained, and at the same time pressed his hand on his chest where he kept feeling palpitations, and his eyebrows tightened unconsciously. As expected, demigods and gold are almost not the same species. I worked so hard to attract the magic tide of about 30 meters, but this stupid bird could stir up an ether storm that stretched for tens of kilometers with just a flick of its finger. The gap between the two is simply incomparable. It is a technological gap that is difficult to overcome in all aspects, from hardware to software. Moreover, this is only the power of demigods. If they are real gods, then the power they show with their gestures will be even more terrifying. In the blink of an eye, mountains are moved and seas are filled, and stars collapse. When Luoan thought of the records of gods in the epic, his mood became heavier. However, he soon suppressed the depression in his heart, and his eyes were filled with a strong coldness. What about gods? If they are killed, they will die. Since the disappearance of Chaos, the god of chaos, the first generation of origin gods represented by Uranus, the father of heaven, and Gaia, the mother of earth, and Pontus, the old sea god, have seized the power to control the world, marking the beginning of chaos from disorder to order. Afterwards, the 3 gods of origin, representing the sky, the earth, and the ocean, created and combined with each other, giving rise to a large number of descendants, strengthening their own groups and making their ruling position unshakable. In order to maintain the most powerful patriarchal power, Father Uranus suppressed the growth and divinity of his offspring. As he gradually grew up, the intolerable Titan god Kronos gathered himself and 11 other brothers and sisters, and with the help of Gaia, the mother of the earth, castrated the father Uranus, deprived the father of power, and built a large temple on Mount Othries, and then blew up a wave of gold coins from the old guys, and then he and the brothers and sisters finished dividing the power. The biggest victim among them was the old sea god Pontus. According to Circe, the oldest god of the ocean system had long been exploded into fragments of the godhood, which were scattered and integrated into the original ocean, turning into all kinds of strange sea beasts and various gods and monsters. The reason why the couple of the river god Oceanus and the ocean goddess Thetis, among the 12 titans, were able to give birth to a huge offspring of 3,000 sons and 3,000 daughters, was probably because they had eaten a lot of the old guy's capital. Of course, using death to describe the fall of gods may be too blasphemous. A more euphemistic way to describe it is eternal sleep. They come from the origin and rules, and will return to their essence after they can no longer maintain themselves. Flesh and blood and divinity become the cornerstones of the world, further perfecting the entire Greek god age. As the saying goes, when a whale falls, all things come to life. This is probably the case. By the way, in that long ago whale fall, this silly bird in front of us can also be regarded as one of the indirect beneficiaries. According to the records of the god tree, the river god Oceanus and the ocean goddess Thetis are Circe's direct grandfather and grandmother in terms of bloodline. However, that is all old calendar, and the main body of the ocean god power is now under the control of Poseidon. The replacement of theocracy in Greece is a very good family inheritance mechanism. The next generation usually needs to perform a wave of father-son laughter after adulthood before they can inherit the legacy of the old things. Today, the authority and territory of the 12 main gods of Olympus are based on the gold coins of the older generation who exploded the 12 titans. According to Circe's evidence, in these two changes of divine power, there have been many fallen demigods, monsters, and gods. Therefore, with these precedents for reference, Lone does not think that those so-called gods are really invincible and immortal. However, having said that, the present is different from the past. Zeus, as the god king of heaven, is much more difficult to deal with than the 12 titans. He wants to follow the old path of his predecessors, play the excellent family tradition, and give his father, the god king far away in Olympus, a wave of father-son smiles. It is purely polite to say that it is hell difficulty. Forget it, it is useless to think too much, just do what you should do now. Lone exhaled a breath of turbid air in his chest and looked at his teacher faintly. Tell me, how can I become a demigod? This is a rather complicated process. First, you must have the blood of a god. This is a necessary condition. Then what? Circe glanced at Lorne's expressionless face, her pink eyes flickering slightly. Sure enough, this little piglet that drifted to Iu Island was not that simple. But so what? There are so many secrets in Greece, I am not interested in so many. Instead of thinking about those, I might as well think about how to upgrade and adjust the formula of Hukian. This is my favorite little piglet. Seeing that silly bird teacher staring at him strangely, looking him up and down, with a trace of shiny saliva faintly flowing from the corner of his mouth, Lorne immediately asked with a dark face. Tell me, what should I do next? Oh, I need to purify the blood, extract the divinity from it, and ignite the divine fire. Circe came back to her senses and immediately answered with a dry cough. Such a simple and general result made Lorne frown. Can you be more specific? No. Then how did you upgrade from gold to demigod? Me? I fell asleep one day and woke up. The great witch of demigod blinked her pink eyes, with an innocent face. At this moment, Lorne's forehead was full of black lines. He finally understood why Circe was going around in circles on this topic. Even she herself didn't know much about the specific way of promotion. However, it was not without gain. Based on the previous description of the method in Circe's individual case, Lone could roughly guess the reason why this silly bird was promoted. Nothing else. After living for a long time, the blood was purified by the accumulation of magic factors, and then the divinity overflowed, and finally the divine fire ignited. I'm afraid that for most gods and titans, this is a more common way to promotion. That is, to accumulate the gifts of talent over a long time and grow passively. But this method, similar to lying flat, undoubtedly wastes a lot of time. After learning this result, Lone frowned deeply. He didn't think he could lie alive until the day when his strength surpassed Zeus, not to mention that this passive strategy would probably not allow him to catch up with the gap between him and the God King in his lifetime. After searching in his mind without any results, he once again cast his eyes to Circe on the side. Is there a faster way? No. However, the half-god witch could only shake her head at this moment, indicating that she could not help. Seeing that there was really nothing useful to say from the mouth of this silly bird, Lorne could only wave his hand in frustration. After getting the permission to go, the sleepy Circe suddenly became energetic. With a cheer, she rushed out of the temple and ran to the kitchen at home, ready to start cooking tonight's meal. What should I make this time? Well, let's try the new recipe I just thought of. Hukwang version 3.0. Looking at the back of the demigod witch who was overjoyed, Lorne stroked his forehead and smiled bitterly. It seems that this silly bird can't be relied on for the rest of the road. So, now I can only ask another one. Under the cold moonlight, Lorne slowly turned around and looked at the lavender graceful figure in the temple who appeared at some point, sitting in front of the stone table, propped up with one hand, and looked at him with a smile. A serpentine 12-sided dice rolled on the stone table as the white fingertips moved it, and the lavender lips under the veil raised a happy arc. It seems that she taught you well. Thanks to you, goddess. Lorne closed the door of the temple, came to the stone table and sat down, insincerely complimenting a creditor with a fake smile on his face. Oh, by the way, or should I respectfully call you Her Highness Persephone? We were born nameless, and the name is just a code name. You can call us whatever you like. The queen of the underworld opposite still had a smile on her face, and she didn't say anything. I don't believe you. Lorne's dark eyes passed over the head of the queen of the underworld and fell on the three-faced six-armed goddess sculpture in the hall, sneering in his heart. Hecate of the Pluto, strictly speaking, this goddess does not clearly belong to the gods of heaven or earth. In the world of gods classified by attributes, she represents a kind of game, happiness and chance, and represents the randomness of fate. She can be good for someone or bad for him, and the other party does not know why. Because Hecate can give luck or bad luck at will. She can make the fish in the water more diverse or extinct, and the same is true for birds in the sky and livestock on the ground. In the world of gods, she represents a factor of chance, adding a little luck. Zeus and Gaia pull out time, and they can predict how time will run, while Hecate puts a little lubricant on the gears, leaving some unpredictable room, so that the world can run more freely. She intervenes in the birth of babies, the education of children, the creation of wealth, fishing, hunting, and sailing and other human affairs. In later times, it is said that except for the sun god Helios, she was the only one who witnessed Hades, the god of the underworld, snatching Persephone away. She helped the goddess of agriculture Demeter to find her daughter, and became the protector and godmother of the queen of the underworld in the underworld. The protector and godmother of the queen of the underworld Persephone represents a certain game, happiness, chance, and the randomness of fate. These records in the Theogony undoubtedly correspond closely to a certain creditor in front of Lorne. Therefore, the true identity of this queen of the underworld has long been revealed. What's more, this is the temple of Hecate. Who else can appear here quietly except the goddess herself? Obviously, it was not a coincidence that he drifted to the island of Ao and was picked up and raised by the witch Circe. Everything was in the control of this goddess. After all, which creditor would easily let the debtor go with just a few words? As for Hecate's beloved disciple, his dear foster mother and teacher, the great witch Circe, did she know the inside story and was involved in it? When Lorne thought of the wise look in that silly bird's eyes and her nurturing skills that almost killed him several times, he was filled with anxiety. He immediately shook his head and put this conjecture behind him. After sorting out his thoughts, Lorne greeted him with a cold smile. Why don't you enjoy yourself in the underworld and come to this barren island? There seemed to be some obvious disgust between the lines. Of course I came to visit my lovely disciples and grandchildren. Hecate turned a deaf ear to this, holding up the mysterious and beautiful profile with her bare hands, and looking up and down at the disciple in front of her with interest. The familiar feeling made Lorne return to the past in a trance, and turned back into the piece of pork on the chopping board. A chill came over him. Lorne couldn't help but twitch his mouth, and quickly stopped the gaze of love from the goddess, forcing a dry smile on his face. You came just in time. I'm confused about learning magic and would like to ask you for advice. Do you want to know the fastest way to become a demigod? Hecate smiled and bluntly revealed the purpose of this disciple. Obviously, this goddess has been doing a lot of peeping work behind his back. I don't know how many times I have been molested by this woman since I was a child. Realizing this, Lorne felt a pain in his, but considering the huge difference in status and strength between them, he could only pinch his nose to suppress the depression in his heart and nodded obediently. I know this. Xingyue's voice echoed in his ears, and Lorne was suddenly a little overjoyed. But before the smile on his face lasted for a few seconds, Hecate smiled and glanced at him sideways, and the topic suddenly changed. But why should I tell you? Seeing that playing the emotional card was ineffective, Lorne's pursed mouth twitched speechlessly, and he could only despise this nominal master in his heart. Hecate was not in a hurry. Her white fingertips fiddled with the serpentine 12-sided dice on the table, waiting with a smile. After a short silence, Lorne was defeated and reluctantly gave in. Well, the old rules, if I win, you tell me the method. Deal. As soon as this was said, Hecate readily agreed. Under the expectant eyes of the master, Lorne reluctantly took out a wooden board divided into squares and stained with different pigments from the storage compartment under the long table, as well as 2 marble boxes containing 16 black and white chess pieces each. According to the division of the chessboard and the number of chess pieces, the outline of chess can be clearly seen. However, in order to adapt to local customs, the images carved on the chess pieces use more Greek characters such as kings, legion commanders, and well-known gods and monsters. To put it bluntly, it is a pirated version of chess. The reason for this was purely to get rid of the gambling goddess in front of him, so that this woman would not come to Iu Island whenever she had nothing to do and have fun around him all day long. By the way, he could also use the chess gambling method to get some money from Hecate. Benefits. But unexpectedly, Hecate developed a strong interest in this kind of puzzle chess game as soon as she started, and learned it very quickly. After just a dozen times, the skills and chess paths that Lone had stuffed in his mind were taken out by the opponent, and the fight on the chessboard became more and more intense. Seeing that he, the founder, was about to lose to his student who had just accepted him for a few days, Lone immediately decided to stop while he was ahead, and from then on, he closed the game and resolutely refused to play chess with Hecate again. However, for a gambler, winning or losing is not important. The biggest punishment is to stop her from gambling. For this reason, Hecate, who was anxious, came to hang around every now and then, and used various methods to fool Lone and her to continue to gamble. And today, she finally got what she wanted. After setting up the chessboard and putting the chess pieces in place, Lone immediately took out another serpentine 12-sided dice from the box. The rules remain the same. Whoever has the highest score goes first. Wait. However, just as Lone was about to loosen his fingers and throw the dice to decide the order, Hecate raised her eyes and smiled teasingly. You haven't told me what will happen if I lose? Really? Lone smiled awkwardly and talked about something else. For a game, having fun is the most important thing. As he said that, he quietly loosened his fingers and wanted to throw the dice first. But in the face of the absolute gap in strength, this little trick was completely futile. Hecate just raised her hand with a smile, and Lone was like a solidified sculpture, losing control of his limbs, and only his head could move. Happiness is important, but fairness is more important for games. Hecate shook her white index finger in front of Lone's eyes and explained the rules with a smile. Since I lost, I have to give you what I have, then in return, you have to pay the same price for losing. Every time I win a game, you have to pay one thing you have. But what to pay is up to me. Lorne's eyes flashed, and he added his conditions in a deep voice. Otherwise, I refuse. Hecate looked at the face that said, if you don't agree, I will resist to the end, and nodded helplessly. Okay, I'll do as you say. Almost at the same time, Lorne relaxed his whole body, and the dice in his hand fell to the table. After rolling a few times, it stopped at 12 o'clock. It seems that today is your lucky day. Hecate glanced at him with a smile, and casually threw the other dice in her hand. It was also 12 o'clock, but according to convention, the first one to roll the same number of points wins. The pre-game game has settled, and the new game officially begins. To be on the safe side, Lone chose a stable start as usual. On the contrary, Hecate on the opposite side showed her aggressive edge as soon as she made a move. After a few moves, she basically exchanged pieces with blood every time. Hiss, what a fierce chess move. And from the skillful moves, this was not a momentary impulse, but a chain of offensive strategies. Obviously, in order to avenge the shame of losing several games, this gambling goddess probably played chess with others in private. During this period, she has developed her own set of playing methods and evolved into a complete form. Faced with this posture of a decisive battle at the beginning of the game, Lone's pressure doubled. He immediately lowered his eyes and concentrated on examining the stalemate chessboard and moving the pieces in an orderly manner. Under the opponent's aggressive attack, in order to try not to make mistakes, he adopted the strategy of soft knife cutting meat with sticking, blocking, and other techniques, and nibbled away step by step. Gradually, Hecate also felt the pressure, and her eyebrows were unconsciously knitted, but she moved faster and faster, constantly reducing the reaction time for her opponent. The reaction and calculation power of the human brain are not as good as those of the gods, and now Hecate has learned the routine of extreme pressure without any instruction. Now, it was Lorne's turn to sweat. The time is almost up, haven't you thought about it yet? Hecate pointed to the hourglass on the table that was almost running out, and urged with a smile. If you don't move, you will lose. Lorne didn't have time to think too much, and he had no choice but to move the chess piece. But as we all know, the probability of making mistakes in a hurry will increase sharply. Soon, Lorne fell into a completely passive position and had to engage in an exchange of pieces with the fiercely attacking Hecate. Even though he was extremely careful and kept trying to take back the initiative, Hecate did not give him the slightest chance. After a stalemate of half an hour, Lorne lost all his territory and his chess pieces were almost shaved off. He could only push down the king representing victory and defeat, and raised his hands helplessly. "You win." With a victory, Hecate's beautiful face showed a satisfied smile, and she stretched out her hand gracefully. "So, what do I deserve?" Lorne thought for a moment, lifted his sleeves, untied a string of rune bracelets from his wrist, and threw them to the other side. "The spoils." Hecate raised the corners of her lips with pleasure, looked at her debtor with a playful look, and asked kindly, "Just now it was almost there, do you want to continue? Come again." Lorne's face was dark, and he gritted his teeth to fight. How can a child cry every night, and how can a gambler lose every day? I am carrying the competitive experience of the next few thousand years. Can I win a game before losing all my chips? I don't believe it. Having made up his mind, Lorne rolled the dice again according to the process, chose the order, and faced the opposite side of the moon goddess again. Having tasted the sweetness, Hecate still adopted the previous exchange tactics and extreme pressure routine. Faced with the continuous offensive on the chessboard, which was stronger than a wave, Lorne racked his brains and struggled to support. But after Hecate's precipitation for several years, the iterative and updated playstyle was obviously not so easy to deal with. No matter how stubborn Lorne was, he still turned over in the next few games. He was repeatedly rubbed and beaten on the chessboard, and could only stiffen his neck. "Come again." "I'm sorry, you've lost 7 games in a row. You should settle your debts first." Hecate pressed the chessboard and reminded him with a smile. He had to accept defeat. In order to have a chance to turn the tables, Lorne had to pay the lost money first. After searching his body, 2 cipher rings, a bronze dagger, and a crystal necklace were used to pay off the debt. These were basically all the belongings that Lorne had saved in recent years. But even so, it was still not enough. There were still 3 things missing. Lorne hesitated for a moment, and seemed to have made up his mind. He first took off his coat and shirt, and finally pulled off his trousers, and finally gathered 7 chips. Hecate patted the spoils stacked beside her with satisfaction, and her beautiful eyes looked at the victim opposite who had lost everything but his underwear, and the smile on her face became brighter. At this moment, a cold wind blew, and some of the gamblers who were drunk calmed down and began to back off. "I think it's not a good idea to be naked in the temple of the goddess Hecate. How about we?" "Don't worry, she won't mind." The real owner of the temple waved his hand generously, not minding the so-called disrespect. Instead, he enthusiastically cast the dice first and swore the beginning of a round of games. As the goddess of fun who represents a certain game, randomness, and happiness, the embarrassment of others is undoubtedly a kind of enjoyment for her. Especially for opponents who have used tricks to defeat her. Faced with the goddess's strong invitation, Lorne, who couldn't get away from his seat, had to bite the bullet and rearrange his troops and start again. Then, he lost another round without a doubt. As the dust settled, Hecate propped up her chin with one hand, looked at the other side with a smile, and waited with interest for the opponent to take off the last piece of fig leaf. Lorne was like a little white rabbit who was humiliated. He spread his hands tremblingly and took out the debt. Hecate looked at the slightly curly silver short hair on the table, and the smile on her face froze. Hair? Isn't this a bit too shameless?" As the creditor, the goddess of the underworld moon was a little bit uneasy for a while, and the sound of grinding teeth was faintly heard under the veil. "If I lose, I will pay what I have, but I decide what to pay." Lorne raised his hand to fiddle with a strand of silver hair falling from his forehead, and leisurely reiterated the conditions before the game. The humiliation he had pretended to have on his face was replaced by an innocent smile. "I paid the gambling chips in full accordance with the rules. Don't slander my innocence out of thin air. You will meet all requirements, but you will never give people what they really want." Hecate frowned and sneered, exposing someone's ugly face in one sentence. "I'm afraid that from the beginning, this guy had planned it and had no intention of honestly fulfilling his promise." Under Hecate's contemptuous gaze, Lorne spread his hands and blinked sincerely. "If you think this game is unfair, why not stop the game?" After a brief silence, Hecate gritted her silver teeth and threw the dice in her hand angrily. "Continue." "Well, I took the bait." Lorne raised the corners of his lips in pleasure, and a smile that was not surprising appeared on his face. "Because this is a gambler. For them, winning or losing is not important. The biggest punishment is to stop them from gambling. Once they continue without restraint, even the most skilled gamblers will eventually lose everything. Moreover, as the dealer, they seem to have a lot of chips." Lorne touched the hair on his head that was envied by programmers, and muttered to himself. According to the loopholes that were deliberately left before, it is not impossible for him to pay some negative concepts such as bad luck, depression, pain, curse, etc. But the more such chips that cannot be quantified and qualitative, the easier it is to be reversed, and finally shoot oneself in the foot. So for the sake of safety, he is still more willing to pay a small physical sacrifice. Compared with losing a few hairs, the method of quickly promoting to demigod is simply a blood profit. After turning his thoughts, Lone stretched and moved the chess pieces comfortably, launching rounds of trial and error in fighting on the chessboard. To be honest, Hecate's exchange tactics and extreme pressure are indeed difficult to deal with. But for this game, she is just a novice after all, and her offensive routines and means are only a few combinations over and over again. In his mind, Lone had the chess game experience and routines accumulated by humans for thousands of years. Once he could figure out Hecate's moves and stabilize his position, he could formulate corresponding strategies and launch a counterattack. Finally, after paying the price of about 30 hairs, Lone used a set of routines of the soldier changes and soldier kills the king to force Hecate to the point of desperation. Check. As the Warcraft head chess piece representing the chariot in Lone's hand moved forward, it cooperated with the soldiers who had been upgraded to block the last retreat of the enemy's king chess. Hecate, who was no longer able to turn the tide, could only push the chess piece down in disappointment and accept the victory or defeat of this game with a pinch of her nose. Well, according to the agreement, now it's time for you to tell me how to upgrade to a demigod as quickly as possible, goddess? It's very simple. Drop your blood on the dice, then silently recite what you want in your heart, and roll the corresponding points. It will give you guidance. Although she is a gambler, as an upright goddess, Hecate still has the basic moral integrity of being willing to accept defeat, and she said the method very straightforwardly. Use it? Lone followed Hecate's gaze and looked at the serpentine 12-sided dice in front of him, his eyes flickering slightly. This thing is the extra prize for winning the resurrection match. It originally belonged to Hecate and was originally a pair. The 12 sides of the dice are not only engraved with numbers, but the emblems that make up the numbers also correspond to the 12 main gods who control Greece, that is, the current order of the world. Since you want to upgrade your bloodline to a demigod, you need to find opportunities in the world, and it will give you the answer. Hecate played with another 12-sided serpentine dice in her hand and explained with a smile. This is not an ordinary gift, but a gift from fate. Really? Why do I feel like fate is always against me? Eyes. Lorne looked at the 12-sided dice on the table dimly, his eyes half believing and half doubting. Hecate did not comment, smiled slightly, and stretched out her fair right hand. According to the agreement, I have said what I should say. It's up to you to believe it or not. If you don't need it, just give it back to me. Lorne hesitated for a moment and quickly made up his mind. Anyway, we are already at the bottom of the valley, and no matter how we go, we will go up. What's there to be afraid of? Why not go all in? Suddenly, a thought came to mind, and the world widened in an instant. Lorne immediately raised his hand and bit his index finger. Under Hecate's smiling gaze, he squeezed out a drop of golden red blood and dripped it on the 12-sided dice, then closed his eyes and counted silently for a few seconds, and decisively threw the dice on the table. The blood-stained dice rolled on the table for a few times, and finally stopped at a pattern composed of 8 crossed blood-red spears. 8? God of War? Then, congratulations on receiving the blessing of Ares. Hecate glanced at the dice, chuckled and snapped her fingers. At the same time, the 12-sided dice on the table hummed and trembled, turning into a scarlet bloodlight, and crashed into Lorne's chest at lightning speed, merging into the dark curse mark that Hecate had engraved on him, and disappeared in an instant. This emblem is a circle, with a circular maze surrounding a spiral in the center. The maze implies rebirth, and the spiral in the center symbolizes thought and soul. Its name, Hecate's Wheel. At this time, in Lorne's ocean of consciousness, a friction sound like the operation of gears and mechanisms sounded, and the maze transformed by Hecate's wheel rotated and reconstructed, turning into an ancient modeled bronze altar. And as the blood-stained 12-sided dice fell in the center of the altar, the rich blood color spread and woven into a scarlet oracle. Slaughter 100 gold-level sea beasts to complete the ritual of God. Lorne was a little confused, so he spoke out the information in his mind and frowned to Hecate opposite him. What do you mean? If I'm not mistaken, you should have the blood of the god of war Ares. Hecate asked with a smile while tapping another 12-sided dice with one hand. Lorne thought about it and nodded slightly. Cadmus, the builder of the city of Thebes, was forced to serve the god of war Ares for 8 years because he killed Ares' dragon. Later, under the coordination of the gods, the two sides reconciled, and Zeus married Ares and Aphrodite's daughter Harmonia, the goddess of coordination and harmony, to Cadmus as compensation for Cadmus' 8 years of hard labor. According to the family tree, His deceased mother Semele was one of the 4 children of Cadmus and Harmonia. In other words, in addition to Zeus, Lorne also has the god of war Ares in him. And the blood of Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty. At this time, with a positive answer, Hecate smiled and gave a further interpretation. The answer is simple. If an ordinary half-blood hero wants to become a demigod, he needs to refine himself day by day and awaken the divinity in his body step by step before he can ignite the divine fire and complete the upgrade. But now the dice has given you the shortcut you want. Just complete the sacrifice to Ares as required. It will allow you to steal the blessing of the war god for a short time. At that time, you will have the same source of divine blood in your body, and you can collect enough divinity from both inside and outside through this carnival of killing and fighting, and then ignite the divine fire in your body. Hiss. Hearing Hecate's description, Lorne took a breath. This gamble seems to be a bit big. In a sense, this move is to bypass Ares, the genuine god of war, and ride the war god under himself for a while. Although in various versions of myths and epics, Ares is often the object of being fooled, and he really has no face among the 12 main gods. But that also depends on who is holding the rope. Let me, a 16-year-old gold, go to NTR the divine power of an authentic Olympian god. This can no longer be called playing with fire, it is simply suicide. You are afraid that I won't die fast enough, right? Luowen complained with a dark face, unhappily exposing the sinister intentions of the unscrupulous creditor in front of him. Don't worry, Olympus won't notice what you did. Hecate smiled indifferently, raised her hand to move the dice on the table, and spoke meaningfully. Because, inevitable fate, can't predict, accidental dice. Luowen's eyes flashed, his face was thoughtful, and the heart hanging in his chest gradually fell back a little. As a qualified gambler, she should not do stupid things to destroy the chips easily. At least, I have to wait until I create enough value or corresponding fund before I can recycle it. In that case. Lorne closed his eyes, thought seriously for a moment, then suddenly opened his purple eyes, clenched his fists, and raised his lips to a crazy arc. High risk, high reward, it's showtime. Ares, are you ready? I'm here to show you off. Harmonia, the goddess of harmony and coordination in Greek mythology. Not only is she the daughter of Ares, the god of war, and Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, and the ancestor of the protagonist, but she is also the mortal enemy of the goddess Eris. So, isn't this introduction posted here? It belongs to inheriting the family tradition. On the island of Io, the night was as quiet as water, and the waning moon hung high in the sky. With the arrival of dinner time, the rich aroma of food wafted out from the treehouse. Tomorrow morning, I want to go out of the island. You want to leave? Circe, who was busy at the dining table, looked up in surprise, and the smile on her face froze a little. Lorne put down the spoon in his hand and raised his hands in surrender. Don't worry, I just find some targets nearby to practice and see if I can find a way to break through. Really? Hearing this explanation, the gloom on Circe's face was reduced a little, and then she sniffed doubtfully, leaned forward, and sniffed at Lorne up and down, and her eyes became sharp in an instant. No, it smells like a lie. Pa! A loud slap hit Circe's head, and Lorne pointed behind him with a dark face. What a lie! If you don't turn back, the kitchen will be set on fire. Circe was startled and looked up at the bubbling soup pot on the stove, the edges of which were already red. Her face changed immediately and she screamed and rushed into the tragic scene. Ah, my Hukian 3-0. A quarter of an hour later, the dusty witch of Iu Island rushed out of the kitchen filled with smoke, carrying the half-pot of porridge she had rescued. Her originally fair face was now pitch black, with only 2 pink eyes, rolling around. The sharpness and profoundness that suddenly burst out of her body disappeared, leaving only a certain wisdom aura. Lorne, who was sitting at the dining table, twitched his mouth, stroked his forehead and shook his head. You're going out tomorrow morning, right? This meal is just for you to practice. Circe wiped her face with clean water without caring, and enthusiastically promoted her masterpiece to her beloved disciple. Come on, try my new oatmeal porridge. It's fresh out of the pot, guaranteed to be fresh. Lorne glanced at the thick green soup that seemed to be infused with evil energy, as well as a few pieces of suspicious sediment floating at the bottom of the pot that looked like burnt crocodile skin. He sniffed the strong burnt smell in the air, and his eyelids twitched. He suspected that this bowl of porridge would send him away immediately. It's all burned now. I'll do it again next time. Lorne kept a stiff smile on his face, pushed away the bowl of soup, and politely declined this offer from Circe, who was not sure whether it was kindness or malice. Then, without waiting for Circe to react, and then with a very smooth posture, he decisively pulled away from the dining table, moved a sealed pottery jar from under the floor of his bedroom, and placed it on the dining table. It just so happens that I also made some drinks before, drink mine first. As he said, the old seal on the pottery jar was opened, and a rich and wonderful fruit aroma spread. Then, the mouth of the jar tilted, and a stream of purple-red nectar poured into the empty bowl, shining with an amber luster. Circe's nose twitched, and her eyes lit up. "It smells so good. Did you make it with grapes?" Lorne nodded with a smile, picked up the pottery bowl, and handed it to his witch teacher. "Authentic grape juice, try it." Circe took the pottery bowl and looked at the crystal-clear liquid in the container curiously, but did not rush to drink it. Instead, she squinted her eyes and glanced at her beloved disciple suspiciously. "Something's wrong. You haven't been so attentive before. Did you poison it?" Yes, I poisoned it." Lorne rolled his eyes and stepped forward to take the pottery away. "Don't bluff me. It's clearly grape juice." However, before Lorne could reach out, Circe snatched the pottery away and puffed out her chest confidently. "Humph, and I'm not afraid even if it's poisoned. I taught you potions. With your level, you can't poison me." As she said that, the witch raised the corners of her lips, unexpectedly picked up the pottery, and poured the whole jar of grape juice directly into her throat. You drank it all?" Lorne looked at Circe, whose belly was bulging, in astonishment, with a dull and complicated expression. "Ah, of course." Circe raised her chin triumphantly, grinning, and her true intentions were revealed. "Humph, all the drinks you hid have been taken away." "No, drink my oatmeal obediently." However, for some reason, her thinking became increasingly slow, her pronunciation became increasingly unclear, her body was boiling with heat, and her feet felt like they were stepping on balls of cotton. Her body swayed from side to side without any force, and the scenery in front of her eyes kept spinning and splitting. Strange, how did you become two?" Circe held the bowl of oatmeal in one hand and scratched her head with the other, her fair face flushed like a sunset cloud. "I told you to taste it slowly, but you drank it all." Looking at the man in front of her, seeing the eagle witch circling around him, Lorne's mouth twitched slightly, and he touched his forehead helplessly. "How do you feel now?" "Head. A little dizzy. But great." Circe raised one hand with a fist, showing unusual excitement. "Then what is it?" 10. The witch answered happily, with a proud face. "Congratulations, the answer is correct." Lorne complimented loudly, and at the same time, he put his right hand with 2 fingers extended behind his back, looking at the stupid bird that was staggering and obviously starting to lose its mind, and nodded with satisfaction. "Well, it's already lame. It seems that, as recorded in the epic, even demigods can't resist this magic potion called wine. Especially, the wine he brewed and purified himself." Lorne pushed away the Hukian 3-0 in front of him, weighed the empty pottery jar on the table, and the corners of his lips raised to outline a happy arc. A few years ago, in his spare time, he collected grapes on the island and tried to make a batch of private brewing using the natural fermentation method mentioned in ancient books. This method does not require the addition of koji. It relies on the yeast that grows on the surface of the grape skin, and then ferments the grapes into wine through sealing and temperature control. I don't know if it is because of the talent brought by this bloodline and divinity, he has an extraordinary sensitivity and cognition of things related to brewing. The experiment was not only successful at one time, but also reached the level of fine brewing. These stocks stored in advance were originally prepared for the gambling goddess. However, considering that the risk is too great and the other party is too keen, it is inevitable that the stealing of the chicken will lose the rice. So, the first result was finally used on Circe, the silly bird. Originally, he just wanted to use the excuse of a few drinks to get his witch teacher drunk. But unexpectedly, she didn't know whether she was overconfident or really brave, and actually drank the whole jar of her own fine wine in one breath. Now, I'm afraid she won't wake up for 3 or 5 days. But it just so happens that. Lorne looked up at Circe, who was already drunk and sleeping soundly on the table. He rubbed his hands and walked towards the Great Witch of Ayu Island. His handsome face immersed in the night showed an evil smile. "Teacher, you have tortured me for so long, and now it is finally your turn to get gold coins. I am going to accompany you to drink and play cards tonight, so it is a bit late." In the early morning, the sun was rising, and the remaining night brought a bit of haziness. A sturdy cedar boat passed through the mist on the sea, and ran aground on a beach with the rising and falling waves. "We're here." Lorne on the boat looked up at the outline of a remote island in front of him, and was shocked. He immediately jumped off the deck, pulled up the rope, tied the boat to a reef nearby, and went to a high place to look far away. This small island of only a dozen square kilometers was in full view under the bird's eye view. The island is relatively remote and narrow, surrounded by rugged and protruding rocks. There are almost no vegetation and animals on the island, and there is a faint smell of sulfur. As a residence, it is indeed a bit shabby and desolate, but as a hunting ground, this place is perfect. Because this is an island formed by the cooling and accumulation of floating debris after the recent eruption of an underwater volcano. It is not marked on the nautical chart, so naturally it will not be easily disturbed by outsiders. Moreover, such newly formed volcanic rock islands often disintegrate and sink into the sea after a short time because they cannot withstand the ravages of waves and undercurrents. It can be said that even the effort of cleaning up the scene and eliminating traces is saved. In history, many islands that suddenly appeared and disappeared suddenly were due to similar reasons. After examining the secret base he had prepared in advance, Lorne nodded with satisfaction, chose a relatively high and hidden area on the coast, and then casually sprinkled a handful of wyvern teeth he had collected towards the land in front of him. More than a dozen dagger-sized white dragon teeth fell on the ground in a scattered manner, and they took root automatically, like seeds with vigorous vitality, madly absorbing the magic power in the earth and air, growing rapidly, twisting and deforming, and turning into white-bone soldiers with some dragon characteristics, standing silently in front of Lorne, waiting for orders. Dragon-tooth soldier spatos is a widely spread summoning secret technique in Greek magic. Because it is derived from dragon species, its hardness, flexibility, and magic conductivity are far superior to ordinary skeletons and undead, making it a very reliable servant. Lorne's summoning technique is not very profound, but he seems to have an amazing talent for the use of dragon fang soldiers. Of course, this is probably due to his blood. Legend has it that the hero Cadmus killed Ares' poisonous dragon while searching for his sister Europa, who was abducted by Zeus. The goddess of wisdom Athena told Cadmus to turn over the land and plant the poisonous dragon's teeth in the ground. Afterwards, the sown dragon teeth the land was transformed into a fully armed army of warriors. These warriors fought each other, and the last 5 who survived were called spatos, which means sown, which is the predecessor of the dragon-tooth soldiers. These dragon-tooth soldiers helped Cadmus build the city described in Apollo's oracle, and named it Thebes according to the god's order, which is now the nominal hometown of Thebes. Therefore, the skill of summoning dragon-tooth soldiers can be said to be a talent passed down from ancestors. Thanks to the gift of this bloodline, even with ordinary 2-legged dragon teeth and his own gold level, he can barely summon a silver-level dragon-tooth soldier as a vassal. Although these servants are not even a dish on the Sea of Oceanus, they are perfect for use as labor. Start working. Seeing that more than a dozen dragon-tooth soldiers have been shaped, Lorne waved his hand and gave orders. Suddenly, the dozen or so dragon fang soldiers in front of him split into 2 teams. One team went to the coast to carry the large and small packages of supplies in the cabin, and the other team stayed in place to drive piles and began to build a camp with multiple uses, including a resting place, a defensive position, and a magic workshop. These tireless and hard-working laborers completed the task brilliantly in just 2 or 3 hours, and then stood guard near the camp. Looking at the sun that had not yet risen to the zenith, Lorne stretched his muscles and bones, opened a dozen packages of various sizes, and began to count his previous gains comfortably. In terms of potions, there were 10 bottles of energy potion, 7 bottles of blood coagulant, 5 bottles of paralysis and weakness potions, 6 bottles of lethal poison, and 2 cans of Hue oatmeal porridge that I didn't know how to evaluate. In terms of materials, there were 32 gems, 18 of which had been used and engraved into magic circles, and 14 were useless and were still raw stones. In addition, there are 12 mature mandrakes, 3 bottles of mint oil for meditation and mosquito repellent, some dragon teeth and dragon scales, as well as some herbs, minerals, dry food, purified water, and other sundries that he carries with him. Finally, in terms of equipment, for secret rings, a bronze sword, a gray upper body armor, a bronze hunting bow, and 2 pots of bronze arrows. Looking at the dazzling array of strategic reserves in front of him, Lorne's lips unconsciously raised, outlining a trace of joy. In his mind, he couldn't help but reflect the pitiful figure of a certain witch lying on the ground crying and making a fuss after waking up and looking at the looted treasury. That's right, these are all the dear witch. The female teacher gave him the gold coins before she left. After all, during the gambling game with Hecate, Lorne almost lost all the money he had saved. But the god's sacrifice, to be promoted to a demigod, was imminent. After thinking about it, a certain unscrupulous good student simply set his sights on Circe. There was no other way, because there were only 2 bosses on the entire island of Iu that could drop equipment. He was definitely not going to be able to beat Hecate, the goddess of the underworld, and he was not sure if he could dig a pit. In order to benefit the students, he had to make his witch teachers suffer. These were just a little spiritual compensation for the years of being tormented by her. While Lorne was trying to make up for his unscrupulous behavior, he was getting familiar with the new equipment he had obtained from Circe. For weapons, the feel is very important. If the next action was to make a mistake because of this, it would be too stupid and too fatal. After a simple attempt, Lorne had a general understanding of the few pieces of equipment he had obtained. The 4 rings have the effects of protection, attack, concealment, and recovery, and the gems inlaid on the outside are injected with the magic of the 4 elements of water, fire, earth, and air, forming a perfect cycle in secret, which can greatly increase the user's control of the Hermes text. Obviously, this is a complete set of magic equipment with excellent performance, which belongs to Zeus's collection. As for the bronze sword, upper body armor, bronze hunting bow and 2 pots of bronze arrows, it is unclear where they came from. There are still some rust and war damage on them, which are obviously quite old. Obviously, most of them are high-level equipment that fell into the sea after a war of gods or a major conflict, and then Zeus accidentally picked them up and collected them as collections. But probably because she didn't use them and had no interest, Zeus didn't repair them, but just let them gather dust in the warehouse. To this day, the secret text on the surface of the weapon for amplification and the spirituality inside have been lost. But even so, these things still have the quality of gold and can give full play to Lorne's own combat power. This waste of resources made Lorne feel quite sorry. After all, every wizard has a dream of close combat, especially a wizard like him who is not very serious. But it is fine as long as it can be used, and the rest can be dealt with later. Lorne swung the bronze sword in his hand, and the blade made a low hum of cutting the air, and his eyes looked far away at the deep and vast oceanous sea. The fiery red setting sun sank into the sea little by little, and the afterglow of the sunset gradually disappeared in the rising night, and a slight coolness spread. Under the alternation of cold and heat, the cold sea breeze blew from the depths of the oceanous sea, stirring the deep sea water upward, and the layers of waves pushed towards the surrounding islands and land, hitting the reefs and beaches along the way, forming pieces of snow-white foam and waves. Accompanied by the rhythmic sound of waves, the ripples on the sea surface flickered in the moonlight, as if stars landed in the sea, like a beautiful painting. However, the more beautiful things in nature are, the more dangerous they are. With the high tide, there is also the unique salty smell of the deep sea, and the rustling sound of climbing on the reefs. Night is not only the time of high tide, but also the time when marine life is most active. In the age of gods, these marine creatures, naturally including sea monsters, they often choose to land at night, attack livestock and settlements along the coast, and hunt for food. Under the cold moonlight, several gray-brown sea scorpions with several pairs of sharp limbs climbed onto the beach with the surging tide. They were as big as trucks and quite conspicuous. As soon as they came ashore, these giant monsters living in the deep sea excitedly waved their limbs and scrambled to crawl towards a pile of fresh internal organs on the beach. Sweet, delicious, and rich in magical nutrients. They were attracted by the unique and strong smell of blood on the island and came here for a meal. However, before these sea scorpions arrived and cheered to start eating, the soft beach suddenly sank, and the white skeletons holding swords, shields and spears jumped up and slashed at the weakly defended abdomens and joints of the sea monsters. Suddenly, the shells of several sea scorpions that were caught off guard shattered and crawled to the ground, like chariots stuck in a mud pit. Even if they reacted and fought back, it was still futile to face the fearless and amazing skeletons around them. Soon, several sea scorpions fell to the ground before the feast began. Afterwards, more than a dozen skeletons on the beach attacked the sea scorpions that were not yet dead, dismembered them one by one, and then threw their body parts into the nearby shallows. Streams of light blue blood gushed out from the miserable wounds, soaking the nearby beach, blending into the undulating tides, and then spreading in the seawater, emitting a stronger smell, attracting new targets in the deep sea. Now, the sea scorpions not only failed to have a feast, but also became bait for nesting. It was extremely unlucky. And a certain instigator leaned against a standing rock, calmly wiped the bronze sword in his hand, and continued to squat on the edge of the hunting ground, quietly waiting for the right target to come ashore. Although these sea scorpions are large in size, the magic power in their bodies is pitifully low, only at the upper bronze level. In the Oceanus Sea, they are at best just a small part of the food chain, basically for shrimps. However, their blood and meat are very popular with carnivorous sea monsters. Together with the wyvern viscera that he had piled on the beach before, it should soon attract more advanced predators. Sure enough, after waiting for about half an hour, a white wave rose on the sea, and the sword-like fins broke through the waves and slid towards the shallows that exuded a smell. The fragments of sea scorpions floating on the sea were then torn into pieces and swallowed by 2 rows of sharp fangs. According to the outline, it can be vaguely seen that this is a sea monster similar to a hammerhead shark. Here it comes. The hunter lurking in the night was refreshed and suddenly opened his eyes, but his eyes skipped the sea monster that was feasting and looked at the deeper sea. In the rich night, a touch of golden color approached quickly. Crack! Then, with a teeth-grinding bite, the hammerhead shark-like sea monster was struck by lightning, and kept roaring and rolling in the shallows. But as a large amount of blood gushed out and a disgusting smell filled the air, its resistance soon stopped and it turned up its snow-white belly. Puff! After a moment, the belly of the shark-like sea monster was cut open by two sharp claws, and a figure bathed in blood stretched its waist lazily under the bright moonlight. It was a beautiful woman with a human upper body and a snake tail growing on the lower body. Her graceful curves exuded full temptation to the opposite. But a pair of claws covered with snake scales and still dripping with blood, and a heart that was chewed in the mouth and still faintly beating, could not help but make people afraid. And the vertical pupils that opened and closed in the night revealed the gloom and bloodthirstiness unique to cold-blooded animals. Obviously, if you encounter such a thing, it is better to consider whether you can save your life instead of fantasizing about a romantic encounter. The greedy snake girl, Lamia. A very ferocious and greedy sea monster in the Oceanus Sea. Some say they are the children of Poseidon, some say they are the descendants of Zeus's cursed mistress Lamia, and some say they are the blood of the old sea god Pontus. In short, their origins are complicated, and there are a large number and groups in the deep sea. But there is no doubt that they have divine blood flowing in their bodies and have excellent strength. For example, this adult Lamia on the sea surface has reached the level of the gold rank. At this moment, the snake girl who had previously disemboweled the sea monster moved her throat to swallow the still warm heart, and opened her mouth to spit out the scarlet core. His some kind of tempting fishy sweetness coming from the island made Lamia, who had not yet been full, a little excited, and looked greedily at the internal organs and meat scattered on the beach. Compared to ordinary sea monsters, the flesh and blood of dragons obviously contains more magical power, and is more to her liking. The snake girl's mouth drooled uncontrollably, and the hunger that was almost a curse drove her to crawl up the beach, towards the more the snake girl was about to approach the food, and there was a buzzing tremor around her. Several triangular, square, and circular Hermes characters lit up on the beach, connecting and rotating with each other, forming several intertwined magic circles. Sensing the crazy gathering of magic factors in the air and the rapidly rising temperature around her, Lamia's vertical pupils shrank sharply, and she subconsciously wanted to withdraw. Want to run? Too late. Luoan sneered at the corner of his mouth, and clenched his right hand that was stretched forward. In an instant, the scorching flames rose from the ground, and Lamia, who stepped into the trap, was immediately torn apart and her scales peeled off. Hiss! The snake girl twisted in pain, and a sharp hiss came out of her mouth, trying to use the talent of her bloodline to summon water to extinguish the surrounding flames. However, at some point, the shallows leading to the sea behind her had already gathered sand into a wall, isolating the tide from the base of the magic circle. Soon, the small amount of water vapor that was summoned and attached to Lamia's body surface in an attempt to cool down could not withstand the scorching flames and dissipated. Similarly, the dying snake girl also turned into a piece of black charcoal as the flames exploded, and the golden red particles poured out from the twisted wreckage, turning into strands of light, converging on Lorne's chest. With a strange burning sensation, Lorne felt his blood boiling, his bones faintly making a growing explosion, and on the bronze altar of the ocean of consciousness, golden red lights flickered. Obviously, these are the divinities that complete the hunting and refining. As the dust settled, Lorne slowly opened his eyes, cut off the control of the magic circle, spit out the turbid air in his chest, looked at the wreckage of the first prey, and muttered to himself, "I have overestimated the IQ of these sea monsters. It seems that this upgrade is not so tricky." In order to ensure that nothing could go wrong, he almost used up all the materials he got from Circe and set up 100 magic circles and traps on this island. If he had known earlier, he should have used them sparingly. Just as Lorne was secretly complaining, several golden lights appeared under the sea in the distance, and winding and graceful figures quickly approached this remote volcanic rock island. The hunter who had just been muttering "very simple" suddenly remembered something. Lamia seems to live in groups, and the screams of their kind before dying have become a signal for gathering and calling for help. What a crow's mouth! Lorne twitched his mouth in self-mockery, but his eyes did not fluctuate at all. Instead, he took a deep breath, slowly raised his hand, and his thoughts covered all directions like a tide. Buzz! Accompanied by a strong humming and trembling sound, a series of hermetic characters flashed and echoed, and the magic circles that formed each other continued to focus and operate, turning the entire isolated island into a solid war fortress. The light of dawn broke, and the thick sea fog gradually dissipated with the arrival of morning light. The desolate volcanic rock island was like a tragic bombardment. Large and small pits almost filled the beaches and rocks along the coast, and white bone fragments and snake scales were scattered everywhere. The closer to the center and the highest point of the island, the more tragic and the scene became. One by one, the charming snake girls had their heads cut off by wind blades, their waists cut off by ground spikes, or their bodies shattered by flames. The flying flesh and scattered body parts dyed the gray-brown rocks into bright scarlet, paving a road from the ridge to the heights. Bang! With a sharp explosion of air, the snake girl's corpse, which was only left with the upper body, crashed into the protruding rocks and turned into splattered pieces of meat. A wisp of golden red blood, rich in divinity, was extracted from it and automatically gathered into the body of the only figure standing high. Ha! Lone lowered his arms and slowly exhaled a long, turbid breath. His joints made a crackling sound. His purple eyes, which gradually lost their blood color, examined the unrecognizable and tragic battlefield and frowned. Sure enough, even if he took full advantage of the venue and fought 37, it was still a stretch. Moreover, this number was only the adult gold-level Lamia. The remaining silver and bronze-level larvae were at least hundreds. If the entire island had not been built into an iron barrel-like war fortress by himself, and if there were not dragon-toothed soldiers guarding the two wings, it would be hard to say who would win or lose in the end. But in any case, this level was finally passed. After confirming that it was safe, Lone let down his guard and slumped on the ground. He looked down at the wounds on his chest, arms, and neck, gasping for air with his teeth bared, and cursed in his heart. Originally, according to his own plan, he would use the advantage of home court to kill as many as he could, and then fight and retreat, hold out until the tide recedes at dawn, and then go fishing again after resting. But who knows that the so-called blessing of Ares has another pitfall? It makes people block fear, and the more they fight, the braver they become, and the more excited they become, until they lose their brains, turn into a war maniac, and fight a life-and-death battle with all the living things in front of them. Especially after Lorne used the war power from the cow to absorb too much divinity containing impurities and negative emotions from the corpses of the defeated at one time, this state became even more uncontrollable. If it weren't for the war power that not only absorbed divinity, but also had the benefit of healing and repairing physical injuries, Lorne would probably not have a single piece of good skin on his body now. No wonder Ares is also called the god of mad war, which originally refers to the brain-dead state of not recognizing relatives when blood rage is opened on the battlefield. While rubbing his aching temple, Lone secretly criticized his great-grandfather. At the same time, he made up his mind to slow down the process of upgrading using the power of war. After all, the negative effects of this thing are too bad, and he doesn't have the nearly immortal body of the gods. Don't let him become a food delivery man before the upgrade is completed. At this time, as Lone rested, wisps of golden red blood gushed out from the wound, causing the originally hideous wounds to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. After only 3/4 of an hour, there was no damage to his body surface, and even his previously sluggish spirit was rejuvenated with more vigorous vitality. It must be said that although Ares's power of war has a certain degree of damage to IQ, its effect on the body is also perfect. Of course, in addition to these, there is also beauty. A small problem that is not enough in the body. For example, it is easy to get angry. Feeling the surging blood and chi in his body, and the pendant under his body that is constantly expanding and hardening, Luoan twitched his mouth, stood up from the ground, dragged his tattered bronze armor and outer clothes, and came to the beach. After washing and cooling, he looked down at his current appearance. After a night of fierce fighting and sacrificing 37 gold-level lamias, he was now 1.8 meters tall under the baptism of war power and internal and external divinity. His limbs and lower abdomen bulged with well-proportioned and explosive muscles. Bang! A punch was thrown, and the hard volcanic rock several meters high next to him shattered to the ground with a shrill sonic boom. Luoan looked at his fist without any scratches, and then looked at himself in the water who was as fit as a cheetah, and couldn't help but raise his hand to touch his forehead. By the way, why do I feel that my path as a mage is going astray, focusing on physical fitness and strength? Forget it, good physical fitness is not a bad thing after all. The most urgent thing is to complete this trial to upgrade to a demigod first. Lorne simply sorted out his thoughts and began to count the gains and losses after the war. Although he successfully wiped out a large group of Lamia, which made his strength a qualitative leap, the materials, potions and equipment looted from Circe were also lost. Without these war resources, he can only use local materials and get some ready-made things from sea beasts and monsters as substitutes. Of course, the effect will definitely be greatly reduced. For this reason, Lorne decided to slow down the progress of hunting after careful consideration, attracting at most 3 or 5 gold-level sea beasts each time, and completing this upgrade trial in a steady manner. Now, there are still 63 to go. The hunter bathed in the sun on the coast licked his dry lips and looked out at the turbulent sea. Late at night, on the holy mountain Olympus, brilliant starlight descended from the sky, embellishing the buildings lined up one after another. The temples of the gods at the top stood majestically, some were covered with thunderclouds, some were peaceful, and some white doves were flying, each showing the characteristics of the divine power of the other. In the center of the large area of sacred plants such as roses, poppies, pomegranates, myrtles, quince and clover, there was an aesthetic temple made of pure white marble that completely conformed to the golden ratio. The columns carved with ornaments such as waves, foam, and dolphins were also inlaid with a large number of gems and pearls. Here was the bedroom of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty. As a goddess born in the waves of the sea, she had white porcelain skin, blonde hair, and blue eyes, and the perfect figure and appearance of ancient Greek women. She was a symbol of love and beauty, and controlled the power to arouse the desire and love of both sexes. Even the male gods of Olympus were attracted to her and launched crazy pursuits one after another. But in the end, this beautiful flower was placed on the head of Hephaestus, the god of fire and craftsman, under the arrangement of Zeus, the king of gods. An ugly and lame deformed child. This combination of beauty and ugliness was not favored by almost all gods, and naturally there were many twists and turns. At this time, in the depths of Aphrodite's gorgeous temple, bursts of fierce knocking sounds and the rough breathing of men and women could be heard faintly. Under the pink gauze curtains, clothes were flying in disarray, and on the exquisite shell-shaped waterbed, two figures kissed passionately, ready to vent the god's vigorous energy and reproductive desire. But judging from the man's healthy and sturdy limbs and handsome appearance, he was obviously not Aphrodite's lame and ugly husband. And this, the goddess of love, is as famous for her beautiful appearance as for her infidelity to her husband. Her main lover is Ares, the god of war. After all, only the bravest and strongest warrior king can satisfy the goddess of love's insatiable desire. But the crazy that used to last for several days, for some reason, came to an abrupt end after just a moment today. Next, no matter how hard Aphrodite tried, she still couldn't make Ares regain his masculinity. Bang! Finally, the goddess of love, unable to bear it any longer, kicked Ares off the bed. My love, today's fighting must have consumed too much of my energy. Wait a minute, I will. Ares, who got up from the ground, hurriedly explained, his handsome face flushed with blood. Get out! However, Aphrodite, who had suffered repeated setbacks on the bed, had long lost her mood and even began to doubt her own charm. Therefore, with a cold face as beautiful as peaches and plums, she unceremoniously kicked her old lover out of the bedroom. Faced with the most unspeakable shame for males, even the hot-tempered and arrogant god of war seemed extremely embarrassed and awkward. In the end, seeing that there was no room for reversal, he could only hold his clothes and leave the palace in a huff. What happened? Why do I always have backaches and low energy recently, and I can't even get excited about my favorite sports? Outside the bedroom of the god of love, Ares, who was coldly treated, cursed with a dark face, venting his anger at the flowers and plants along the way. Bang! Without noticing for a moment, the hot-tempered god of war ran into a figure running towards him. Don't you have eyes? Idiot! Ares stepped back a few steps and stood still, looking up angrily at the idiot in front of him who offended him. Yo, it's just a bump while walking, is it worth it to be so angry? Hermes picked up his felt hat from the ground, patted the dust on it, put it on his head again, and teased with a smile. What? Did you get beaten up again? Are you looking for death? Facing his brother who was talking about everything, Ares' face became even gloomier, his fists as big as sandbags were clenched, and his bloodshot eyes were filled with a chill. It just so happened that he wanted to find a punching bag. No, it's just a joke. Seeing Ares like an angry bull, Hermes waved his hand with a smile on his face and pointed to the great temple in front. Father God is still waiting for my reply. I will treat you to a glass of honey water to make amends later. Hearing the word Father God, Ares, who was walking angrily, froze and kicked Hermes away with hatred. Get lost! As the god of war, who had nowhere to vent his anger, left the scene and returned to his temple, Hermes, who was kicked, stood up from the ground and looked back and forth between Ares' back and a certain magnificent palace in front of him. It seemed that it was only 3 minutes from entering to exiting? Could it be? As a strange idea emerged in his mind, Hermes, who seemed to have discovered a secret, suddenly showed a subtle smile on his face, and the fire of gossip in his body burned fiercely. Hearing news and secrets is the favorite of this messenger god. Of course, delivering news is the job of a messenger. Hermes stroked his chin, and his meaningful eyes fell on a certain temple where heavy metal knocking sounds kept coming from. Do you want to make things more interesting? A certain kind of pleasure mixed with revengeful pleasure made the messenger god quickly make up his mind and step forward. The Sea of Oceanus, on a volcanic island. Shiu! With a shrill scream, a siren with a human face and a bird body fell from midair with a shower of blood and crashed into a rocky beach. Before she could struggle to get up, a foot suddenly fell down and broke her neck. The sad cry for help eventually turned into a gasp in the leaky throat. Lone reached out and took out 2 balls of grass soaked in magic potion from his left and right ear canals, threw them on the ground, and stretched his body to welcome the golden red blood escaping from the siren. As the surging divinity gathered into his body, the last ray of vacant starlight on the bronze altar lit up. After more than half a month of rough hunting, 100 gold-level sacrifices were finally gathered. At the moment when the goal was achieved, a fierce burning sensation came from Lorne's chest. The wheel of Hecate, symbolizing rebirth, turned and changed. The hundreds of divine lights on the bronze altar turned into falling stars, falling into the sea of heart where the soul resided. Buzz! In an instant, Lorne's entire mental world was like encountering the impact of a meteor shower. Thoughts, consciousness, and emotions were annihilated in the roar and tremor in the skull. At that moment, time lost its concept and space lost its dimension. Everything no longer existed, and everything returned to the original chaos. Then, between lightning and lightning, a cluster of golden flames ignited in the darkness, and infinite light overflowed from then on, illuminating the boundless chaos and darkness. Thoughts, perceptions, and emotions quickly flowed back to every bone, every drop of blood, and every cell in the body like thousands of rivers flowing into the sea. The pores of the entire body seemed to be completely opened, perceiving the world very clearly. Indistinctly, Luoan seemed to be in a bustling downtown. The breathing of the wind, the flow of water, the deposition of soil, the burning of light and fire, the budding of life, the rhythm of the soul. Everything around him was clearly reflected in his mind. The world is like a ball of eternally burning living fire. He himself is a cluster of flames nurtured in it, homogeneous and connected to each other. Who? With a long breath, Luoan slowly opened his eyes, and there seemed to be 2 balls of golden flames flickering and jumping in his pupils. In a trance, it seemed that he could see another chaotic world from inside. So that's it. The so-called demigod is to use the medium of divinity to allow the individual soul and the essence of the world to achieve integration and resonance. Human power is sometimes limited, but if you rely on the whole world, call on magic power at will, and control the rules, then life can naturally be called God. However, the strength of the soul and the limit of the body's endurance will become the upper limit of limiting its own performance. Therefore, the life that ignites the divine fire can only be called demigod. Lone's thoughts turned, constantly perfecting his understanding of practice and this world. In the process, magic power within a radius of several kilometers formed a visible ether tide that continued to gather towards him, celebrating the birth of a new demigod on the Sea of Oceanus. The rich and pure magic factor continued to wash over his flesh and bones, allowing his body to more perfectly adapt to this world and accommodate and call upon more magic power. As if sensing danger, the fish and sea beasts attracted by the smell of blood in the nearby waters were frightened and fled in all directions, including some gold-level monsters. Looking at the opponent that he had to be careful to deal with before, and trembling in panic under the divine power of the demigod, Lone couldn't help but feel a little funny, and an illusion of being in another world arose in his heart. Unexpectedly, the upgrade was successful so quickly. Things are going very smoothly. Lone looked down at his palm, and a sense of unreality and absurdity filled his chest. Or, it seemed to be too smooth. Buzz! Just as Lone was lost in thought, the disappeared 12-sided dice reappeared in his palm with a tremor. Then, the blue-gray serpentine dice seemed to be picked up and thrown by an invisible hand. After turning a few times in front of him, a point composed of snake patterns appeared. This is the sign and symbol of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war. At the same time, on the bronze altar transformed by Hecate's wheel, a divine text floated and flashed, showing clear handwriting. Profanation 1, complete a defilement of Athena, the goddess of wisdom. What's going on? Just as Lone looked confused, the 12-sided dice in front of him turned again, and this time the emblem was a musical note and a string, belonging to Apollo, the god of light and prophecy. And the divine text on the bronze altar in his mind also changed accordingly. Profanation 2, destroy a temple of Apollo, the god of light. A strong ominous premonition came to his mind, and Lorne's face changed drastically. He subconsciously reached out to press the 12-sided dice in front of him. However, the dice turned for the third time, and the patterns of several waves came into view, along with a new prompt on the altar. Profanation 3, kill a demigod offspring of Poseidon, the god of the sea. Sensing the 3 lines of oracles that appeared side by side in his mind, and the malice between the lines, Lorne couldn't help sweating profusely, and the joy of being promoted to a demigod disappeared. You seem confused? An elegant and pleasant voice came from the side. A goddess of the road who was responsible for pointing out the way had appeared on the beach at some point, and was sitting gracefully beside a reef, with her feet as white as mutton-fat jade immersed in the blue sea, swaying gently. So, lost man, do you need me to answer your questions? The hazy figure with a mysterious temperament turned to Lorne, and a hint of amusement appeared on his half-smiled face. At this moment, Lorne took a deep breath and looked at Hecate, who was obviously hiding something, with a sullen face. What is going on? A small price to use this thing. Haven't I paid it? Oh, I forgot to tell you. Hecate raised her hand and tapped her forehead, raised her eyes and looked at Lorne, who was approaching with apology, and spoke faintly. Hunting 100 golden level sea beasts and collecting divinity is just to complete the nutrients for upgrading, just for yourself. This is not the chip to pay to pry open fate. Lorne, who realized that he was being tricked, couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. He finally understood that in that chess game, he won on the chessboard, while Hecate won outside the chessboard. From the beginning, this woman planned the steps to trick him. Seeing that Lorne's face was getting uglier, Hecate showed a comforting smile. Don't worry, just choose one out of the 3. You are not required to do all of them. Lorne sneered, his face still cloudy. Is there any difference? There are 3 prices. One is to kill Athena, who has explosive combat power. One is to find a temple of Apollo in the vast sea of Oceanus and destroy it. The last one is to kill the demigod offspring of Poseidon. No matter which one, it is vaguely filled with death flags. You know, this accidental dice is such a cheating thing, he would never cast that number even if he was beaten to death. Wait, it seems that Hecate threw this dice to him after he returned from the underworld. It's just because he was wary of this woman, he had left this thing in the temple of Hecate for many years and never touched it. Thinking of this, Lorne's thoughts suddenly became clear, and all his doubts were solved. His cold eyes fell on the goddess of the road. It turns out that from the beginning, this thing was prepared for me. Didn't you say you wanted to overthrow Olympus? I am just satisfying your wishes and guiding you on the right path. Hecate spread her hands and asked back with a smile. Lorne was speechless and depressed. Sister, I was joking. Who made you take it seriously? The creditor patted the debtor on the shoulder in a friendly manner and comforted him kindly. Don't worry, I'm not an evil god. How could I watch you die? So I waited for you to be promoted to a demigod and have the qualifications to enter before officially opening the curtain of the game. Thank you so much. Realizing that he could not default on his debt, Lorne gritted his teeth and expressed his gratitude. Hecate seemed not to hear the strong resentment in the words, and smiled and waved her hand. You're welcome, it's my duty. Lorne was choked again, and was silent for a moment before he calmed down, holding the 12-sided dice in his hand, and spoke faintly. Then, can I leave after I pay the chips? You should know that there is only a difference between 0 times and countless times in gambling. Hecate smiled and shook her head, and the seemingly comforting words in her mouth also extinguished Lorne's last fantasy. But don't worry, this dice will cast points regularly in the future, so that you can have enough chips to sit at the gambling table of destiny and continue to gamble. In Lorne's tearful expression, the gambling goddess who successfully pushed the debtor to the gambling table gave encouragement and blessings. So, I'm looking forward to whether your accidental dice can pry open inevitable fate. If there is a chance, I will definitely not let you down. Lorne forced a smile on his face, maintaining superficial respect, but in his heart he wanted to pin this goddess of fun who pushed him and the 12 main gods of Olympus to the ground and whip her 1,000 times. Hecate waved her hand with a smile, making a gesture of farewell. But at the moment of turning around, she seemed to remember something, turned back suddenly, and kindly reminded. Oh, by the way, if you don't make a choice within the specified time, just like the dice thrown by chance, the chips paid will be randomly matched. I wish you good luck! Exclamation point. In front of the coast, Lorne, who was thinking about how to deal with this gambling goddess after surviving, suddenly shuddered, his face turned green, and a chill ran from his tailbone to the top of his head. But before he could react, the 3 oracles on the bronze altar in his mind faded and disappeared. At the same time, a fierce wind and waves rose on the sea, and a burly tall figure fell on the volcanic rock island like a falling meteorite, splashing gravel all over the ground. A low roar with both excitement and cruelty came from the diffuse smoke and dust. I actually met you here, sheep thief. Luowen looked at the huge figure as majestic as a hill, his face suddenly changed, and his body subconsciously tightened like a bowstring. It's him! On the volcanic rock island, an arm several meters long, like a bronze cast, with a sharp air explosion, passed through the diffuse smoke and dust, and swung forward. Boom! In an instant, a thunderous explosion sounded, and the whole island trembled. The splashed gravel and dust shot in all directions, like a passing locust, sweeping everything around like a dead tree and a rotten wood. However, a bright golden light stood tall in the storm and shock, and abruptly curved the sharp fist. Polyphemus. Standing behind the defensive spell, Lorne spoke quietly, his long silver hair dancing wildly in the turbulent airflow, and his slightly narrowed eyes looked at the old enemy in front of him with a ferocious and ugly face, dark skin, and a height of more than 10 meters. Polyphemus, the son of the sea god Poseidon and the sea nymph Tusa, is a cyclops on the island of Sicily who is ferocious and violent by nature and likes to eat people. At the same time, he was also a neighbor of the island of Aeolus, and had several encounters with Lorne and Circe. But obviously, judging from the reaction of the Cyclops, it was definitely not a good encounter. To be precise, he was the victim in the story. As a giant with an amazing appetite, Polyphemus usually raised sheep to save food on Sicily, plus the rich seafood on the Sea of Oceanus, and occasionally some mortal ships that deviated from their course were delivered to the door, serving as side dishes for a feast. Therefore, life was still passable. However, a little mouse with human blood repeatedly came to his island, not only stealing the sheep he had worked so hard to raise, but also letting the imprisoned mortals run away in the chaos, making him live a miserable life of 3 days of hunger and 9 meals. For this reason, the Cyclops was ridiculed by his peers on Sicily for a long time. Although he later learned the origin of this little, Polyphemus was helpless. On the one hand, there is a powerful magic barrier on the island of Iu, making it difficult to locate. On the other hand, the witch who manages the island is a demigod who is not easy to mess with, and she is also inextricably linked to a certain ancient goddess. So, the unfortunate Cyclops could only grit his teeth and swallow his anger. But he didn't expect that today. In order to fill his stomach, he went out hunting sea beasts. Not only did he inadvertently discover a new island nearby, but he also met his bitter enemy on it. At this moment, the enemies met, and their eyes were particularly red. Polyphemus grinned hideously and laughed sinisterly. "Ha, little mouse, you finally got out of the hole. This time there is no woman with bird wings to protect you, see where you can run." The rough sound like sandpaper rubbing against glass poured into the ear canal, causing Lorne, who had just been promoted to demigod and could not fully control his keen senses, to frown deeply, his brain spinning rapidly during the confrontation. Polyphemus. Demigod level. Son of Poseidon. It seems that the cheating dice has automatically selected the mission target for him. That is the third option in the oracle, to kill a demigod offspring of Poseidon. It is said to be random, but it is estimated that this giant happened to be wandering nearby, which perfectly meets the conditions of being a. Of course, this may also include Lorne himself. Okay, Hecate, you are playing with me like this, right? When I get the chance, I will strip you naked and whip you 100 times, 100 times. Seeing that his old enemy Polyphemus could no longer hold back and launched a new round of attacks with great momentum, and that he had no way to avoid it, Lorne swore maliciously in his heart, while withdrawing quickly and keeping a distance. His right index finger quickly drew in the air, outlining a series of hermetic characters. "The commandments of the earth are imposed on my body, and the profound people of the world listen to my request. Rock spear, rise." Along with the high-speed chanting of the divine words, dozens of hermetic characters in the air constructed a yellow-brown magic base and merged into the earth. At the same time, rock spears several meters long rose from the ground on this volcanic rock island, forming a sharp thorn jungle, which was daunting. But the charging Polyphemus just bulged his muscles and swung his arms left and right, and the rock spears along the way were broken one after another. Similarly, the spikes from the ground could not pierce the bronze-like skin and muscles of the Cyclops, and could only leave a shallow blood mark on it. Sure enough, the giants who are good at defense and brute force are not so easy to deal with. In particular, the opponent is a demigod who has been promoted for a long time. Seeing this, Lorne's heart sank. He avoided the frontal fist and retreated flexibly again, trying to maintain a safer casting distance and slowly looking for Polyphemus' weaknesses. However, the Cyclops, who is good at fighting, obviously would not give him this opportunity easily. "Where are you going to escape, little mouse?" Polyphemus smiled grimly, grabbed several rock spears nearby, and threw them at Lorne. The sharp sound of breaking through the air came in an instant. The astonishing speed and the astonishing destructive power attached to it made Lorne's scalp numb. He subconsciously jumped up and tried to avoid the sharp edge. But as soon as he made a move, several rock spears followed, as if they had predicted his next landing point, and sealed him. The space around him was completely destroyed. Seeing that there was no escape, Lorne cursed inwardly, raised his hands hastily, and used all his strength to open the defensive spell. Boom, boom, boom. The rock spears that fell like meteorites hit the golden-red magic barrier one after another, and deafening roars continued to be heard. The surrounding clouds were torn apart by the violent impact force, and the Hermes text that constructed the magic barrier was broken and extinguished one after another, and crystal cracks spread. Bang! In the blink of an eye, the defensive spell that was blocking the front was completely shattered, and the chaotic magic tide swept in all directions. Puff! Lorne, who suffered the backlash, turned pale, and then vomited a mouthful of blood, flying backwards and falling into the sea. What a fool! Polyphemus spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground, and a smug grin appeared on his hairy and ugly face. There is a world of difference in the difficulty of raising a sheep and a flock of sheep. Those energetic sheep always roam around while eating, and will be out of the shepherd's sight if they are not careful. In order to control these dishonest sheep with the least effort in consumption, Polyphemus often throws stones and other objects to drive and intimidate those sheep that run away, so that they turn back obediently and stay in the pasture honestly, waiting for the day of slaughter. Over time, he gradually mastered a throwing skill that was almost always accurate. However, since there are few opponents in the nearby sea area, this skill is little known. Unexpectedly, the little mouse tasted the humiliation just like the sheep that he had played with before. And then, he will also take out the other means to deal with those stupid sheep to treat this stinky mouse well. So, eat it directly? Or skewer it and roast it? Thinking of the taste of humans, the Cyclops swallowed his saliva, picked up the half-handled rock spear, and strode towards the falling point of Lorne with a grin. However, before he could take a few steps, a strange cracking sound came from the volcanic rock island under his feet. Crack! In an instant, spider web-like cracks spread all over the island, and a large amount of seawater turned into a torrent and gushed out from the cracks, becoming the last straw that broke the camel's back. In an instant, the entire island was shattered, and the cracked rock bodies collapsed one after another, dragging the unstable Cyclops into the boundless sea. Buzz! At the same time, the violent magic tide surged under the sea, pulling thousands of tons of seawater into blue snakes, biting Polyphemus as he fell. Puff! 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 Facing the entanglement and squeezing from all directions, the Cyclops was endowed with spiritual water-like snakes that his limbs and bit his body. However, although Polyphemus lacked magical talent, the divine blood from the sea god Poseidon and the sea nymph Tusa gave him the protection of the ocean. The snakes transformed by the seawater could only temporarily restrict his movements and could not cause effective damage to him at all. Do you think you can drown the offspring of the sea god by dragging me into the water? How stupid! Polyphemus, who was breathing freely in the water, grinned and tore off several water-like snakes in front of him. The single eye on his face was fixed on the figure in the sea that was like a swimming fish rapidly floating up. Rat, you still want to run? The Cyclops, who had found his target again, exerted force suddenly. His huge body dragged many entangled water-like snakes, like a fierce sea beast covered with seaweed, chasing the figure and floating out of the water quickly. Splash! Huge waves exploded on the sea surface, and the splashing seawater scattered and formed a misty water mist. At the moment when Polyphemus came out of the water, his one eye suddenly condensed, and he immediately raised his right hand and firmly grasped the murderous intent hidden in the haze. A light bronze arrow was intercepted and stopped in front of his face. Little mouse, you can shoot such a soft arrow, don't you have milk? The Cyclops pulled a rough voice, laughing wildly and humiliating. However, in the air, the meal on the plate with a bronze longbow in his hand pointed to a certain place. Polyphemus subconsciously followed the direction of Lorne's finger and looked at the front end of the bronze arrow. An inconspicuous small pottery bottle was tied with fine silk and hung below the arrow. On the bottle body, there seemed to be two Hermes characters engraved. One of the circular symbols represents the concealment of water, while the other is a triangle with tiny dots of hot light between the textures. In an instant, the disdain on the Cyclops' face suddenly froze, and his pupils shrank sharply. Snap! At the same time, a crisp snap of fingers echoed. The bronze arrow in his hand suddenly exploded, and streams of scalding liquid splashed onto his face and eyes unexpectedly. In an instant, the air was filled with the pungent stench of rotting flesh, and a fierce burning sensation and piercing pain swept over, and the surroundings were dark. Ah! My eyes! My eyes! Polyphemus opened his hand. He held his face, and with one hand he swept around randomly. He let out a shrill scream. The nearby seawater splashed up large waves, pouring on the Cyclops' body, unfortunately causing secondary damage, stinging Polyphemus so much that his face was distorted with pain, and the string of reason in his brain was completely broken. Ah! Kill you! Kill you! The Cyclops wailed miserably and cursed viciously. Stinky rat, I will tear off your limbs. Twist off your head. Take out your internal organs. And then string them on a skewer. Let you die bit by bit. However, without the island to stand on, the throwing props, and the throwing skills he was proud of, Polyphemus, floating in the sea, could only vent his anger in the surrounding seawater in vain. At this time, Lorne, who had changed his position and retreated to the distant reef, quietly watched the Cyclops go crazy, with the color in his eyes sharp and calm. Most creatures have a common problem. The more dangerous the situation, the more vigilant they are. When they reach a safe area or a field they are good at, they will instinctively relax. Therefore, the advantages they think they have may become fatal factors. This is what is called those who can swim will drown. Polyphemus obviously made the same mistake. His opponent was not a stupid and unresisting lamb, but a demigod who could think and use tools. Fortunately, there were still a few bottles of poison prepared by Circe, which unexpectedly hit this old enemy hard. Otherwise, Lorne looked at Polyphemus, who had been tossing and turning on the sea for half an hour, still cursing and waving, and couldn't help but be amazed at the length of the Cyclops' blood bar. But judging from his movement range, reaction speed, and the strength of his speech, this old enemy floating in the sea was just a spent force, with not much strength left. Despicable. Shameless. Kill you. Kill you. Polyphemus on the sea kept muttering, and a certain kind of grief and anger flowed between the lines. As the Cyclops lost his sight and was poisoned, he was at a complete disadvantage. After calming down, he did consider escaping. But the mouse hiding in the dark would occasionally shoot arrows and spells to hinder his actions, or send a few dragon-teeth soldiers to make a noise, making him suspicious and exhausted, not giving him a chance to escape. So Polyphemus could only let it go. His vitality was constantly draining away, waiting to be worn out bit by bit. Finally, after struggling for another half an hour, the wounded Cyclops climbed up a reef and fell to the ground with a bang. The head buried in the seawater vaguely felt the footsteps approaching behind him through the surging waves. However, at this moment, he didn't even have the strength to raise his hands. Polyphemus turned his neck and turned his head with difficulty, revealing his face, where you could almost see the white bones under the skin and flesh. The surviving throat uttered a vicious curse. "Human! Kill me! Father God will definitely not let you go. And the bird-winged who raised you. You all have to die. You all have to accompany me." Puff! The sharp blade entered the flesh, and the Cyclops' curse stopped abruptly. The huge head was pierced by a bronze sword. Then, the sword edge stirred, and under the violent impact of the magic power, the whole head exploded instantly, and the golden red divine blood poured into the seawater, turning into strange bright colors. So much nonsense. Lorne snorted coldly, casually shook off the blood on the sword blade, stretched his body habitually, and wanted to welcome the baptism of divinity. However, after a moment, he could only open his eyes in disappointment and put the long sword into the scabbard angrily. Sure enough, the power of war was taken back from the moment he was promoted to demigod, and this shortcut was also blocked. There is really no loophole. Lorne's eyes passed over the headless corpse of Polyphemus, looked at the audience who was holding their cheeks and smiling beside the reef, and snorted coldly. "So, are you satisfied with this performance? You are indeed much better than I expected." Hecate admired sincerely, then raised her right hand and pointed to the sea in the distance, and the upturned corners of her lips outlined a happy arc on her beautiful face. "But it seems that you have new troubles." Lorne's eyelids jumped, and he poured magic into his eyes and looked into the distance. Under the sparkling sea, 20 golden blue lights and shadows approached at high speed. Their upper bodies looked like humans, wearing gorgeous bronze armor and holding tridents, but their lower bodies had a pair of fishtails, which allowed them to move quickly through the water. Among them, there were 3 demigods, and the remaining 17 were all at the peak of the gold level. Lorne's heart was pounding, and his face changed drastically. Atlantis guards. By the way, don't you think all 3 options have pitfalls? The Atlanteans, the followers of Poseidon, the god of the sea, and the group who regarded themselves as the heirs of Poseidon, had a strong worship of the sea. In the ocean, they were half human and half fish, with hidden gills growing behind their ears, and could breathe freely underwater. When they reached the shore, they could grow legs and switch to human posture, so they could perfectly adapt to the dual environment of land and sea. It is said that this is because they have the blood of Poseidon in their bodies and are favored by the ocean. Some also say that they were old humans who fled to the sea to ask for Poseidon's shelter and were hidden by him when the gods launched a flood to destroy the world. Then they were given the protection of the sea god, and they multiplied and lived on the land called Atlantis, becoming Poseidon's firm followers. But no matter which statement is true, they are the absolute overlords in the area of the Sea of Oceanus, spreading the faith of the ocean and practicing the will of Poseidon. Of course, according to the fine tradition of Greek gods that fathers are kind and sons are filial, and brothers are friendly and respectful to their younger brothers, this hidden force is actually a chess piece for Poseidon to secretly expand the power of the sea and to encroach on the power of the sky. Therefore, even his teacher, the ancient demigod witch Circe, was quite afraid of talking about these Atlanteans. In addition, as far as Lorne knew, Atlantis was actually a continent hidden in the original ocean. It was divided into 10 districts, that is, 10 kingdoms, which were ruled by the 10 blood descendants of Poseidon. Their management method was similar to that of the Greek city-states. The 10 kings of Atlantis held absolute power in their own territories, and each adopted a different national organization. In order to maintain communication with each other, they gathered in the Temple of Poseidon every 5 to 6 years to discuss their relationship and their ruling power. When the agreement was established, they cut the throat of the cow fed in the Temple of Poseidon and wrote the resolution clauses on the pillars of the Temple of Poseidon with their blood to increase the authority of the resolution to be sacred and inviolable. According to legend, under the blessing of Poseidon and the protection of the ocean god, each of the 10 kings of Atlantis had strength close to that of a god. Atlantis had a very strict military organization, with the territory divided into 90,000 military regions, each with a commander responsible for dispatching 12 soldiers, 2 horses, a chariot, and all the necessary supplies. The most martial of them all was the Atlantean king, who was born in Atlantis. The royal guards, selected from the whole territory. They are independent of the 90,000 military regions, directly responsible to the 10 kings and the Temple of the Sea God, and have the power to mobilize the military divisions under their jurisdiction. These elites of the elite not only have strong combat power, but each of them has a strong blood of God. Therefore, as the facade under Poseidon, the gold rank is only the entry threshold, and it is not surprising that there are 3 demigods leading the team. But what Lorne doesn't understand is that this group of Atlanteans who are not very good at seeing the light, in order to avoid being easily raised by Zeus, most of the time basically only move in the primitive ocean outside the Sea of Oceanus, why suddenly ran to the inland sea and came all the way to hunt him down. You killed so many descendants of the blood of the ocean gods, and killed one of Poseidon's own sons. As the master of the ocean, the sea god should show some respect. A goddess in charge of the newbie guidance work, her beautiful eyes moved, and she smiled and explained. Suddenly, Lorne's face turned black, and he cursed in his heart. So they were waiting here to increase their strength. I knew that these 3 options were all tricky. First, defile Athena. Although the word defile is a broad one, physical contact, verbal stimulation, and actual combat can all be classified as defilement, which seems to be a loophole, but do you really think that Athena's explosive combat power and IQ are just for show? Once you choose this, you can almost declare the feast. Secondly, destroy a temple of Apollo. The key is not the temple, but the connection between the temple and the gods. Not to mention, in this vast ocean, where can he find a temple of Apollo? Even if he finds one, the large number of temple guards and priests inside will be enough for him to drink a pot. If he is unlucky, he may be able to directly brush the spirit of Apollo's advent. As for the words of reconstruction and replacement, this god of light and prophecy is not a fool, and it is not certain whether there is a time limit for the task. Such a tedious operation may not be in time. Finally, kill a demigod offspring of Poseidon. The seemingly easiest task also has a lot of pitfalls. On the one hand, although Polyphemus is ugly, he is one of the few sons that Poseidon cares about. In the epic poem Odyssey, after Polyphemus was stabbed by the demigod hero Odysseus, he prayed to his father Poseidon for revenge. Odysseus. Poseidon, the main god, intervened without caring about his face, summoning huge waves and strong winds, blowing Odysseus' ship away from the route home, causing him to suffer many hardships. Even so, he was protected by Athena. Athena favors heroes with wisdom. In the epic, Odysseus was favored by Athena and escaped danger many times. But Lorne killed the Cyclops directly, which was basically equivalent to attacking Poseidon. On the other hand, the sacrifices that Lorne had previously promoted to demigod were all sea monsters and sea beasts with the blood of gods. More than 100. As the master of the ocean, Poseidon's ocean and the creatures in it are equivalent to his private property. Even fishermen have to sacrifice to the sea god when they go out to sea to fish. Therefore, even if he is not related to these sea monsters, he will not tolerate such behavior of outsiders ruining his property. After all, this is related to his authority as the sea god, and he cannot fail to react. So, just as Lorne had taken great pains to kill the Cyclops Polyphemus, a wave of Atlantis super soldiers immediately burst out from the sea. According to the itinerary, these Atlantis guards had probably set out while Lorne was hunting Lamia, sirens, and other sea monsters. Thinking of Hecate's previous guarantee, Lorne's face darkened. Didn't you say that with the blessing of the dice, what I did, the 12 gods of Olympus wouldn't know? It seems that they were ordered to come here to investigate the cause because of the large-scale death of sea monsters in this area. Hecate pointed to the headless body of the Cyclops and the wisps of golden blood spreading on the sea, and spread her hands helplessly, looking helpless. But you not only killed Poseidon's beloved son in front of them, but also cut off his head. What do you think these Atlantis guards will do? Looking at the Atlantis guards who were approaching the crime scene several kilometers away, following the golden bloodstains on the sea, Lone's eyelids twitched wildly. Then, without saying a word, he turned around and rushed to the cedar boat stored in the middle of the reef in the distance. He didn't know what the Atlantis guards would do next, but Lone knew what he should do now. If he continued to stay here, he would definitely suffer the consequences. If he didn't run away now, what were he waiting for? On the Sea of Oceanus, several dragon-toothed soldiers held oars and lined up on both sides of the ship, rowing mechanically and quickly. The magic circle constructed by the hermetic text at the back created a strong wind, pushing the entire cedar boat forward. Did you go the wrong way? The goddess of the dark moon, who had sneaked onto the ship at some point, leaned lazily against the side of the ship and reminded with a smile. It's not too late to turn back now. Turn back? Where to? Io Island? Rely on that stupid bird? Lorne, who was busy writing hermetic text and constructing a wind field, glanced at Hecate and sneered at the corner of his mouth. Or will you stand up and take the bullet for me? Indeed, there is a gap between demigods. As the daughter of the sun god Helios and the burning fairy Perseus, Circe has been a demigod for a long time. In addition, she is also the favorite disciple of the goddess of magic and witchcraft Hecate. 3 or 2 ordinary demigods cannot pose a threat to her at all. This team of Atlantis guards wanted to break through Iu Island and capture people, but it was not enough. But the guards were not enough. There were still the 10 kings of Atlantis. The 10 kings were not enough. There was still the temple of Poseidon and Poseidon himself. In this Oceanus Sea, demigods are too small after all. Unless Hecate is willing to take action personally. But according to his understanding of this woman, this possibility is infinitely close to zero. Sure enough, Hecate leaned against the cabin leisurely and shook her head with a smile. Since the gambler sits at the gambling table, he should be responsible for his choice. Then what the hell are you talking about? Since you are on the boat, you might as well help me row a few more times as a ticket. Lorne snorted coldly without any surprise, and maliciously stuffed a paddle into the hands of this noble goddess. Hecate didn't mind this offense. She inserted the paddle into the seawater and paddled it casually, while her eyes were still on Lorne, looking at him with interest. You seem to care about her safety? Lorne, who was busy saving himself in front, was slightly stunned, and then said lightly without turning his head, I just don't want to do useless work. Hecate smiled and asked meaningfully. So, you cut off your retreat the moment you left the island? Lorne frowned and did not answer, but increased the output of magic power, taking advantage of the Atlantis guards. The army has not yet surrounded them, so they should keep as far away as possible. Go west. The moon goddess spoke leisurely, dropped the oar in her hand, clapped her hands, and stood up gracefully. This is a parting advice. Perhaps there is help you need there. The ethereal and pleasant female voice turned from high to low, and gradually disappeared. And the graceful figure on the side of the ship also disappeared without a trace. Believe it? Or not? Luo-en hesitated. After a moment of hesitation and thinking, he made up his mind and ordered the dragon-toothed soldiers to steer the ship towards the flaming sunset on the sea. The sun set in the west, and the watery night crossed the sky and flooded onto Iu Island. With the change of the temperature difference between day and night, the eagle witch, who was sitting on the quilt on the bed and had a very bad sleeping posture, sneezed heavily, rubbed her sleepy eyes, and woke up from a hangover. Piglet? Lorne? Circe mumbled a few words subconsciously, and the vague voice echoed inside and outside the empty treehouse. Where did it go? The witch stretched, got out of bed barefoot, and went to the living room. The empty dining table was free of messy cups and plates, and the kitchen was also cleaned up. Both tableware and kitchen utensils were neatly stacked in the most convenient place. In the middle of the living room, a half-human high-pink piglet with flannel as a shell and feathers as a filling was placed on a chair, looking naive, small and soft. Circe screamed excitedly, rushed forward quickly, hugged the pink piglet into her arms, and squeezed it hard. At the same time, a piece of papyrus slipped from the piglet's back and fell to the ground. Circe's eyes swept across the paper, and she stood there in a daze, staring at the empty living room in front of her. Her pretty face, half immersed in the night, was buried in the doll in her arms, and her expression could not be seen clearly. Her pearly teeth unconsciously bit her cherry lips. The increasingly dense night outside the window spread, gradually pulling the petite figure into the long darkness and silent loneliness. The bright moonlight fell, and the purple-haired goddess leaned on the tree branch, looking at the scene in the courtyard. A trace of pity flashed in her dark and deep eyes, and a silent sigh uttered from her pursed lips. Although the accidental dice turned the inevitable gears, you don't know whether this result is better for you or worse. Then, the goddess shook her head, and a happy smile appeared on her face. but at least, this world has more possibilities. At the same time, in Olympus, in front of the flowery temple of Aphrodite, a burly figure with boiling blood rushed into the bedroom of the goddess of love and beauty and shouted loudly, "Aphrodite, dear, come out. Come out to see me." At this moment, the goddess of beauty, who was taking a nap in the pink gauze curtain, was awakened. She stretched out her white arms to open the curtain, and looked at her old lover in front of the bed with sleepy eyes. She couldn't help but frown slightly, with a somewhat unhappy look on her face. "What's wrong again? I can do it. I can do it again." Ares grabbed Aphrodite's hand and announced excitedly. At this time, the goddess of beauty, who had just woken up from a nap, was dressed coolly, with only a thin gauze covering her body. And the enchanting and graceful figure, in this hazy, showed a more seductive charm. Ares couldn't help but feel dry mouth and tongue, and the vigorous blood gathered towards a certain place at the same time, as if there was a fire burning in his body. Suddenly, Aphrodite, who was originally listless on the bed, raised her eyebrows, and a different kind of brilliance flashed in her beautiful eyes. The rolling pink licked her moist cherry lips and spoke leisurely. "Then, my most courageous warrior king, let me test whether your sword is still as sharp as before." With the joyful murmur, Aphrodite's waist moved like a water snake, and her upper body leaned back and hung down from the bed, giving the warrior king a test from bottom to top. Such a soul-stirring scene made Ares unable to control himself, and he rushed up like an angry bull, roaring. A fierce war then began as usual. However, unlike usual, in a corner beside the temple road, a pair of flame-colored eyes were staring at the goddess's bedroom, where a collision sound was heard. Bloodshot eyes gradually filled the eyes, and two muscular arms were tightly clenched. Intense humiliation and anger gathered on the dull and honest face. What Hermes said was true, this couple. How many gods were directly pitted by this operation? Poseidon, Ares, Aphrodite? The night of Oceanus poured down on the sea, creating shimmering ripples. On a desolate island, sparse vegetation grew in disorder, and a suppressed groan could be heard faintly from a cave covered by dead vines. Ding-dong, with the crisp sound of metal collision, two deformed golden bronze arrowheads fell to the ground, with several pieces of torn flesh hanging from the sharp cone blades on both sides. Leaning against the side of the stone wall, Lone spat out the bitten wood in his mouth, wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, and endured the piercing pain. Then, he took a breath, and while trembling his hands, he applied medicine to his injured left shoulder and right leg, while looking at the half-cut metal arrow shaft on the ground with delicate wave patterns carved on it and faint starlight floating on the broken end, cursing inwardly. Orichalcum. A bunch of losers. The so-called orichalcum, also known as orichalcum, is a mysterious metal widely mined in the legend of Atlantis. It has extremely superior hardness, toughness, and magic conductivity. It is an excellent material for making magic weapons and even god-made weapons. It was mentioned in Homer's epic that the crown and earrings of Aphrodite, the goddess of love and beauty, were made of this kind of orichalcum. In mysticism, wizards and witches usually call it the three major magic mines, together with mithril and crystal. If used properly, it can produce powerful power and even cause damage to the body of the gods, not to mention demigods. The injuries on Lorne's body were caused by the Atlantis guards using special orichalcum secret arrows during the sea chase that lasted for half a month. They chased me for more than half a month and shot me with orichalcum secret arrows that were as valuable as gold. Is it necessary? Didn't I just sacrifice more than 100 sea monsters, kill a demigod illegitimate son of Poseidon, and kill you on the way? Let me count. 1, 4, 5, 7. 8 golds, and seriously injured a demigod deputy captain? After carefully accounting for his own record, Lone couldn't help but twitch his mouth, feeling a little guilty. Well, it was indeed a bit heavy. But there was nothing he could do about it, because when those Atlanteans saw him, they were like dogs chasing rabbits, biting him and not letting go. In a life-and-death situation, his own life was in danger. He couldn't possibly show mercy and hope that the other side would remember his kindness, right? TSK, it seems that there is no room for negotiation on this matter. Lone, while complaining in his heart, he tore off a few pieces of clean cloth, bandaged the slowly healing wound, closed his eyes and leaned against the stone wall, meditating to restore his magic power and physical strength, while his mind was racing, recalling the thrilling experience in the past half-month. At first, he finally chose to believe the advice of the woman Hecate. After all, she would have fun if he was alive. So, before the group of Atlanteans surrounded him, Lorne drove his boat westward. But it was simply a pipe dream to outrun the Atlanteans who were blessed by the sea god on this Oceanus sea. In just 3 days, he was caught up by the Atlantean guards who were biting behind him. As a last resort, Lorne could only bite the bullet and retreat while fighting. In the end, he almost exhausted all means and took his own boat to tear open the defense line of the group of Atlanteans and successfully broke through by luck. But in this vast oceanous sea, without a ship, his mobility was greatly reduced. Therefore, not long after, he was blocked by the persistent Atlanteans on a deserted island. This time, Lorne was not so lucky. After using the favorable terrain and the magic traps set in advance to quietly kill 3 Atlantean guards of the gold rank, he was chased all over the mountain by the group of mad dogs, and then shot by 2 arrows. In the end, he could only jump into the sea, detonate the entire deserted island, and escape in the chaos. Fortunately, the secret ceremony of upgrading to a demigod allowed him to indirectly gain some good underwater activity ability while absorbing the divinity of hundreds of divine blood sea monsters. In addition, there are countless islands of various sizes in the Greek Age of Gods Ocean. Lorne then found a remote deserted island nearby, rested for a while, and got a temporary respite. But this kind of peace will definitely not last too long. The group of mad dogs who are determined to fight him to the death will find him sooner or later after searching the surrounding area. So, this is not gambling, it is clearly gambling with life. As Lorne gritted his teeth and greeted a certain gambling goddess, the waning moon rose to the middle of the sky under the night sky. The crisp sound of 3 dice falling, with the arrival of midnight, rang in his mind one after another. Along with it, there emerged 3 oracles on the bronze altar, which corresponded to the emblems of the gods revealed by the 3 throws. Task 1, complete a blasphemy against Apollo. Task 2, complete a blasphemy against Zeus. Task 3, complete a blasphemy against Hera. Here it comes again. Lorne weakly raised his hand, and among the 3 phantoms that appeared in front of him, he pointed at the second one, and cursed with gritted teeth. Zeus, you black-bellied trash, shameless and pitiful thing, you only know how to sow seeds. I curse you to walk with the help of the wall and spit blood. The firepower output did not last for a few words, and the second oracle in front of Lorne was shattered into stars of light dust. At the same time, a bronze badge with the ring of Ouroboros, engraved on both sides emerged from the void and fell into Lorne's hands. Lorne didn't even look at it, but casually sketched out a few hermetic characters and threw the thing into the formed magic circle. The 4 elements of water, fire, earth, and air constitute the essence of the world. Therefore, hermetic characters with this nature can also construct similar small independent spaces through magic circles, making it a convenient tool for storing magicians' personal belongings. At this moment, the bronze badge in Luoan's hand was thrown into the magic circle, and a series of crisp metal collision sounds followed. More than a dozen identical bronze badges were thrown in to collect dust. A pile of garbage. Luoan glanced at them and had no interest in them at all. After all, these lowest-level chips dropped by the Yin Daily Book, when placed on the gambling table, can only be used to play a friendly game, which is of no help to his current situation. Instead of wasting energy on these things, it is better to see what useful things can be dropped by the weekly book. With a bad temper, Luoan stretched out his hand, and the 12-sided dice stored on the bronze altar fell into his palm. And 3 oracles shining with silver light appeared in front of him. Trial 1, win a battle and complete an insult to the god of war, completed. Trial 2, hunt a divine blood sea beast and complete an insult to the god of the sea, completed. Trial 3, destroy a piece of demigod weapon and complete an insult to the authority of the god of craftsmanship, unfinished. At the same time, the first 2 oracles turned into starlight and spread out, turning into 2 silver badges of the same shape. With the 2 silver badges in hand, a happy smile finally appeared on Lorne's gloomy face. Now, he finally has the money to draw 2 more cards. In the cave, Lorne played with the serpentine 12-sided dice in his hand, and his complicated eyes fell on it, with a feeling of love and hate. Wanting to go against fate, overthrow Olympus, and pull the king of gods off the throne is nothing short of a gamble with little chance of winning. But for gamblers, without gambling capital, they are not qualified to sit at the table, let alone have the opportunity to win big with a small investment. And these badges are the chips that Hecate promised to give to Lorne before. To be more precise, it should be this accidental dice that gave him. Of course, everything has a price. In order to get these chips of different specifications and values, Lorne must complete the corresponding oracle issued by this 12-sided dice. And based on the exploration and research in the past half-month, he roughly understood the operating rules of this thing. First of all, there are currently 3 types of oracles issued by the dice, divided by difficulty. The first type is refreshed once every morning, with a deadline of 1 day. The danger level is lower than his strength, and it is classified as a mission. Usually, you can complete it easily with a brain and hands, and the reward is a bronze badge. The second type is refreshed once every Monday, with a deadline of 1 week. The danger level is equivalent to his strength, and it is classified as a trial. It is relatively difficult and requires careful handling to pass it safely. The reward is a silver badge. The third type has an irregular refresh time and an irregular deadline, and the danger level is far beyond his strength level. It is named blasphemy, which is often full of dangers and requires him to fight for his life, almost escaping death. The reward is a gold badge. According to the specifications of the reward, this is a bit like the 3 ranks of champion, runner-up and third place in the ancient Greek Olympic Games. However, Luowen, who used to work in a game company, is more accustomed to using the refresh time and difficulty level classification, calling it daily book, weekly book, high difficulty book. Generally speaking, every time the refresh time comes, the 12-sided dice will be thrown 3 times at random, and the emblem of the 12 main gods of Olympus that appears on the points will decide who to trick. For example, the 3 targets selected in today's daily book are the god of light Apollo, the king of gods Zeus, and the queen of heaven Hera. However, as mentioned before, the difficulty of the daily book is quite limited, and the range of choices and the standards for completing tasks are also quite broad. Cursing a few words from a distance, spitting at the temple of the gods, stealing the tributes of the gods, and so on are all fine. If you don't want to use your brain, you can also attack the objects of their protection. For example, catching some seafood to make soup without praying is considered to be ignoring the god of the sea Poseidon, deliberately trampling on flowers and plants and crops. It is an insult to the goddess of agriculture Demeter. Shooting down a few birds for barbecue is an insult to the god of the sky Zeus. As for killing some pigeons, swans, laurel trees and other symbols of the gods, they can basically be counted as the scope of completing the task. Moreover, facing the 3 options of the daily book, Luowen does not need to complete all of them. He can choose one of the 3, which further reduces the difficulty of the task. In theory, as long as he is not stupid enough to kill himself, actively increase the intensity, and stubbornly go to find trouble with demigod heroes, hidden bosses, top-level monsters, and the spirits of the gods, the daily book will not threaten him. As for the weekly book, this thing is more mysterious. According to the specific regulations and task objectives, the results of the brush are all up to luck. For example, the 3 options in this weekly book either need to go to fight with the group of Atlantis mad dogs, or there is a great risk of exposing yourself, or you will destroy your martial arts and make it difficult to escape. If you are not careful, you will lose your life, which is worthy of the difficulty of the weekly book. By the way, although the weekly regular duty only requires 1 task to be completed every week, you can also take the initiative to increase your intensity and achieve multiple goals within this week, with a total limit of 3. Of course, the risk factor will increase linearly, and the cost is also quite tragic. After a week of tossing back and forth, Lone barely completed 2 tasks under the eyes of those Atlantis mad dogs, but he himself was almost shot into a sieve by the secret arrows of Alihasteel. If he hadn't habitually left himself a few ways out, he might have passed the first 7. As for the last, high-difficult duty, the triggering mechanism is still unclear. So far, Lone has only encountered it once, which was the greeting gift of this 12-sided dice after he was promoted to a demigod. Since it is called high-difficult duty, the content is more or less inhuman and tortured. Whether it is defilement of Athena, single pass of the temple of Apollo, or facing the Atlantis guards. Any of these 3 items is a high-end game. If it weren't for the fact that Lone himself was so lucky that he was thrown into the deep sea by the God King, and was taught a lesson by Hecate and raised as a monster by Circe for 16 years, he could still be alive and well, and developed a strong vitality and super high adaptability. He estimated that 8 out of 10 of the other demigod heroes would be wasted. Fortunately, this kind of high difficulty seems to require a unique trigger mechanism, and the interval is at least calculated in months. He doesn't have to worry about one wave after another. Lone sorted out his thoughts, raised his hand to pinch his frowning brows, and then opened his eyes. Opening his eyes, Joshua looked at the 2 silver badges and the serpentine 12-sided dice in his hand. The so-called high risk and high return. He was asked to work hard to complete the Oracle mission, and the badges issued were not just decorations that could be used for viewing. They were chips for a comeback and opportunities to pry open the current crisis. Luowen took a few deep breaths, rubbed the serpentine 12-sided dice in his hand, and muttered to himself, "Dice goddess, don't cheat this time. Give me a blessing from Hermes. I'm in a hurry to run away, or Athena and Zeus will do. At worst, Ares can make do with it and directly blow up the opponent." As he said that, he held his breath and threw the dice in his hand. The blue-gray 12-sided dice spun several circles on the ground, and then stopped leisurely, revealing the patterns of several rose petals. At the same time, a silver badge in Luowen's hand disappeared, turning into a silver oracle rune, floating on the bronze altar in his mind. Aphrodite's favor, the goddess of love and beauty grants you the ability to attract the opposite for a week. Lorne was speechless, cursing in his heart. Are you kidding me? I'm in a hurry, what's the use of this buff? Are you expecting that the Atlantis guards on the other side are all gay? And then sell their butts to the other side? After secretly complaining a few words, Lorne took a deep breath again, and forced a deformed smile on his stiff face. Don't be angry, there is still one chance. Take a chance, and the bicycle will become a motorcycle. Lorne tried his best to prepare himself mentally, picked up the 12-sided dice on the ground, shook his hands, and then made up his mind and threw down the destiny dice that determined whether he could be saved. The blue-gray dodecahedron bounced a few times on the uneven rock ground, rolled into a low-lying area, and finally stopped steadily. Several clusters of flame patterns came into view. At the same time, the last chip in Lorne's hand also disappeared and turned into an oracle on the bronze altar. Blessing of Hephaestus, gain 1 repair of a damaged creation, demigod quality and below. You two are playing a trick on me, right? At this time, what use is the blessing of the god of craftsmanship for me? Repair my own tomb in advance, or carve a monument in advance? Seeing that the 12 main gods had thrown out these two unlucky things, Lorne could no longer hold back, looking at the crappy 12-sided dice in his hand with tears on his face. My friend, I really lost miserably. The dice girl is online, and you can tease her. Okay, so this is how you play it, right? I don't believe it. Seeing that he had lost all the money he had worked so hard to save, and had not gotten any tangible benefits, Luoan gritted his teeth, raised his hand and drew a Hermes script, opened the magic circle, and took out all the last of his family's assets. 13 bronze badges fell to the ground with a clang, looking quite shabby. These were the bits and pieces he had accumulated for more than half a month. Since the difficulty of daily book, weekly book, and high difficulty book is almost exponentially increasing, the exchange ratio between the three is 100 to 1. Therefore, if you want to exchange the bronze badge equivalent to the consolation prize in your hand for a silver badge that you have fought hard for, and then gamble big, you have to complete at least 100 daily books, which means it will take a full 100 days. Maybe, before he saves enough money, he will be out of money. The process is really quite pitfalls. With this time, it is better to go directly to the weekly book to get resources. But at the moment, there is no other way. I can only use the existing capital to try my luck in the friendship pool. It's a last resort. Luoan secretly complained, picked up the 12-sided dice on the ground weekly, and threw a point. 5 familiar snake patterns came into view, which represented the goddess of wisdom and war Athena. There are many ways to rank the gods of Olympus, but the most mainstream is to divide them according to strength and status. The 12 main gods just correspond to the 12 numbers on the dice: 1 Zeus, the king of gods; 2 Hera, the queen of heaven; 3 Poseidon, the god of the sea; 4 Demeter, the goddess of agriculture; 5 Athena, the goddess of war and wisdom; 6 Apollo, the god of light; 7 Artemis, the goddess of hunting; 8 Ares, the god of war; 9 Aphrodite, the goddess of love; 10 Hephaestus, the god of fire; 11 Hestia, the goddess of the hearth; and 12 Hermes, the messenger of the gods. The use of 3 to represent Ares, the god of war, in chapter 14 is not appropriate. It has been changed to 8. Please refresh. At this moment, seeing the result of the throw, Lorne was not excited at all. Instead, he had a constipated expression on his face. If it was the silver pool, this wave might be considered the first prize, but he happened to be drawing the crappy friendship pool now, and Athena usually couldn't get anything good here. In other words, it would most likely be the worst reward. Sure enough, as the dice on the ground stopped turning, the bronze badge in Lorne's hand twisted and changed, turning into a bronze coin with Athena's head on the front and an owl relief on the back. Reward: Athena's bronze +1. Specific function: equivalent for $1 circulating in the market. You have to owe 2 coins to buy a piece of bread in the city. It's really bad luck that you don't come when you should, and you force yourself to come when you shouldn't. Lorne was depressed and complained, while throwing the Athena copper in his hand into the magic circle. In the corner of the dark space, there were 2 more of the same kind, which were the results of the previous draws from the friendship pool. Don't panic, a small loss, there are still 12 chances. Lorne tried to comfort himself, and picked up the 12-sided dice again, and continued to play the friendship pool. Athena copper +1. Hera silver +1. Athena copper +1. Athena copper +1. Athena copper +1. Athena copper +1. Zeus gold +1. The results of 6 consecutive deliveries made Lorne's facial muscles twitch violently, and it was a little difficult to hold it. At this time of escaping, what's the point of giving money? Can it explode more gold coins when it's cold? And, sister, 4 out of 6 times it was you. Forget about you not coming to the silver pool. This is already a bronze pool. I really don't deserve your level. Give me a way out and stop harming me, okay? At this moment, with resentment towards a goddess of war and wisdom in his heart, Lone picked up the 12-sided dice again and simply broke the jar. The good news is that in the next few times, the goddess of wisdom and war seemed to have heard his prayer and really never appeared in the pool. But instead, it was Oceanos' seafood +1. Hestia's recipe +1. Demeter's grain essence +2. Apollo's music +1. Artemis's prey +1. A series of suggestive oracles appeared in Lone's mind one after another. The praying person surrounded by the love of the gods felt a sore nose and was touched to the point of wanting to cry. What the hell is this garbage? It's better to give me some cash so that I can buy a cemetery. Seeing that the 13 bronze badges he had saved up with great difficulty were soon used up, Luo weakly clenched the last sapling in his hand and looked at the serpentine 12-sided dice on the ground with grief and anger. He had never been so obsessed with card drawing before. Even the crappy Krypton Gold game he participated in designing had a small guarantee of 10 consecutive purples. It's been 12 times, and I haven't gotten a single hair. This is not how you play with the low explosion rate in the friendship pool. Dice girl, let's stop playing. Instead of asking for gold, can we get something that can be used temporarily? While Luoan was complaining about this crappy card drawing mechanism, he was shouting that even idiots wouldn't play this crappy game, but his body honestly picked up the dice and threw the last chance. Under his nervous gaze, the dice rolled 2.5 circles and finally stopped at the position of 10. At the same time, with a sinking of his hand, a blue oracle emerged in his mind. The collection of the god of craftsmanship, Wings of Icaros, damaged. Carried in an instant, Lorne's almost lifeless face burst into a bright look, and his eyes were shining as he looked at the light creature in his hand that looked like bird wings and was filled with the breath of wind elements. Icaros, the son of the outstanding Greek craftsman Daedalus, according to mythological records, Daedalus was ordered to build a labyrinth for King Minos on the island of Crete. Later, in order to avoid leaks, the king imprisoned both father and son. In order to escape, the wise Daedalus left the leftovers to lure seagulls into the tower, and then patiently collected the feathers of the seagulls, and also collected wax drops from the candles. Finally, Daedalus used feathers, thread and wax to create a pair of wings for himself and his son, giving humans the ability to fly. When everything was ready, the father and son spread their wings from the stone tower on the island and flew to the Sea of Oceanus. But in the process of crossing the sea, Icaros forgot his father's warning before leaving, and blindly pulled up the altitude, causing the heat of the sun to melt the wax, and the feathers on his wings fell off one after another. By the time Icaros reacted, it was too late. He fell into the sea like a dead leaf that had lost control, and the pair of wings on his body also fell into the sea in pieces, and disappeared. At present, according to the existing results, it is very likely that Hephaestus, the god of craftsmanship, took a fancy to the unique craftsmanship of the wings and collected them as a collection in the treasury. Acceleration, can fly? At this moment, Lorne, who had sorted out the ins and outs, directly ignored the prompt of damage behind Icaros's wings, and his mind was filled with only the summary of the above 4 words. After the ups and downs, a surprise of a ray of hope boiled in his heart. Not only did they send emergency equipment, but they also provided repair technology. Hephaestus is such a kind person. Lone called up the blessing of the craftsman god, which he had previously regarded as useless, and looked at it again and again eagerly, not sparing his words of praise in his heart, completely forgetting that he had just scolded the man. Boom! Just as Lone was immersed in the joy of shipping, a violent roar came from the island, and the gravel on the stone wall fell with a rustling sound. Shrill screams and angry curses were faintly mixed in the wind. Those mad dogs are here again. Lone's face condensed, as if facing a great enemy. On the nameless island, violent explosions and flames stirred up dust several meters high in the dense forest. The strong smell of blood rushed to the face, and the intermittent shrill screams were creepy. What are you still standing there for? Don't you have ears? Save people. The middle-aged man with narrow cheeks and a sinister face looked at his subordinates who were standing still like wooden stakes, gnashed his teeth and growled. The 3 nearby guards wearing bronze armor with water patterns woke up from their dreams, rushed into the diffuse smoke and dust, dragged the 2 companions out of the dense forest, and rescued them anxiously. How are these 2 useless things? Seeing that several subordinates had been busy for a while but there was no improvement, the middle-aged man Darkress, the captain of the guards team, couldn't help but step forward to ask. The guard soldier in charge of the treatment answered with sweat on his forehead. Serrano's leg is broken, Andres has a penetrating wound in the abdomen, they are all bleeding heavily, we have run out of magic potions, and we didn't bring any doctors with us, so we can't stop the bleeding at all. Then carry them to a nearby place with water. The blessing of the sea god will heal them. Do you still need me to teach you this? Darkrise's narrow face was covered with dark clouds, and he cursed gloomily. Under the cold gaze of the captain, the 3 guards couldn't help but shudder, and immediately carried the 2 seriously injured companions to the nearby stream. A bunch of idiots. I really don't know how they passed the final examination. Darkreise looked at the figures of several people fleeing in panic, and was even more angry, snorting with gnashing teeth. Forget it, they are just new recruits stuffed in by the superiors to get gold. Why are you angry with them? In the back, a man with a gauze covering his left eye and a physique as strong as a bear stepped forward and patted Darkreise on the shoulder, smiling bitterly to comfort him. Since the start of this pursuit, this old friend who was known for his calmness has become increasingly angry, and the frequency of cursing and kicking people has also skyrocketed. Hearing the consolation, the low pressure lingering on Decurza's body eased a little, his face regained some calmness, and he turned to look at the sturdy man behind him. Sorry, Andrew, I was irrational. The captain of the Royal Guard's gaze lingered on the sturdy man's eye wrapped in gauze for a moment, and a trace of guilt flashed in his eyes. This lost eyeball should have been his. If it weren't for this old comrade who pushed him at the critical moment and stood in front of him. When he thought of the scene, Decurza's face became extremely gloomy, and a strong sense of humiliation came to his heart. Originally thought to be just a simple pursuit mission, it turned out to be a nightmare that was hard to look back on. Various endless accidents along the way made them exhausted. Life, talking trees, moving grass, hair-connected magic traps, triggered explosive runes pressed under the corpses of companions. Plus the desperate outlaw who was elusive, proficient in various spells, and could still jump around after being hit by 2 secret arrows of orichalcum. These encounters and factors made them suffer a lot and suffered heavy losses. Even he, a demigod, almost died in it. If he returned with this group of defeated soldiers, his career and fate could be imagined. Even if the Ten Kings Council showed mercy because of his hard work and great contributions over the years, those big and small god-blood families could drown him with spit. In order to send these god-blood descendants to the guards for gilding, they spent a lot of money in favors. In the end, not only did they not get gilded, but nearly half of them were killed or injured. Such a big mistake should be explained. Unfortunately, his size and weight make him the most suitable person to take the blame at the moment. Unless he can make up for his mistake and catch that, maybe he can have a chance of survival. The captain of the Royal Guard, Darkres, sorted out his thoughts, rubbed his aching head, and made a solemn promise to his comrade who was unfortunately involved. Don't worry, when we catch that and report back to the Sea God Temple, I will report the losses to the Council of 10 Kings, and bear all the consequences. Captain, the sturdy man was about to speak when a scream suddenly came from the stream in front of him. The 2 men's faces changed and they rushed to the scene immediately. What happened? Poison. Someone poisoned upstream. The 3 royal guards answered fearfully, and behind them, the 2 wounded soldiers who were hurriedly dragged out of the stream looked pale at this moment. Not only did their injuries not improve, but their wounds were also festering rapidly. Bang! Darkres punched the huge tree next to him. The 2 people hugged together, and looked at the upstream of the stream with bloodshot eyes, and couldn't help cursing in his heart. What a beast! The guards next to them were also indignant. In their entire lives, most of the opponents they had encountered, whether they were titans or gods and monsters, spoke with strength and fists, rushing up to fight with bare chests. Then, the winner stands, and the loser lies down. Even if they are smart targets who are cunning, their methods are mostly relatively crude, and they often adopt some auxiliary strategies for the sake of fighting. Unlike this old who poisons, digs pits, lays traps, and launches sneak attacks, he has made conspiracy and trickery the mainstream and an art. When did such a shameless scum appear on the Sea of Oceanus? That must be nearby. Andrew, take 2, send the wounded to the seaside, and the rest follow me. Chop this into pieces and feed him to the fish. Darkres gave the order with a gloomy face. Without waiting for his friend to dissuade him, he and another demigod deputy captain named Thanos, with the remaining 4 guards, quickly surrounded the stream in a corner. As they were almost psychologically traumatized, the 2 demigods simply stimulated the divine fire in their bodies, pulling in a huge tide of magic power, so that it formed a 10-meter-long azure flame around them, and then rushed forward with themselves as the vanguard. Suddenly, wherever the 2 beams of light and shadows went, there was a mess, and the dense forests on both sides of the stream issued thunderous explosions one after another, and smoke and dust rose up. 6. Very good, the troops have been divided. It seems that the plan has succeeded. At this moment, Lorne, who was at the upstream cave entrance, roughly came to the result based on the sound and magic reaction, and was slightly relieved. Generally speaking, it is better to cripple enemy soldiers on the battlefield than to kill them directly. On the one hand, screams and blood can interfere with the opponent's judgment and affect the opponent's morale. On the other hand, the wounded need to be transferred and resettled after being disabled, so at least one person is involved in the transfer, and sometimes two people. This invisibly increases the number of casualties in the battle. At first, Lone thought so too, and did not kill them directly. As a result, he underestimated the almost abnormal self-healing ability and tenacious vitality of the species of the Age of Gods. Moreover, under the protection of the sea god, this group of Atlanteans with the blood of the gods, even if they were seriously injured, only need to soak in the water to recover and recover quickly. Therefore, Lone had no choice but to kill the opponent as directly as possible to reduce the threat factor. However, this time, his main purpose was to escape. Using 2 wounded soldiers and a bottle of poison to contain another demigod and 2 golds is absolutely worth the money. At present, according to the prompts of Blessing of the God of Craftsmanship, the materials for repairing Wings of Icaros are mainly 2 kinds bird feathers and high-quality wax. He still had a lot of bird feathers in his warehouse, which he secretly saved when Circe was molting. The feathers of the eagle, which must be much better than ordinary seabird feathers. Next, the only raw material left was wax. On the way to the island to recuperate, he seemed to have seen several beehives in the southwest, which should have usable beeswax. Time is running out, we must speed up. As the roar outside the cave got closer and closer, Lone made up his mind to rush out of the cave before the pursuers blocked him in the cave. Found it, there. The 6 pursuers who rushed over also found the traces of the target, gritting their teeth and rushing towards a culprit who had committed many evil deeds. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the dense forest, the wind was raging. The compressed divine lightstream, the dense Hermes spell bullets, and the sharp orichalcum secret arrows attacked from all directions, making sharp whimpers that tore through the air, falling like a shower of meteors, making explosions one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Lorne, who was in the center of the fire, directed a small amount of magic power to the vital parts and launched a superimposed defense spell. The remaining majority was transferred to his legs, flexibly dodging the constantly flying gravel, wood chips, spell bullets and arrows, and increasing the speed of escape to the extreme. Even though the 2 demigods of Atlantis were old predecessors who had been promoted for a long time, and their accumulation of divinity and magic power was roughly higher than Lorne, they could only stare blankly at his coquettish movements and his slippery posture comparable to that of a sea eel, and followed him and ate dust. However, after all, they were veterans with combat experience. Seeing that the intensive offensive did not hinder the opponent's speed, the 2 demigods simply gave up this useless effort and followed suit, urging all their magic power to increase their speed to the extreme. However, after a few steps, 2 crisp sounds of crackling were heard under their feet. The 2 demigods could not help but stiffen their bodies, mechanically lowered their heads, and looked at the crystal runestone engraved with Hermes under their feet. The dazzling flames were gushing out as the runes shattered. Boom! Boom! 2 explosions sounded behind them, and the rolling heat waves swept in all directions. Lorne raised the corners of his lips, outlining a trace of joy, but did not stop at all, and continued to run wildly towards the southwest of the island without looking back. This impact was just a drizzle for the demigods. Even if they were caught by surprise, it would be difficult to cause any effective damage. At most, it would delay them. If there were 7 times more, it might be about the same. Unfortunately, those were the last few pieces left. While speeding up to escape from the battle, Lone was even somewhat grateful to the silly teacher who had trained him to have a super strong physique and the ability to survive in desperate situations. Although the process was a bit painful, there is no doubt that he has directly or indirectly mastered a lot of life-saving skills. In this sea of Oceanus full of titans and monsters, he may not be the strongest demigod, but he is definitely the best expert at running away. As we all know, only when you are alive can you output. Lone kept his eyes and ears open, while trying to maintain a good attitude and find joy in suffering. Finally, after running for about a quarter of an hour, he finally came to the dense forest where he had found the beehive before. But at the same time, the 2 dusty Atlantean demigods also relied on the advantages of divinity and magic level, gradually catching up with the gap between the 2 sides, and appeared on the gentle slope 100 meters away, staring at Lorne in front of him with bloodshot eyes. His eyes were gloomy and cold. Just when the 2 wanted to rush up and tear apart the who had frustrated and humiliated them again and again, and feed him to the fish. Unexpectedly, Lorne, who was 100 meters away, stopped and turned around, waved at them with a smile, and then took the initiative to slow down and walked into the dense forest. The 2 demigods' faces froze, and they subconsciously stopped, their expressions changing. Here! Catch him! And the few golds who followed and did not see this scene were pulled back by the 2 demigods behind them before they took a few steps. Idiot, do you want to die? Be careful of ambushes. The two demigods had dark faces and glared at the four burdens behind them, looking like they were disappointed. Time and time again, experience and lessons have proved that once the gold-level guards act rashly, they are basically sending food. Besides, that must have set a trap inside to ambush them with such a reaction. The two demigods went through a brainstorming process, looking at the dark forest, hesitant. At this moment, Lone, who had entered the forest, was worried for himself at first, and then he heaved a sigh of relief after confirming that the Atlantis guards behind him did not catch up with him immediately. Fortunately, the psychological shadow left by these mad dogs in the early stage was deep enough, so that they dared not act rashly in a state of shock. But cleverness backfired, probably like this. Lone himself had been chased for more than half a month, and no matter how rich his family was, it was drained out. How could he have the time and materials to prepare a trap that could kill the demigod? The feint just now was just a trick of playing the empty city. Fortunately, the other side really believed it. Lone wiped the sweat from his forehead, walked quickly to two unnamed broadleaf trees, knocked down the two beehives on them with stones, and then squeezed the beeswax out of the hives under the bees flying all over the sky. After gathering all the materials, he took out the stored bird feathers and the broken wings of Icaros, raised his hand and touched the illusory oracle in front of him, activating the blessing of the god of craftsmanship. Suddenly, a stream of silver-white secret culture-like flame-colored light was injected into the materials and objects, like a fire, melting and reconstructing the three. Lone rubbed his hands and waited anxiously for the smelting to be completed, but a moment later, faint footsteps came from outside the dense forest. Obviously, those Atlanteans can no longer hold back. Lone's eyelids jumped, he took a deep breath, and his voice suddenly rose. Everyone, come in and make a break quickly. I'll be here, I've been waiting for you, and I promise not to run away. Suddenly, the footsteps outside the dense forest paused again, and no new steps were taken. Time passed bit by bit, and it was not known whether it was a short moment or several long hours. The forging flames finally went out, and the broken wings of Icaros had perfectly integrated the other two materials, presenting a brand new look. Lone breathed a sigh of relief, glanced at the entrance to the dense forest behind him, which was still motionless, and couldn't help but teasing. I gave you a chance, but you are useless. However, just as Lone was secretly mocking, something strange happened. Buzz buzz buzz. In the dull and oppressive hum of the air, the magic power around frantically gathered above the dense forest, forming an ether tide that stretched for several kilometers. Aquamarine tridents filled with a murderous aura appeared in the sky, and the powerful power was enough to blow the entire deserted island into pieces. They might not be able to tell whether the opponent had an ambush or not, but smart people have smart routines, and stupid people have stupid ways. If you put your hand into the hole, you can't catch the mouse hiding in the dark, and you may get bitten. Then just open the whole mouse hole. At this moment, Lone, who realized that something was wrong, felt his scalp tingling under the ceremonial spell containing the power of Poseidon. He picked up the wings of Icaros in front of him without hesitation, attached it to his back, and madly injected magic power. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As the aquamarine tridents fell from the sky, Lone, who finally completed the last step, immediately vibrated the wings of Icaros behind him and soared into the sky. Boom 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 boom. There were bursts of explosions, the earth shook, the entire island was torn into pieces, and a graceful figure flew towards the vast sea of the Oceanus Sea with the wind. Let that get away again. After returning empty-handed again, the two demigods who worked together to cast the ritual spell had blood in their pupils and gnashed their teeth in anger, but they could only jump in vain on the island that was constantly disintegrating and falling. Get on board. At this moment, a rough voice came from the sea. Another demigod vice-captain who had escorted the wounded earlier was driving a shuttle-shaped warship pulled by several sea beasts and waved to the shore. The people on the island were overjoyed and immediately jumped onto the warship, starting the endless competition again. On the Sea of Oceanus, the howling winds tore apart the clouds, and the surging waves pushed forward like an overwhelming force. Several giant sea beasts resembling mako sharks shook their crescent-shaped tail fins under the dark waves, pulling up ropes made of water, dragging the swordfish-like warships on the sea. With the help of wind and waves, they cut through the waves and swept forward at a rapid speed. Southwest star position, 800 meters away, shoot at a 45-degree angle, and fire. Under the command of Vice Captain Andrew, the 6 Atlantis Golden Guards who were still able to fight immediately bent their bows and arrows and shot a round of arrows at the target in the air. It's really haunting. Sensing the sharp sound of breaking through the air behind him, Lorne frowned and cursed inwardly. He decisively adjusted the strength of the magic output, controlled the height and posture of the Icaros wings behind him, and flexibly dodged the arrows that attacked one after another. However, just as he was making an evasive move, the two demigods standing on the bow also tacitly placed two golden bronze arrows with delicate wave patterns and faintly shining stars on the bowstrings, and pulled the bronze longbows to the full. A familiar and strong sense of crisis instantly boiled in Lorne's heart, making his scalp tingle instinctively. Ollie has Steel's secret arrow. Coming again? Almost at the moment when this thought came to Lorne's mind, the air behind him had already made a shrill whimper, and the cold edge blocked his space for rise and fall, and the crisis was imminent. Using the first round of arrow rain from the golden guards to force the target to expose its flaws, the demigod masters seized the opportunity and used the Aliha Steel secret arrow with superior armor-piercing performance to shoot the truly deadly second round of arrow rain. It must be said that after the running in of this chase, this Atlantis guard is also growing rapidly and forming a more tacit cooperation. But their opponents are also not standing still. At the critical moment, Lorne suddenly withdrew the magic power supply to one side of the wing of Ikaros. Under the rapid change of airflow, his body turned in the air and narrowly avoided the attack from the two secret arrows of orichalcum steel. It's my turn! At the same time, Lorne narrowed his eyes, pulled out the old bronze sword from the magic array in front of him, and threw it violently. Swish! The sword made a sharp whistle and broke through the air. The two demigods subconsciously burst out their divine power, propped up a sea blue light curtain at the bow, and kept the sword out. Crack! The two collided, and a crisp shattering sound followed. This is. Captain Darkrest suddenly looked up and saw that on the bronze sword covered with cracks, someone had drawn several overlapping Hermes characters with divine blood at some point, and their meaning was explosion. At the same time, a dazzling stream of light burst out from the cracks of the bronze sword, and thousands of sword blade fragments shot out, turning into an indestructible metal jet at close range. Puff, puff, puff. At the moment of contact, the sea blue light screen covering the hull was completely shattered. The two demigods were caught off guard and their pupils twitched. They could only hastily and forcibly prop up the second barrier and take the lead in protecting the people around them. Boom! The exposed warships and sea beasts pulling the boats were instantly beaten into sieves by the violent metal jets, and then annihilated in a gorgeous explosion in flames. Finally got rid of it. Seeing that the biggest threat to the escape battle was destroyed and the distance between him and the group of Atlantis guards was successfully widened, Lorne breathed a sigh of relief. Crack! However, before he could breathe, he took a deep breath, and a crisp cracking sound echoed in his ears. His body, which was suspended in mid-air, paused, and he turned his head stiffly to look behind him. He saw several radioactive cracks spreading on the wings of Ikaros. Obviously, after a series of wind pressure changes and high-intensity magic conversion, it has reached its limit and can no longer bear the burden. It is on the verge of destruction. It is worthy of being a product of the friendship pool. With this quality, it is not pockmarked, but pitfalls. At this moment, Luoan was a little bit crying. As he gradually lost control of the wind, he had to give up the plan to cross the Oceanus Sea directly and look for a nearby island to land. Fortunately, there is always a way out. When the wings of Ikaros was about to completely collapse, a lush island came into view. In the center of the island, there are several dilapidated marble buildings, like some kind of ancient temple, and an obscure atmosphere is surging and permeating in the earth veins. Among the collapsed pillars and damaged stone sculptures on the square, there were dozens of black spots busy. Temple? Someone? Lorne's eyes condensed, and he instinctively felt a little alert, but at this moment, he could no longer think about it, and could only fold his wings and fall into a relatively remote forest on the island. At the same time, on the marble square. What? A bald and strong man with a face full of flesh and a short and sturdy middle-aged man in a felt hat felt the vibration under their feet, and they raised their heads at the same time, their eyes meeting in the southwest of the island. Then, the two looked at each other, and the bald and strong man who took the lead spoke first in a deep voice. Zayast, go over and take a look. This is not good, right? The short and sturdy middle-aged man in the felt hat looked at the stones and sculptures being cut and moved around, as well as several old items that were quite old that were picked out from the ruined temple. He couldn't help but rubbed his hands with a dry smile, and his slender eyes revealed a strong greed. Don't worry, you will get your share. The bald man promised coldly, and when he saw that the middle-aged man didn't move, he raised a finger impatiently. Add another 10% at most. If you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will. I'll do it. I'll do it. Noticing that the bald man was a little annoyed, the middle-aged man in the felt hat nodded and agreed with a smile on his face, then turned into a residual shadow and touched the southwest of the island where the movement came from. Watching the other party gradually go farther and farther, and finally disappearing from sight, the scarred young man standing behind the bald man spoke indignantly, revealing the standard bronze armor under the collar of his corsecloth. Boss, we are obviously the ones who are doing the most, why does he get so much? Why don't I follow him and kill this guy? Shut up, idiot. Do you really think you are still in Serifos? The bald man glared at the scarred young man behind him, lowered his voice, and snorted coldly. Don't you think I don't want to? But there's no one to lead the way, and there's no accurate chart of the Sea of Oceanus. Are you sure you can get ashore alive? What's the point of getting more by then? The most important thing is to live to spend it. Under the boss's scolding, the young and energetic scarred young man glanced at the figures mixed in the crowd around him, who were dressed the same as the middle-aged man in the felt hat, and lowered his head in dissatisfaction. He could only spit a mouthful of thick phlegm on the ground to vent his dissatisfaction. Bah! A bunch of Arcadian trash, thieves who are greedy for money. Legend has it that the messenger of God Hermes was born in a cave in Arcadia and is the widely circulated patron saint of the local area. Probably influenced by this god, the people of Arcadia are cunning, is a paradise where thieves, merchants, and swindlers gather together to celebrate. Of course, these objects favored by Hermes will more or less receive some blessings from the messenger of God, so they are agile, good at hiding, and are first-class players in exploring and transmitting information. And the middle-aged man in a felt hat named Zeus is the best among them because he has the blood of Hermes. However, his greed is also well known in the industry. If it weren't for the extremely high risks and rewards of this mission, they would not bring such a guy who was obsessed with money. In addition, there are other factors for everyone to live in peace. For example, as a demigod for many years, the bald strong man himself is not sure to subdue Zeuster, who inherited Hermes' extreme speed, with one blow, not to mention the deputy who has just entered the demigod behind him. They are not actually bandits, but the strongest elite that Serifos can gather. They are carrying the king's important commission and cannot afford to make mistakes. Once the two sides tear their faces, it will be good for no one. Okay, stop talking nonsense and get to work. The bald man calmed down his thoughts and waved his hand to give orders. The dozen people around him who were responsible for guarding and laboring could not help but speed up the progress of the transportation. Seeing the stone slabs and sculptures engraved with ancient secret codes being sent to the ship, the man's mood, which was originally due to the bleeding from cutting flesh, was relieved a lot. Although this mission did not find the divine blood that His Majesty the King wanted most, it was an unexpected gain to find an abandoned temple on this deserted island. As long as these and that thing can be safely transported to shore, it will be enough to make up for the losses and mistakes of this trip and make everyone a fortune. While thinking about the carefree days after returning to the city, the bald man couldn't help but look at the sculptures around him. For some reason, he always felt that these sculptures on the island were weird, like living people were forcibly stuffed into stone shells. A gust of cold wind blew, and the bald man couldn't help but shivered, subconsciously shrank his neck, and urged, "Hurry up! Make sure to load everything that can be loaded onto the ship before dark. As soon as Schwester comes back, we will return immediately." Everyone looked at the sun sinking into the sea and quickened their hands. About a quarter of an hour later, the bald strong man who was pacing in place couldn't help feeling anxious. Strange, why is there still no news from Schwester after so long? Could it be? In a flash, the bald strong man extinguished the groundless speculation in his heart and comforted himself. How is it possible? The blood of Hermes is the best at running away. As long as he wants to escape, almost no one can catch him. Well, he must have been delayed by something, let's wait and see. Soon, the bald strong man calmed down and continued to command his men to search for the secret treasures of the abandoned temple on the island. At the same time, in the dim forest, a descendant of Hermes looked at the dozens of exploding runes flickering faintly under his feet, and beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. "Don't move, or you'll explode." A kind reminder came. In the deep pit ahead, the fallen corpse that had originally attracted all of Schwester's attention was slowly getting up from the ground, turning around to shake off the dust and dead leaves on his body, and smiling at him, showing his 8 neat and white teeth. "So, do you want to die? Or do you not want to live?" Schwester opened his mouth silently after hearing the two options, and his expression froze. "So, you are the fleet commissioned by the king of Serifos Island to explore this abandoned temple on the sea?" A quarter of an hour later, Lorne raised his hand and stroked his chin, glancing at the middle-aged man in a felt hat who was crying and explaining his origins and identity in front of him, and his eyes narrowed quietly. "Serifos Island? This name seems to have some impression, as if I have heard it somewhere. Little brother, I have said everything I should say. I am just a guide." Seeing that the other side had no intention of letting him go, Zeuster begged with a sad face, and at the same time, in order to eliminate the other side's concerns, he swore to the sky with a serious face. "Don't worry, I know the rules, I didn't see anything, and I don't know anything." Lorne, who came back to his senses, couldn't help but laugh at this situation. "Hey, you are an expert, brother. It seems that you have encountered this kind of thing many times?" Zayster coughed a few times to cover up his embarrassment, squeezed out a flattering smile on his face, and leaned forward slightly. "Ahem, isn't it all just to make a living? There's no need to risk your life." "So?" Lorne spoke leisurely, looking at the middle-aged man's hand that had touched his lower back with a smile. "How many people who believed your words are still alive?" "Discovered." In an instant, Zayster's pupils shrank, and he immediately jumped up. His right hand quickly pulled out a dagger from his lower back, and the blade slashed towards Lorne's throat with a whimpering sound. The middle-aged man in the felt hat, who was originally timid, at this moment, moved quickly and viciously, with a sinister and cold look, just like a cheetah that suddenly showed its ferocious fangs. Sure enough, how could the demigod descendants of Hermes be innocent and pure little white rabbits, and the messenger of God they believed in was a well-known fraudster and thief throughout Greece? Lorne raised the corners of his lips without surprise, and a sneer appeared on his face. Crack! The crisp sound of breaking echoed in the dense forest. The right hand holding the dagger twisted like a twist to form several creepy arcs, and 3 pieces of white bone stubble pierced through the flesh and exposed. Ouch! The blood of Hermes almost fell to the ground as the pain hit. "If you move again, Zeus can't save you." The faint voice sounded in his ears. Zayster was startled and bit his tongue quickly, forcing himself to wake up, stop leaning forward, and stand still to avoid triggering the explosive rune under his feet. Quick reaction, you are worthy of being the blood of Hermes, the god of speed. With a half-smile teasing, Lorne started to approach, one hand gently rested on the other's right shoulder, and the other hand took over the bronze dagger that slipped from the palm of the middle-aged man in the felt hat. "I just wanted to play a joke on you. How can this little trick compare to yours?" Zayster endured the severe pain of the fracture, and his facial features were almost twisted into a ball. He squeezed out a few difficult dry laughs, flattered with a sad face, and cursed in his heart. "What kind of monster did I run into today?" Not only was he full of bad water, but his reaction speed was even faster than that of him, a descendant of Hermes. "If this is your last words, I will take it as a compliment for the time being." Lorne smiled with his eyes narrowed. The bronze dagger with a blue blade, which seemed to be poisoned, flew flexibly between his slender fingers. "As mentioned before, there is a gap between demigods. The blood of gods often becomes thinner with the iteration of offspring. Although he is not very willing to admit it, he is at least the first generation of Zeus's offspring, and what he faced on the Sea of Oceanus were also high-purity mixed-blood gods and titans. It would be impossible to trick a demigod like this one, who is related to Hermes and has lived in the mortal world for countless generations, whose abilities are almost all focused on agility." As the blue blade approached his neck, Zayster's face turned green, and he shuddered and hurriedly explained. "It was a misunderstanding just now. If you let go, I can lead the way for you. To be honest, the people from Seriphos found a lot of good stuff on this island this time." Seeing that Lorne had no intention of being tempted by this windfall, the descendant of Hermes with cold sweat on his forehead simply made up his mind, gritted his teeth and decisively revealed his trump card. "Well, let me tell you a secret. The king of Seriphos sent us here not just to explore the temple. What he really wants is the legendary, divine blood, a spiritual elixir that can transform mortals and greatly extend their lifespan. Even demigods will have a qualitative leap in strength after taking it." In a trance, Lorne was startled, and pieces of fragmented information intertwined in his brain. Divine blood, that transforms mortals. Spiritual elixir, that prolongs lifespan. And Seriphos Island. In an instant, there was a flash of lightning in his mind, and Lorne's pupils shrank slightly, and a name blurted out. "Gorgon. You know?" The body of Schuster opposite him also trembled, his expression was stunned. Lorne did not answer, his brows were tightly knitted, and his thoughts were running fast. He finally remembered why Seriphos Island sounded so familiar, because this was the second hometown of Perseus. That is, the famous demigod hero of ancient Greece who would set foot on the invisible island in the future, kill the Gorgon Medusa, defeat Keto, the mother of sea monsters, and save the Ethiopian princess Andromeda. In terms of blood relationship, this person is also Lorne's half-brother. According to legend, King Acrisius of Argos learned from the revelation of the gods that he would be killed by the son born to his daughter Danae, so he imprisoned his daughter in a bronze tower. And Zeus in the lower world turned into golden rain to meet Danae and gave birth to Perseus. When the king of Argos learned that his daughter was pregnant and had a child, he was horrified and put Perseus and his mother Danae in a box and threw it into the sea. But with the blessing of Zeus, the mother and son drifting in the sea safely passed through the wind and waves. Finally, the box they lived in was washed up on the island of Seriphos. The two brothers Dictys and Polydectes, who ruled the island, took in the mother and son and raised Perseus. But soon, the elder brother of the two brothers, Polydectes, coveted Danae's beauty and wanted to drive out Perseus, who was gradually growing up and showing supernatural powers and posing a threat to him. Therefore, on the day when Perseus presented him with a gift, the ruler of Seriphos Island maliciously expressed his wish to get the head of Medusa, one of the three Gorgon sisters. So Perseus was forced to embark on the journey, and this is the story behind it. However, if you think about it carefully, there seems to be a big deviation between the records in the myth and what Lone saw. The ruler of the island of Seriphos definitely did not choose to let his adopted son Perseus go to the invisible island to hunt down the Gorgon Medusa and retrieve her head just to make things difficult for him. Instead, he had been coveting the three Gorgon sisters for a long time. Of course, to be more precise, what he wanted was probably the Gorgon blood flowing in the three sisters' bodies. In Greek mythology, Gorgon is the collective name of the three Gorgon women, namely, the eldest sister, the daughter of strength Stheno, the second sister, the daughter of flight Euryale, and the youngest sister, the daughter of Medusa. According to rumors, the blood on the right side of the body of the three Gorgon sisters has the magical effect of resurrecting the dead and prolonging the lifespan of mortals, while the blood on the left side is a rapidly fatal poison. Perseus set foot on the invisible island and, with the help of fate, killed Medusa, the only one of the three sisters who could not live forever, and took off her head, but directly presented it to Athena, the goddess of wisdom and war. Athena fixed Medusa's head in the center of her sheepskin shield, making it her emblem. Later, Asclepius, the god of medicine and son of Apollo, received a small bottle of restorative medicine from Athena. Blood, and created a magical medicine that makes people immortal, but eventually violated the taboos of the gods and was killed by the thunder of the king of gods Zeus. From this, the powerful effect of Gorgon blood can be seen. It seems that even the immortal gods are afraid of it, not to mention the mortals who are trapped in the suffering of birth, aging, illness and death. Before, Lorne glanced at the human sculptures in the abandoned temple square. They were probably the human warriors who coveted the magical effect of Gorgon blood. These hunters who overestimated their own abilities misjudged their strength and became prey instead. They all turned into stone sculptures on this island, waiting for the years to sink. Lorne glanced at the middle-aged man in a felt hat beside him, and his eyes were thoughtful. It turned out that the king of Seriphos, the adoptive father of the demigod hero Perseus, had been harassing the three Gorgon sisters a long time ago. However, his repeated attempts ended in failure, and he turned to throw this problem to his adopted son Perseus. According to the process and results of the battle, Perseus at that time had to be promoted to a demigod at least, so that he could escape from the Oceanus Sea alive after killing Medusa, who was also a demigod, and facing the pursuit of two divine-level Gorgons, Stheno and Euryale. At least for now, Perseus has not grown to this point. Unexpectedly, among the 12 mortal female heirs destined by Zeus, the fifth son of Semele actually advanced to a demigod earlier than the fourth son of Danae, Perseus. It seems that my growth rate is indeed a bit extraordinary, but for the sake of my life, I should be careful to hide when I enter the city in the future. So you know it too, that's even better. At this time, the descendant of Hermes who came to his senses first put away the astonishment on his face and showed a surprised expression. Lorne smiled and stabilized the blade turning on his fingertips, but did not pull it away. This bit of information is not worth buying your life. No, no. Ziaster shook his head repeatedly, looked around with a sly look, and after confirming that there was no one, he whispered mysteriously, "I want to say, I can help you get the blood of Gorgon." At this time, hearing this unexpected good news, Lorne's smile became even brighter. What is the priesthood of Hermes? The god of fraud, lies, business, and theft. If the other side had this ability, the ruler of Seriphos Island who issued the bounty would have gotten what he wanted long ago, and there would be no future demigod hero Perseus? If you are still not honest at this time, just as Lorne's fingertips holding the dagger were slightly raised, the sound of huge waves came from the distant shore. The familiar smell of the sea that permeated made his eyelids jump. "Boss Ziaster, are you there? The goods are almost loaded. The boss asked me to ask you if you have encountered any troubles? When can we set off?" At the same time, a few trembling shouts came from outside the dense forest. Two Hermes believers, also wearing felt hats and cloaks, were walking incautiously. Lorne's eyelids twitched a few more times, and he couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart. There are wolves in front and tigers behind, and there are three Gorgon sisters hiding somewhere on the island. How unlucky. However, think about it in a different way. Perhaps, the crisis is brewing a turning point, and chaos may be the latter. Lone's eyes swept from the front and back, a bright and mysterious smile appeared on his face, and he warmly reached out to hook the shoulder of the Hermes descendant, and whispered in the man's ear. Do you want to do something bigger? For example, the two of us eat all the goods? Hiss. Zuster took a deep breath at such a crazy idea, then looked down at the poisoned dagger that was getting closer and closer to his neck, nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice, and made a very smooth choice. In front of the abandoned temple, dozens of people were busy loading the loot onto the boat. The bald man who was in charge of the supervision kept glancing at the dense forest on the distant coast, his brows gradually twisted. Because the demigod of Hermes had not returned for a long time, he was uneasy and sent 2 more people to investigate the situation. However, until now, there was still no movement on the other side. At dusk, the dense forest near the sea was like a monster lurking in the darkness, chewing and devouring life, which made people shudder. Just as the bald man was hesitant, there was a sudden explosion of thunder in the silence. Boom! Several blazing flames rose from the depths of the dense forest, and the violent shock wave that formed in an instant swept in all directions, destroying the grass and trees wherever it passed, and turning the rocks into powder, forming a huge mushroom cloud that could be seen with the naked eye and expanded rapidly. Even though they were half an island away, the deafening explosion and the shaking ground still made many people in the square stagger. Bang! Bang! With the dull sound of heavy objects falling to the ground, 2 figures thrown out by the airwave like broken sacks climbed up from the ground in a panic. One of them had a face and a panicked look. The other was Ziaster, who had lost contact before. At this moment, the right arm of the demigod of Hermes was strangely twisted, and his abdomen was stabbed. Blood with a hint of golden red flowed out from several tragic wounds. There was almost no blood and vitality on his pale face. Don't try to run. At the same time, a roar of boiling murderous intent came from behind, accompanied by the sound of surging waves, and several dark blue tridents whistled in. Get down! In an instant, the follower with a face shuddered and roared hard, and at the same time threw Ziaster, who was half dead beside him, to the ground and rolled forward. Puff, puff, puff. Before the people in front could react, the dark blue trident that broke through the air passed over the heads of the 2 men and landed in the square, causing blood and wailing. Just as the scene was in chaos, the follower with blood on his face dragged the half-dead Ziaster to his feet quickly, and rushed into his own camp before the next wave of attacks arrived. The quick reaction made people sigh that he was worthy of being a believer of Hermes, the god of speed. What are you doing? Are you waiting to die? Help! Kill these robbers! As the rapid shouts came into their ears, the people who were suddenly attacked in the square woke up as if from a dream. Ziaster, who was trying to find out the situation, ended up in such a miserable state, coupled with the wailing of his accomplices around him and the strong smell of blood in the air, they subconsciously stirred up their magic power and showed their weapons. At this moment, several sea blue shadows chasing from midair seemed to be frightened by the momentum on the square. They suddenly paused, their lips and tongues moved, as if they wanted to speak. Don't let them cast the spell. A timely reminder came from the crowd, and the figure who raised his arms and shouted was the first to throw out the dagger in his hand, signaling a charge. There are fewer people on the opposite side, so fight shoulder to shoulder. Following the leader's demonstration, the people whose nerves were stretched to the extreme after the surprise attack followed suit, each pulling out javelins, crossbows, and short axes to fight. The pursuers, who would not sit still and wait to die, also subconsciously fought back. For a moment, the 2 intersecting teams in the square fought each other thoroughly, and the battle situation changed with the leader's demonstration. The clash of weapons and the constant splashing of blood intensified. However, no one noticed that the hero who initially boosted morale and a half-dead descendant of Hermes had disappeared in the melee. Similarly, no one noticed that the large area of scarlet on the square was unconsciously fading, and the blood spilled under their feet quietly seeped into the ground in the darkness. At this moment, in the southeast of the invisible island, a short and sturdy figure, holding his bleeding belly, staggered to the shore, and pulled out a rope tied to the reef from the sand, and pulled it hard. A moment later, a small cedar boat slowly came from the reef. Ha! Fortunately, they are all there. Under the night, Ziaster looked at the deep waterline of the hull, breathed a sigh of relief, and almost collapsed on the sand. As the body and mind relaxed, all kinds of uncontrollable pains came like a tide. Ziaster couldn't help but gasp, his face twisted, and he cursed the culprit in his heart. This is really vicious. If I hadn't just pretended to be dead and got away with it, maybe I would have been killed by now? The surviving Hermes demigod couldn't help but feel a chill on his back when he thought of the thrilling scene just now, and was even more grateful for his witty choice. Although he teamed up with outsiders and played a teammate, it was forced by the situation. After all, his life was in the hands of the other party, and he had no choice. If you don't agree, The two fellow countrymen in the jungle who are basically familiar with each other are the best examples. Of course, even if this set of rhetoric is thrown out, betrayal is absolutely intolerable for most teams. What's more, both sides have lost so many people because of their conspiracy. No matter which side wins in the end, when they calm down and think about the process and find out the crux and problems, he doesn't think he will have a good ending. Rather than staying here and waiting to die, it is better to make a fortune and run away as soon as possible. At worst, you can just change your name. Looking at the deep waterline of the boat in front of him, Zioster's lips curled up with joy, and a strong sense of pride appeared on his face. This is the boat he secretly prepared for himself in order to avoid the bald man from abandoning the donkey after it has done its job. Inside, there is also a separate harvest, all of which are the best things. As a gray area practitioner who hates people and dogs, hanging out with a bunch of violent elements who lick blood on the edge of knives all day long, how can you live long without leaving yourself a way out? Zioster turned his head and glanced sarcastically at the temple square on the island where the sound of fighting came from, staggered to his feet, and climbed onto his own boat. However, due to excessive blood loss and his body being too weak, he staggered and almost fell back into the sea from the bow. Fortunately, a hand stretched out from the darkness and pulled him back into the boat, and earnest exhortations rang in his ears. "I told you to be careful." "Thank you." The subconscious response stopped abruptly. Zuster, who was trying to adjust his posture, turned his neck stiffly and looked at the nightmare that appeared in front of him like a ghost in the night, smiling at him. Finally, he couldn't help but feel a sore nose and almost cried. Why are you here?" "I'm worried about you." Luoan smiled and complained with concern. "You're half dead, and you ran so far. What if you encounter danger?" "Danger? Who on this island can? More dangerous than you?" Zioster couldn't help but complain in anger, and he had an urge to jump off the boat and run away immediately, but the oars that pushed the boat out of the water had already pushed it to the deep sea far away from the shore. As the bones in his right arm that had not yet been reset and the wound on his stomach that almost cut him alive felt a tearing pain, he slumped on the side of the boat, and his nose seemed to be even more sour. What escape master? What superior skills? It's all an illusion. When he thought about how he crawled out of the square, dragged his half-dead body, and moved to this coast little by little, thinking that he was superior skills, but ended up jumping under the opponent's nose the whole time, Zioster's back felt cold, and he couldn't help feeling a little sad and angry. The opponent clearly knew that he had pretended to be dead and ran away during the chaos, and was just deliberately playing with him. However, although he wanted to chop the other party into pieces and throw them into the sea to feed the fish, Zuster still pulled a professional fake smile from his face smoothly and took the initiative to offer a wave of courtesy. "You are right. This is the boat I prepared for you to leave the island. There is also a generous gift inside, all of which are the best goods on this island." The demigod opened his mouth and showed the eloquence inherited from his ancestor Hermes. He forcibly beautified his behavior of deserting the battlefield and embezzling treasures as thoughtful consideration for Lorne. Then, he paused, looked at the temple square where the sound of fighting seemed to be a little weak, and spoke carefully. "Let's go now, shall we?" Although he successfully tricked both parties through a wave of superb acting skills and just the right information gap. But as long as you calm down and think about it carefully, many details cannot withstand scrutiny. Moreover, the disappearance of their two fuses is almost a loophole that cannot be remedied. By then, when the other side reacts, they may face the pursuit of not only one side, but both sides. Lorne smiled, still rowing the oars slowly, without any impatience. He looked at the island that was gradually moving away, and raised the corners of his lips. "I forgot to tell you that I did something else before I caught up with you." "What?" Zuster was slightly stunned and asked subconsciously. Snap. Lorne let go of the oars, raised his right hand, and snapped his fingers. Boom! In an instant, a violent explosion came from the other side of the island. The deep blue water rushed up to the sky, countless wood chips flew, and a broken warship slowly sank into the deep sea with billowing smoke. At the same time, the bald man who had just hesitated on the temple square saw this situation and his eyes were bloodshot. "Ship! They destroyed our ship! And everything!" For a moment, a strong murderous aura spread, and the clanging sound of armor rubbing against each other was endless. Their true identity was not bandits, but the regular army of Serifos. If they failed to retrieve the blood of Gorgon, and failed to obtain the corresponding harvest to compensate for the losses at sea, and their only means of transportation are destroyed, their next fate can be imagined. Since they won't let us live, the other side won't have an easy life either. The remaining warriors around were excited, and they tore off their coats, revealing the standard armor inside, and roared angrily, "Fight! Fight them! At this moment, several Atlantis guards who were already dizzy in the fight just looked numb and confused, and their bodies mechanically and instinctively met the human soldiers who rushed over to fight them desperately. TSK, two demigods, a group of gold, and they know how to cooperate? Is this the regular army of Serifos? Lorne, paddling on the edge, sensed the crazy turbulent ether tide on the island, slowed down the speed of paddling, and glanced at Zioster beside him with a smile. It seems that His Majesty the King has really invested a lot in this. Zioster, who realized that he could no longer get off the pirate ship, had a sad face, nodded helplessly, and told all the information he knew about this exploration. It turned out that with the growth of his adopted son Perseus and his extraordinary talent, coupled with his own aging, the ruler of Serifos Island had already felt urgent pressure and danger. After all, Greece has a fine tradition of killing his father to ascend to the throne. So he issued rewards one after another and sent people to find the legendary blood of Gorgon. But most of the conventional civilian forces never returned. Finally, the king of Serifos, who could no longer wait, gathered all the forces in his hands, and hired the followers of Hermes as guides at a high price, and directly bet everything on this exploration. However, the result might disappoint him. The fleet that landed on the island searched the entire abandoned temple, but failed to find the legendary Gorgon. Boom! The violent explosion on the island interrupted Zioster's story. The dazzling flames shot up into the sky, and broken arms and limbs flew around. Seeing the tragic battle and the terrifying destructive power of both sides, Zioster swallowed his saliva and his face turned pale. Who are those people who are chasing you? Atlantis guards. Hiss. Hearing the careless answer, the demigod of Hermes broke out in cold sweat and complained in his heart. This time, not only did he pit the Serifos, his employer, but he also got in trouble with the Atlanteans who were rampant on the sea. If he thought about his life, he would have to say goodbye to going out to sea to make a living. At this moment, with the strong vibrations coming one after another, the entire sea surface began to sway with huge waves, and the boat they were riding on was swaying from side to side, and the ether factor content in the air was also rising. Luoan's eyebrows twisted into a ball, and gradually restrained the smile on his face. Something was wrong. Those Atlanteans had been crippled by him, so they shouldn't be so strong. And the source of the vibration didn't seem to come from the ground, but underground? After a brief pause, he seemed to think of something and suddenly looked up at the shaking island. Boom! At the same time, a roar of heaven and earth exploded, and the hideous cracks in the ground tore the entire island apart, as if leading directly to the abyss where the underworld was. The rustling sound of snakes climbing and the hissing of their tongues came in the darkness, like steel needles, piercing everyone's hearts and eardrums. Panic, despair, and all kinds of negative emotions spread uncontrollably. Then, two hideous and huge shadows gradually emerged in the thick night with terrifying outlines. It was a magical beast with a purple snake tail in the lower half and a human female in the upper half. It was a goddess with golden wings on her back and a cold and beautiful face. The Gorgon! Bang! The claws covered with snake scales crossed the abyss and climbed onto the broken temple square. The two towering figures like hills rose higher. The ether magic factors that were frantically converging on the invisible island were excited and active in the air. The purple-red light produced by the fierce friction illuminated most of the dark sky. In an instant, the powerful magic reaction made Lorne's eyelids twitch on the sea, and goosebumps exploded on his back. Divine level 2. He couldn't help but turn his head to look at the cultivator beside him. Stir spoke dryly. Are you sure you are here to hunt them? I don't know. The higher-ups said they were just gods and monsters that escaped from the Arima crypt, at most demigods. The demigod descendant of Hermes also swallowed his saliva wildly, his upper and lower teeth trembling uncontrollably, with a look of horror on his face. Two demigods, plus a pile of gold, and a demigod descendant of Hermes as an external aid, this lineup is definitely enough to deal with three gods and monsters that are also at most demigods. Unless... At this time, the two Gorgons on the island, who had transformed into their complete forms, had already launched a massacre against the intruders. Buzz 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 buzz. Dense purple-red beams swept across the sky, falling to the ground like a meteor shower, and the entire temple square was plowed several times in an instant. The red and black scorched earth mixed with flesh and blood fell, and the conical pits tens of meters deep emitted wisps of green smoke. With just this one blow, 7 or 8 people from Serifos and Atlantis were instantly wiped out. These survivors are all genuine gold-level elites. That old coffin gourd on Serifos Island actually played a trick on me. At this time, after witnessing the tragic situation on the island and experiencing a flash of lightning in his mind, Zuster, who felt a chill on his back, couldn't help but start cursing. Not necessarily. A low voice on the side pulled Zuster back to reality in panic, muttering faintly. It is possible that when they first landed on this island, they were only demigods, but in order to fight against the constant pursuit and to survive, just before you arrived, they successfully broke through their original ranks and were upgraded to complete gods. As for the specific reasons, Lone also vaguely guessed it based on a few things he had taken from the Seraphos worship before. He opened the magic circle, took out a few stone slabs engraved with wavy secret texts, took a deep look at the unrecognizable abandoned temple on the island, and his lips and teeth moved silently. The old sea god Pontos, I didn't expect that this was actually his former temple. But after careful calculation, this is not surprising. After all, since the fall of this ancient god, he has been a Greek model worker. Not only has he exploded gold coins everywhere, but he has also greatly enriched the ecology of the original ocean, leaving behind endless legacy. I am afraid that the three Gorgon sisters, who were originally hunted and conquered everywhere, were able to successfully advance on this invisible island with almost nothing except waves and stones, because they licked the bag of the old sea god Pontus and inherited part of the ocean's grace. Therefore, in Greek mythology, the three Gorgon sisters have two speculations about their identity sources: the daughter of the demon ancestor Typhon and the snake mother Echidna, and the daughter of the father of all monsters Phorcys and the mother of sea monsters Keto. By the way, although in name, the father of all monsters Phorcys and the mother of sea monsters Keto are the children of the old sea god Pontus and the parents of the three Gorgon sisters, their blood and divinity seem to be purer than the three of them. However, the future demigod hero Perseus only used the head of Medusa to turn the so-called mother of sea monsters Keto into stone. Obviously, the three Gorgon sisters are the more perfect successors. At this moment, Lorne looked at the two Gorgon banshees who were constantly emitting divine pressure on the island and began to violently clear the area, and couldn't help but feel a little scared. The constant hunting and harassment from the outside world has made the three sisters deeply wary and hostile to outsiders. Not long ago, after obtaining the legacy of the old sea god Pontos in some way, they did not disappear, but sneaked into the underground of the temple to sleep, waiting for promotion. And those outsiders who broke into their territory happened to run into the muzzle of the gun and woke them up early. Fortunately, they didn't rush up to get close to them at the first time, otherwise they might not know how they died. Lorne once again, he felt fortunate for his wisdom and prudence, and at the same time, he grabbed the oars and prepared to evacuate this dangerous area as soon as possible. Even if he wanted to build a good relationship with the three Gorgon sisters, now was not the time. Save your life first, and talk about it later. As Lorne thought, he increased the speed of paddling. However, as the sound of waves spread and touched the island, his heart suddenly shrank, and a sudden strong sense of crisis arose spontaneously. The whole person was like a frog stared at by a poisonous snake in the dark, and the piercing cold instantly spread throughout his body. "Lie down!" With a low roar that blurted out, Lorne, whose face changed, fell without hesitation. Almost at the same time, the snake-like vertical pupils flashing with madness and anger looked coldly at the sea. When their eyes met, the unprepared Souster suddenly felt his body sink, and his consciousness continued to fall and sink in the darkness. Swish! The next moment, the purple-red magic eye opened and closed, and a beam of magic power compressed to the extreme swept across the sea, raising huge waves, and the sea surface fell into chaos and darkness. Finally, the night ended and the day dawned. The turmoil and chaos of the deep sea were washed away by the rising sun in the morning. Splash! With a crisp sound of water, a tall figure soaked in water flipped from the water to a small boat floating quietly on the sea. Ahem! Lorne lay on the deck, coughed slightly, then looked at the calm surroundings, lay down exhausted, and gasped. Is this the gap between demigods and gods? Isn't it too scary? After a short rest, Lorne stood up while complaining in his heart. His wandering eyes looked at the half-remaining human sculpture on the deck, and shook his head helplessly. I told you to lie down but you didn't listen. Now look, this time even Zeus can't save you. After a few seconds of silence for a certain unlucky descendant of Hermes, Lorne raised his hand and threw the half-remaining stone sculpture into the deep sea. He sat on the deck and looked at the unfamiliar sea around him, feeling a little embarrassed. Without a guide and no idea of the direction, where should he go now? As depression surged into his heart, Lorne could not help but criticize the culprits who caused this unprovoked accident. Three elder sisters, I was just passing by, is it necessary to fire a map cannon at me? Crack! Just as a victim was complaining in anger, a strange cracking sound came from the cabin under his feet. Along with it, there was a familiar smell that made his blood pressure soar. Gorgon! Lorne turned his neck stiffly, forced a dry smile on his face, and looked at the open cabin behind him. His eyes changed from hypocritical flattery to doubt, and finally to complex astonishment. In the deepest part of the cabin, the piles of secret stone slabs and bronze sacrificial vessels slid down, and a half-human high-purple-red cocoon revealed its outline, and it rose and fell with the frequency of breathing, and it sounded like the beating of a heart. And inside it, a petite human figure was curled up in the fetal membrane with its arms clasped. The morning sun rose, and a ray of light shone into the dim cabin. Inside the purple-red cocoon, a pair of eyes opened as if sensing something, with pure and unique rectangular pupils, looking faintly at the figure standing outside the fetal membrane. The corners of Lorne's mouth twitched slightly, and his thoughts were churning. He finally knew why only 2 of the 3 Gorgon banshees appeared last night, and he finally knew why the sisters slaughtered all the intruders on the entire island like crazy, and also opened a map cannon against him. This time, it seems that there is a big trouble. "Poseidon, you scum!" A low roar echoed on the sea, and Lorne on the deck raised his knife with a gloomy face. Bang! In an instant, blood splashed, and a fish head with eyes open rolled down from the side of the ship into the surging waves. Ding! Today's blasphemous task is completed. Bronze certificate +1 accompanied by a mechanical sound in the ocean of consciousness, and the 3 dots on the 12-sided dice, and Lorne's mind went out, and a bronze badge fell into his hand. Ship, come on a Poseidon, or come on a Hermes. In the devilish muttering, the bronze badge was swallowed by the bronze altar transformed by the wheel of Hecate, and the static 12-sided dice above turned again, and finally stopped on the side engraved with 3 ripples. Congratulations on receiving a blessing from Poseidon, harvest fish tide. The anticipation and excitement that had just emerged on Lorne's face froze in an instant. He waved the kitchen knife with gritted teeth, viciously scraping the scales and gutting the headless sea fish in his hand. His ferocious and gloomy expression was somewhat personal. Fish. Eat your uncle. Rubbish lottery. Rubbish Poseidon. The blasphemer on the sea cursed inwardly while sketching the triangular Hermes symbol representing fire in the air. With the flame rising, he roasted the fish meat that had been pierced on the dagger until it sizzled with oil. There was no pause in that series of actions, which could be described as flowing smoothly. After all, he had been drifting on the sea for 7 days and 7 nights, and had been eating fish for a whole week. As a fishy smell rose from his churning stomach to his throat, Lorne couldn't help but frown and complain to the 12-sided dice in his mind. "You've cheated me of so many chips, and you don't even have a guaranteed mechanism. Sooner or later, you'll be demolished." Buzz. The 12-sided dice on the altar trembled slightly, as if it understood the owner's accusation, and then it spun around, faintly emitting a certain mixed joyful emotion, and activated 3 silver-gray oracles. Trial 1, steal a golden sacrificial vessel from the Temple of Hermes, fooling the god known for stealing. Trial 2, destroy a marriage, causing the hostility of Hera, the protector of marriage. Trial 3, lead Medusa to pray to the Temple of Athena, desecrating the sanctuary of the goddess of wisdom. Come on, if you are a man, face me head on. As the 3 updated Zhou Changben appeared in his mind, Luoan bared his teeth and felt a little liver pain. In the process of constantly accepting and completing tasks, his fate with the 12-sided dice in his mind became deeper and deeper. And this thing seems to be able to evolve. After contacting his own professional memories about games, it actually upgraded in the same way, gradually evolving in a more systematic and humane direction. Of course, considering the moral integrity of the gambling goddess, Luoan did not think about giving this thing a humane destruction to eliminate future troubles. But whether he roasted it with fire and drowned it, or chopped it with a sword and struck it with lightning, he could not scrape off a bit of stone foam from this thing. Even if he threw it into the sea and then ran away immediately, it could automatically return to Luoan's body and drag him to crazy death in the world of gods. I was kidnapped by a dice. Who would believe this? Luoan was feeling even more depressed while complaining in his heart and sensing the 3 refreshed Jouben tasks in his mind. This time Jouben was even more unlucky than last time. Just asking him to find the temples of the 3 main gods in this vast ocean was a difficult problem. Not to mention, the latter 2 options of being a minotaur under Hera's nose and putting on eye drops for Athena were both very suicidal. Therefore, he had reason to suspect that this unlucky man the dice chose these topics deliberately to target him. Fortunately, he had completed 2 weekly tasks at once, so he would have a 2-week protection period. At least in the short term, he didn't have to bite the bullet and actively show up in front of the Olympian gods. But even if these crappy weekly tasks could be delayed, there were other big troubles waiting for him. As the fish meat, which came with its own salt, gradually became crispy on the outside and tender on the inside under the scorching flames, and both sides were golden. Lone came back to his senses, sighed, raised his hand to put the fish meat, which was cooked to the right temperature, into the plate, turned around, pulled open the partition, walked into the cabin, and put the tableware on the ground. "It's time for dinner." A rustling sound came from the dim corner. A moment later, a purple-haired girl, 3 meters tall, with a black headband tied on her forehead, came over with a loose linen robe that didn't fit her. She was cold and gloomy, blending into the darkness. Fish again? The purple-haired girl's eyes fell on the fish on the plate, and she couldn't help but pause. This is the only thing on the sea, just make do with it. Luowan spread his hands, also somewhat helpless. The purple-haired girl took the plate gloomily, looked at the food that made her feel a little nauseous, bit her lip, and raised her tense little face. I want to go home. Luowan rolled his eyes at the purple-haired girl opposite him, sat cross-legged on the floor, and answered unhappily. What a coincidence, me too. Suddenly, the purple-haired girl became energetic, and a trace of visible excitement appeared on her gloomy little face. Then let's go. Go? Where to go? Your sister's map cannon has blasted the ship to some strange place. Now we can't determine the direction and position. Let's use our heads to navigate? Lorne's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He pointed at the vast sea and accused, and his eyes fell on the purple-haired girl in front of him. Medusa, the youngest sister of the 3 Gorgon banshees, is the only mortal body. At the same time, she is also the fuse of the massacre on the Invisible Island. The reason why this legendary snake-haired banshee appeared on this ship was purely accidental. If you want to trace the source and sort out the ins and outs, you have to mention the Hermetic demigod Thuester. How to say it? This guy is worthy of the blood of Hermes, and he has inherited his ability to steal. When the Seraphos fleet arrived at the Invisible Island and searched for the traces of the 3 Gorgon banshees, he accidentally dug up the meat cocoon wrapped in little Medusa from under the abandoned temple. Originally, this kind of thing should be reported, but the greed in his blood made this guy decisively choose to conceal it. Of course, in Zioster's cognition, he just thought that he had picked up the eggs laid by the Gorgons. At most, he would extract some of the Gorgon's divine blood from it, and squander it after making a fortune. But he didn't expect that the 3 Gorgons happened to enter the stage of transformation of their demon bodies and transformation of their divinity. That is, an advanced change similar to the growth of snakes shedding their skins. So, Zioster, who was accustomed to stealing, sneakily moved the giant cocoon containing Medusa to the small boat he had prepared privately, and mixed it in with a pile of stolen goods. What happened next was what Lone was familiar with. First, he was chased to the Invisible Island by the Atlantis guards, and then ran into the Seraphos who were looting the temple at that time. Then, after a lot of fanning the flames, the Atlantis guards and the Seraphos successfully started a fight under his deception. Then, the blood that flowed wantonly, the crazy gathering of magic power, awakened the other 2 Gorgons sleeping underground. In the end, the 2 Gorgons who woke up found that their sister was missing and saw a large number of intruders, so they showed their full strength in a madness and almost slaughtered all the outsiders on the island in anger. And Lorne, who was just watching the show on the sea, was unfortunately also caught in an unexpected disaster. The 2 Gorgons who noticed some clues focused their fire on him, and he almost became a hero fragment on the ground like the unlucky guy Zioster. Thinking of this, a fish that was affected by the disaster couldn't help but start to accuse. I've said it all, I'm just passing by. I'm innocent. Why do your 2 sisters have to catch me and bombard me? Those who can take the initiative to go to the island don't seem to be innocent, right? Little Medusa raised her head, and her clear purple eyes looked at the face that was complaining for herself. The scrutiny that seemed to be able to penetrate the soul made Lorne unconsciously look away, muttering in his heart. I didn't do anything bad. Didn't he just explode a wave of gold coins of his teacher Circe, shoot 100 or so sea monsters, and kill Poseidon's illegitimate son? Then, he provoked a whole team of Atlantis guards, held the descendants of Hermes hostage, blew up the ships of the Seraphos, and tricked them into fighting with the Atlanteans. In the end, the awakened Gorgon monster mistook the 2 teams that came to his doorstep for thieves and cleaned them up. At this moment, after simply reviewing his own actions in his mind, Lorne, who was originally righteous, couldn't help but feel ashamed. Although he can't say that he is innocent, his crimes are too numerous to list. Of course, if he knew that he had indirectly pitted Bors and Aphrodite and triggered a new round of Olympus family crisis, I'm afraid he would have to add 2 more glorious achievements to his black and purple list of sins. Fortunately, Medusa, who asked the question, did not notice the change in the expression on Lorne's face. She just asked in a muffled voice while chewing the fish. When will you send me back? Don't worry, I will definitely send it when there is a chance. Lorne promised solemnly on the surface, but he did not give any substantive promise. Send her back? You are kidding. Things have come to this point, and he is almost confirmed to be suspected of kidnapping a young girl. Who knows if the Gorgon sisters of the Invisible Island will tear him alive as soon as they meet? These two with explosive combat power, even if Perseus, who is full of god equipment in the future, meets them, he can only run away with his head in his arms, let alone himself now. Instead of gambling whether the Gorgon sisters will listen to his excuses, it is better to be safe and get along with Medusa, the only one who can prove his innocence, or wait until he has enough self-protection ability before going to the invisible island for confrontation. Although this will invisibly increase some dangerous factors, it is the safest way to do it comprehensively. As Lorne analyzed in his mind and reviewed his glorious deeds, he could not help but murmur. After all, the three Gorgon sisters were the successors of the first sea god Pontos, Circe was the granddaughter of the second sea god Oceanus, and the Cyclops was the son of the third sea god Poseidon. Oh my goodness, now everything is complete. Almost all the new and old gods of the entire ocean system have been harmed by him directly or indirectly. For the sake of his life, it is better to stay in the sea for a while and find a way to get ashore as soon as possible. At this time, Lorne, who was a little weak, realized that a large number of enemies and creditors behind him were sharpening their knives, and he hoped that the city-state and land would appear as soon as possible so that he could successfully sneak across. At night, the waves flowed on the Sea of Oceanus, and the breeze was blowing. A small cedar boat drifted gently, breaking up the reflection of the bright starry sky. Creaky, a subtle tremor came from the wooden board in the cabin, and a petite figure got on all fours and half-crouched in the corner. In the night, the purple-red eyes with rectangular pupils flickered faintly, and the small head quietly approached the figure lying flat next to it. Suddenly, the pair of tightly closed eyes in the darkness opened, and stared at the face that was so close. "What do you want to do?" After a brief silence, little Medusa raised her head and looked at Lorne, and answered in a muffled voice. "I'm hungry. If you're hungry, go out and find something to eat." Lorne pointed outside the door and spoke expressionlessly. "But..." Little Medusa looked straight at Lorne in front of her, and her pink tongue couldn't help licking her lips. "You smell so good." In the speechless silence, the corners of Lorne's mouth twitched violently. I understand, he was being favored again. Of course, this was not, but just like his witch teacher, she had a great interest in Lorne's smell and body structure. To be more precise, what Medusa showed was the hunting instinct of snake gods and monsters. And they usually prefer to the blood of creatures to absorb magic power. The higher the purity of the target's blood, the stronger the divinity and magic power, and the stronger the fragrance it emits. As the offspring of Zeus and the legendary future god of wine, Lorne's temptation to Medusa is self-evident. She is simply a mobile blood-adding bag. Especially not long after completing the advancement, this snake-haired banshee has been hanging by some tasteless grilled fish, and her thirst for blood is naturally increasing day by day. Finally, on this night, she couldn't help wanting to eat it. But in terms of alertness and vigilance, Lorne is obviously better. Gurgle, the clear sound of the throat moving echoed in the small cabin, interrupting Lorne's thoughts. Lorne came back to his senses and saw Medusa sneaking up again, his face darkened. But soon, he stretched out his arm with a subtle expression. "Want to eat?" Medusa swallowed unconsciously, her eyes staring straight at the white arm. Her gradually fiery gaze seemed to be able to penetrate the target's skin, clearly seeing the rich blood vessels underneath and the scarlet deliciousness flowing inside. At the same time, the little head, he could not help but press down. "Pa!" However, before Medusa could taste the delicious food, another hand fell at lightning speed and hit her head hard. "You wish!" Luoan's face suddenly changed, and he pulled back his arm that was used as bait, and scolded him unhappily. "You don't sleep at night, and you still want to attack me? Can you respect the old senior? I am better than you after all. You rush over here without thinking, aren't you just running into the muzzle of a gun?" Medusa rubbed her aching head, and was silent for a long time before she uttered her thoughts. "But I'm really hungry." Luoan, who had been trying hard to persuade her, was speechless. Well, she still didn't listen to the class. Facing the student who refused to listen, Luoan waved his hand angrily, with a look of disgust. "Go away, there is still grilled fish left on the plate in the kitchen." During the day, Medusa's mouth twitched, and she turned her head away expressionlessly. "Where are you going?" "The kitchen is next door." Lorne pointed to the opposite side and reminded unhappily. "I'm not hungry." Medusa's face was tense, and she shook her head firmly to refuse this kindness. At the same time, she quickly jumped onto the bed, pulled the quilt over, and huddled herself in the quilt to establish a full-scale three-dimensional defense. Looking at the Gorgon who was defeated in front of a plate of overnight seafood, Lorne couldn't help shaking his head and sneering. "What? She's just a child." Outside the door, the moonlight was strong, and a moist sea breeze poured into the cabin, diluting the few sleepiness Lorne had at the moment. "Forget it, take a walk outside." Bored, he glanced at the silent quilt next to him, put on his clothes quietly, and went to the deck of the boat to look out. In the silent cabin again, a corner of the three-dimensional defense quilt was quietly lifted, and a pair of purple-red eyes looked at the back of the figure blowing in the wind on it, inexplicably absent-minded. This person seemed different from all the humans she had met before. Very strange. But, also reassuring. Medusa's curled-up body stretched slightly, fatigue kept rising in her heart, and her vision gradually blurred. At this time, as if he was a little bored of being idle, Lorne on the deck picked up a homemade harpoon and stood in front of the ship's side looking down. Eating fish again tomorrow. Medusa muttered depressedly and yawned deeply. Finally, she could no longer resist the invasion of sleepiness, and her little head tilted, and she fell asleep. In the early morning, a meaty smell that was completely different from the fishy smell filled the cabin and awakened the sleeping Gorgon. Medusa Shachong's nose twitched, and her sluggish spirits suddenly lifted up. She rubbed her sleepy eyes, sat up from the bed, walked out of the cabin barefoot, came to the deck, and looked curiously at the pot of meat breakfast that was stewing in front of Lorne. What is it? There was a fish tied nearby last night, which attracted a lot of seabirds. I took advantage of the chaos and shot down a few. Lorne answered casually while turning the wooden spoon and yawning. Medusa looked at the blood-stained harpoon next to her and the small pile of bird feathers on the deck, and was slightly stunned. It's almost cooked. Go wash your face first and eat together later. The reminder in her ear made the snake-haired banshee come back to her senses and obediently complete the preparations before the meal. Soon, after stewing for most of the night, the completely soft bird meat was brought out from the kitchen and served on the dining table. Medusa glanced at the oily soup and the large pieces of bird meat in the bowl, and couldn't help but touch her growling belly. I'm still so hungry. For vampires, the magic, vitality and satiety brought by blood are difficult to replace with ordinary food. However, Medusa slightly raised her purple-red eyes, looked at the figure who was chewing a piece of fish beside the ship, and pursed her lips. It should be delicious. The petite Gorgon banshee picked up the pottery bowl, closed her eyes and took a big sip of the soup, imagining the fishy and sweet taste of blood in her mind. In a trance, it seemed as if she really drank the feeling of blood from the bottom of this bowl of soup, and the warmth spread through the stomach and intestines and the lower abdomen, flowing to the limbs and bones. Delicious. Medusa couldn't help but widen her eyes, and took another big sip, reliving the previous enjoyment. The familiar feeling emerged again, and with it came a faint fishy sweetness on the tip of the tongue. Fishy sweet? Medusa was stunned and her eyes fell to the front. The hand holding the skewer was slender and white, like an exquisite jade. The only flaw was that there was a shallow scratch on the back of the hand. Medusa opened her mouth and was about to speak when Lorne, who was leaning against the side of the ship, stood up suddenly, threw the fish in his hand into the surging waves under the ship in anger, and shouted excitedly, "Land! It's land! We can go ashore!" At the same time, a coastline within sight, as well as the continuous mountains and the iconic marble buildings of the human city-state, came into the eyes of the two. Today's word count is another day of exceeding the quota. The marine gods have been initially provoked, and the next step is to go ashore. Guess who will be the first to be unlucky? On the northern coastal plain of the island, beside a lush forest path, two foreigners who had successfully smuggled ashore, one big and one small, looked at the tall city walls and towering gates at the end of the road, hid under the shade of the trees, and began the standard collusion process. What will you call me after you go in? Lorne. Bang! A dull slap hit Medusa's little head, and Lorne repeated with a dark face. Brother, call me brother. From now on, you are my sister, and we are the Serifos merchants who go out to sea to make a living, understand? Oh. Medusa rubbed her aching little head while casually uttering a monosyllable word with a perfunctory attitude. As for how much the Gorgon had heard, I'm afraid only she herself knew. Forget it, even if brothers and sisters call each other by their names directly, there is nothing wrong in theory. Lorne raised his hand angrily, rubbed his swollen temples, and after a wave of self-comfort, he spoke again. What about your own name? Anna. Medusa's answer this time was quite decisive, and her tone was not as dead as before. Obviously, she liked this new name very much. And this pronunciation originated from Greek. It means elegant, kind, graceful or grace, representing good blessings and expectations. Lorne nodded with satisfaction and gently touched the little girl's head as a reward. In the world of the Age of Gods, the real name often reveals the origin and essence of the living beings, and possesses some mysterious power. In addition, curses, prophecies, spell locks and other behaviors all need this as a medium. Therefore, if such things related to life and property are easily exposed, it is likely to bring unnecessary danger and trouble. So for safety, Lorne specially put a vest on Medusa before entering the city to hide her identity. There is no way, who made the Three Sisters of the Gorgon and Blood of the Gorgon too famous for humans who will grow old, get sick, and die. They are simply walking tang monk meat. As for Lorne himself, there is no need for this. On the one hand, his real name as a god should be Dionysus, which no one knows to this day. On the other hand, the word lone comes from the pronunciation of lion in Greek, and it is the nickname given to him by his deceased mother. Except for his adoptive mother and teacher Circe, his partner and gambling goddess Hecate, and the little Medusa in front of him, basically no one knows. Even his nominal father Zeus doesn't know. He didn't wait for his lover to tell him the news, and he took action directly. It's his own fault. Thinking of that stormy night and the king of gods who thought he had control of the overall situation, Lone sneered and shook his head. Little Medusa looked up. She looked up at the face that seemed a little gloomy for some reason, bit her lips, and spoke softly. Are you okay? Lorne came back to his senses, smiled and shook his head, then sorted out his thoughts and continued to ask a few questions to complete their fictitious identity information. It seemed that because of the incident just now, Medusa's next answer was surprisingly cooperative, and she quickly completed the basic collusion. After finishing the preparations, Lorne was still a little worried and reminded again. Remember, after entering, follow me honestly, and don't run around. This is not like the Invisible Island. You should know the attitude of outsiders towards you. Yes. Medusa's little face was solemn, and she nodded heavily, obviously understanding her situation. Lorne touched Medusa's little head, showing a warm smile to show encouragement, then lowered his 5 fingers, took the little girl's cold hand, followed the flow of people on the road, and led the snake-haired banshee to the city gate at the end. Along the way, listening to the conversations of passers-by, Lorne squinted his eyes, enjoying the breeze blowing in his face, and admiring the island called Crete. This is the source of ancient Greek culture, with many mountains and deep valleys, beautiful scenery, and a coast composed of cliffs, stone capes and beaches. The standard Mediterranean climate makes the whole island sunny and rainy, with evergreen plants in the forest, flowers blooming everywhere, and olives, grapes, and citrus fruits planted in the fields. In addition, it is surrounded by the sea on all sides and surrounded by vast blue waves. From a distance, it is like being in a beautiful garden. It is said that there are nearly 100 ancient cities on the island of Crete, the most important of which is the city of Knossos, the capital of the king, known as the City of Cities, located on the coastal plain in the north of the island. Yes, it is the one in front of Lorne. Following the flow of people, after paying the city entry tax, the two successfully mixed into the city of Knossos. Through the towering city gate, a wide road paved with bluestone runs through the center of the city, connecting the main roads and alleys in the city. The buildings on both sides of the road are lined up, mostly made of stone, which are sturdy and durable. Looking around, residences, palaces, villas, hotels, public baths, workshops and other places are all available and fully functional. The whole market is bustling. Stone carvings, gold and silver products, jewelry, pottery making, bronze smelting, seasonal fruits and vegetables, coarse food snacks, etc. are all available. Looking across the surging flow of people and looking directly at the end of the road, a towering palace with a rectangular shape and an area of 22,000 square meters comes into view. The solemn axis, standard column structure, and patio-style lighting reveal a unique Greek style. There is Knossos, the cultural and political center of the entire island of Crete. The palace. This towering residence belongs to a famous figure in Greek mythology. The Lord of Crete, one of the 3 judges of the future Hades, the son of Zeus and Europa. Following the relevant memories, Lorne's thoughts touched the last title that emerged in his mind, and the corners of his lips curled up with joy. And the famous victim of the Minotaur, the wise king Minos. According to legend, Minos's rise to power was not legitimate. He seized the kingship of his brother Rhadamanthys and drove him away before he successfully became the new king of Crete. In order to whitewash the sacredness of his inauguration, he prayed to Poseidon for a miracle to prove that his usurpation of power was legitimate. So Poseidon gave Minos a huge white bull and asked him to sacrifice it to himself. But this bull was so beautiful that Minos finally slaughtered another bull for sacrifice. The angry Poseidon cursed Minos' wife Pasiphae, causing her to suffer from. In order to cover up the scandal, Minos invited Daedalus to make a wooden cow for Queen Pasiphae and hide her in it. However, because it was too realistic, the white bull took a fancy to the cow and mated with it, so Pasiphae became pregnant and gave birth to a monster with a bull's head and a human body, the Minotaur, which means Minos's bull. In the end, the scandal was exposed, and Minos ordered Daedalus and his son Ikaros to build an underground labyrinth to imprison the Minotaur, a monster with a bull's head and a human body. After the incident, Daedalus and Ikaros, father and son, also became prisoners, so there was the story of the two crossing the Sea of Oceanus and the wings of Ikaros. Of course, according to Lone's estimation. In the matter of imprisoning Daedalus and his son, King Minos, as the leader, more or less had some personal grudges. Who made Daedalus make the cow so realistic that his own wife was bullied by a cow? He didn't dare to retaliate against Poseidon, the god of the sea, and he was in the wrong, and Daedalus's length, thickness were just right for him to vent his anger. So, to survive in Greece, strength is still important. After Lorne secretly mourned for a victim on Crete for 3 seconds, he pulled up Medusa beside him and walked forward while casually describing the next arrangements. Let's find a shop to sell the catch and other things in our hands, then go shopping nearby, buy some things and a sea chart, and then consider the next itinerary. There was silence beside him, and the pulling force on his hands became heavier and heavier. Lorne turned his head and saw Medusa staring at the dazzling local snacks such as milk, roasted bird eggs, and fruit wine on the nearby stalls. A trace of crystal saliva unconsciously hung on the corner of her pink lips and gradually stretched. Seeing this, Lorne couldn't help laughing. He pulled up the little Medusa beside him and went to a nearby stall to ask, "Excuse me, how much is this?" 3 Athena coppers. How about this? A little more expensive, 5. Soon, Lorne had a bunch of local specialties in his hands. Come, try it. Seeing the delicious food in front of her, Medusa swallowed unconsciously, but seemed to be hesitant in order to maintain her usual aloofness. Lorne slowly raised his arm with a smirk on his face. "Oh, you don't want to eat? Then I'll eat it all." "Who said I don't eat?" Seeing that the fragrant food was about to grow wings and fly away, the little Medusa, who could no longer resist the temptation, held Lorne's arm, took her own portion without hesitation, and chewed it. As the different flavors hit the taste buds and brought pleasant enjoyment, the last bit of embarrassment and reserve on the little girl disappeared, and she concentrated on dealing with the handful of snacks in her hand. Lorne shook his head and chuckled, stuffing a string of roasted bird eggs into his mouth to taste, while pulling the little Medusa beside him, walking in the bustling downtown, asking for the price of the goods in his hands. After several rounds of inquiries and investigations, he finally chose a shop with relatively fair prices and sold the goods. Total income, 14 Hera silvers, 107 Athena coppers. And he and Medusa consumed about a quarter of the income while walking and eating. It has to be said that as the royal city of Crete, the prices here are still not cheap. Of course, there are many valuable things on the hidden ship, such as temple slabs, sea god sacrificial utensils, mystical materials, etc. These are all carefully selected private collections by the thief, and taking them out will definitely make a fortune. However, on the one hand, those goods are too conspicuous and it is easy to cause unnecessary trouble. Secondly, thanks to the gold coins dropped by the 12 main gods every day, he is not really short of money. At most, he can just curse a few more blasphemous words when he runs out of money in the future. There is really no need to take this risk. Throwing today's gains into his pocket, Lone showed a kind smile on his face and chatted with the elderly man in front of the counter. "Boss, what temples are there in the city? How do I get one?" "Go. I want to offer sacrifices to the gods and pray for a smooth journey." "Young man, you are a foreigner, right? It may be difficult to find a temple in Knossos." The old man smiled helplessly, holding up the wrinkles carved by time on his face. For some reason, the current King Minos doesn't seem to like the gods very much. He rarely participates in sacrifices and doesn't repair the temple, so many places are abandoned. After listening to the old man's narration, Lone nodded thoughtfully. He could probably guess the reason. It was most likely the Minotaur's fault. Under the teasing of the gods, his wife was raped by a beast and gave birth to a hybrid monster. This kind of shame and humiliation is basically impossible for any man to treat as nothing happened, let alone Minos, the king of Crete. He did not slaughter the Minotaur monster in the maze as a sacrifice to the sky and violently razed all the temples. He was already able to tolerate it. "How can I worship the gods like I used to? But this time, I'm in a bit of a dilemma." Lone raised his hand and stroked his chin, frowning slightly. The cooling period of Zhou Changben is about to expire, and he must take the initiative to give the 12 main gods a full life, so as not to be forced to die by the cheating dice on his body. Now, I'm in trouble. However, if you really want to worship the gods, there are places to go. As the old man slowly said the second half of the sentence, Lone, who was thinking, came back to his senses and his eyes lit up. "Where is it?" "There is a goddess palace on the hill in the northwest corner of Knossos." "Who?" "The Queen Athena." Lone was slightly stunned when he heard the title, and then the historical materials that emerged in his mind made him react. Legend has it that there was a strong goddess worship prevalent in the Minoan civilization, and among them, the most revered and the most noble one was the goddess of wisdom and war, Athena. They respectfully called her Paitanoiota Alpha, which means lady, queen, and the corresponding records have appeared on subsequent Mycenaean stone slabs. Of course, Athena is absolutely worthy of this honor. Because in the process of creating human beings, Prometheus only gave humans a body, while Athena gave humans a soul. In a sense, she is indeed the female ruler of the human race. However, Lorne originally just wanted to turn over Hermes's card and mess with the ancestor of the Greek thieves. Taking Medusa to Athena was indeed an option that he did not consider. But at the moment, there seemed to be no better choice than this. Stranger, may the goddess protect your journey. The old man raised his hand to his chest and nodded to offer his blessing. After Lorne simply thanked her, he pulled little Medusa out of the shop door and looked towards the pillared temple in the northwest. It's just a worship, this person shouldn't be so stingy, right? He muttered to himself for a while, looked down at Medusa who was still working hard on the snacks, and forced a kind smile on his face. Will you go over there with me? I don't like them. Medusa shook her head, her eyes full of resistance. In the Greek world of the Age of Gods, gods and monsters are often the labor tools of the gods, as well as a lot of exclusive achievements and upgrade experience packages for demigod heroes. Although the three sisters escaped slavery, they still could not get rid of the pursuit from the outside world. Therefore, Medusa naturally had no good feelings towards the gods who were behind all this. Lorne blinked and spoke slowly. I heard that the market there is more prosperous than the east, and there are even more food. Medusa's eyes lit up when she heard this, and she was obviously moved. There are also drinks. In this weather, a glass of iced grape juice and pomegranate juice is simply too comfortable. I'll go. Suddenly, the tempted snake-haired demon no longer hesitated, and quickly raised her little hand, with a face full of eagerness to try. Even before Lorne moved, the little Medusa next to him decisively pulled him up and walked towards the northwest corner, taking the initiative to fall into the trap. Lorne, who was dragged, hung behind, and couldn't help but shook his head secretly. This girl is too easy to fool, right? I can fool 10 in one breath. Then, Lorne raised the corner of his lips, and a trace of evil arc was outlined on his face. How can this be possible? Take this opportunity to let her know the evil of human hearts and what is truly cruel. The Minoan civilization should be the earliest civilization in Greece. And Athena seems to be the most worshipped goddess on the island of Crete, but later cultural changes and integration reduced her to the daughter of Zeus. So, who should I mess with next? I don't need to tell you, right? In the ancient and magnificent stone temple, Lorne held Medusa's hand and followed the crowd of worshippers into the main hall. The morning light shone through the dome ceiling onto the marble throne in front of them. The luxurious statue, made of fragrant wood and gold, with ivory carvings as exposed skin, came into their eyes. The female ruler wore a bronze helmet, with long hair with distinct textures cascading down her back like a waterfall. A wooden sculpture of an owl rested on her shoulder. Her upper body was covered with snake-patterned armor. She held the spear of victory in her right hand and wore a sheepskin shield with golden tassels on her left hand. Her tall and slender figure exuded a fierce majesty and an inviolable sense of sacredness. The Minoans worshipped goddesses. Although some male gods were also mentioned, the description of goddesses in Minoan religion far exceeded the former, such as the mother goddess in charge of fertility, a female animal ruler, a female protector of cities, families, harvests, and the underworld, and so on. Some people think that these are different manifestations of the same goddess, who usually have corresponding animal images such as snakes and birds. And all these traces reflect Athena, who is known as the goddess of snakes and owls on Olympus. As the crowd bowed their heads and prayed, the blasphemers among them raised their heads slightly, looking past the humble believers who were willing to offer their wealth, and looked at the female ruler on the throne, looking at the appearance of the god with some contempt. There was silence all around, and the statue still stood tall, without responding to prayers, comforting pain, punishing contempt, or punishing filth. Lorne tightened the trembling little hand of Medusa in his palm, turned his head and blinked at the Gorgon who was shrinking and dared not raise her head. See, I said it was okay? As if infected by the ease next to her, Medusa mustered up her courage, gradually raised her little head, and her purple-red pupils stole a glance at the face under the helmet. Because this sculpture is infused with faith and blessed by divinity, it looks blurry from a distance, as if covered by a layer of mist, making it impossible for mortals to glimpse the holy face of God. But a statue is a statue after all, standing high on the throne motionless, and its threat is not even as threatening as a wild dog baring its teeth on the roadside. Inexplicably, the fear that little Medusa had been weighing on her heart disappeared, and the gloom that had accumulated on her face for a long time was diluted a lot, revealing her former nature. It's so boring here, when will it end? I'm hungry. The Gorgon rubbed her lower abdomen and pulled Lorne's hand, muttering softly. Soon. Lone rolled his eyes at the real hungry man around him. After hearing the reminder sound in his mind that the task was over, he pulled Medusa to follow the donation process in an orderly manner and walked out of the back door of the temple. At the moment he crossed the threshold, Lone paused slightly, turned his head and glanced at the groups of poor people behind him, whose clothes were washed white, but still took out all their money to offer to God. Spirits, believers who yearn for a better life, and the extremely gorgeous and expensive sculpture in the hall, which can almost support dozens of families for several years, shook their heads gently and murmured silently, "Do you really like humans that much, Athena?" The sculpture will not respond. But in the memory in Lorne's mind, there is a future related to the Minoans. The eruption of the volcanic island of Thera, the tsunami of Oceanus, the continuous acid rain, the long-lasting dust cloud, all kinds of natural disasters representing the wrath of God, will sound the death knell of their civilization. The Mycenaeans from the Greek mainland will eventually invade and rule the entire island of Crete, burying the worship of the goddess and the future of the Minoans together. It seems that you may not be worthy of this worship, my dear sister. Lorne outside the door sneered and shook his head, quietly put his outstretched hand back into his pocket, pulled up the hungry man beside him who was almost unable to hold back, and walked towards the busy city at the foot of the mountain. Under the shade of the trees on the side of the road, Medusa was shocked. What? No money for lunch? Of course, worshipping the gods costs money, and I have already dedicated all the lunch money to the great female ruler. Luoan spread his hands, feeling helpless, with a hidden smirk behind his innocent eyes. Medusa's face, which was originally full of expectations, fell suddenly after hearing such bad news. Then, she gritted her teeth and turned her head angrily. "Where are you going? I'll get it back." Seeing that the fledgling Medusa had gone too far after overcoming her fear of the gods and became so fierce, Luoan's breathing stagnated, sweating profusely, and he quickly grabbed the snake-haired demon who wanted to go up the mountain to rob money. No need, take this to make up for it first, and advance some money from the reserve fund for lunch, I'll buy it right away." Then, he took out a few pieces of fragrant and exquisite snacks from his pocket and handed them to Medusa. "Try it, it tastes very good." Medusa sniffed her nose and took a small bite tentatively. Soon, the sweet and refreshing taste bloomed on her taste buds. A sense of satisfaction surged into her heart. The young snake-haired demon couldn't help but sparkle with her eyes, praising the delicious food. "Delicious. Of course." Lorne nodded without surprise, took a piece and put it in his mouth to taste it, with the corners of his lips curled up in joy, and spoke leisurely. "This is a top-quality product for worshipping the gods, and the taste must be amazing." Medusa, who was wolfing down, was stunned. She lowered her head in astonishment and looked at the iconic snake pattern and olive leaf pattern on the snack in her hand. Her small body trembled suddenly. "You stole the tribute of the goddess? What do you mean by stealing? I paid for it. It's a fair trade, and no one is cheated." Lorne corrected righteously and put another piece of snack into his mouth. Medusa subconsciously hugged the remaining snacks to her arms, and then asked in a daze, "But, shouldn't our money be offered to the gods?" "That's right, we offered it to the gods, and she accepted it, so it means that she is willing to solve our problems and provide us with shelter." Lone nodded, and the smile on his face became brighter. "Then the question is, what was our trouble at that time? Hungry?" Medusa thought about it, and couldn't help but touch her belly and murmured. Lone clapped his hands and explained with a smile. "So, you see, we offer what we have to the gods, show our piety, and find solutions to problems, and the gods give back what they have, show kindness, and provide assistance. Fair trade, no deception, isn't that right?" Faced with this seemingly logical reasoning, Medusa was a little confused. It took her a long time to come back to her senses, and she snorted coldly. "Have you asked the goddess?" "Of course." "What did she say?" "She agreed." Luoan looked solemn, spoke leisurely, and muttered secretly in his heart. Today, not only did he complete a weekly book, but he also brushed the daily book. The money was not wasted, and he tasted the craftsmanship of the court. It was a good profit. At this time, a smile of joy brewing quietly appeared on that face, revealing someone's true nature. Although on the surface he was kidnapped by the dice, all the choices were made by him personally. Luoan, a soul from the future, obviously lacks real awe for the so-called gods and destiny. Even as his nature was exposed step by step, he gradually began to enjoy the fun of fooling the gods. While throwing the pot to the dice, he took the initiative to make things happen, and by the way, he also dragged Medusa on board. After all, this future Gorgon will be killed by the demigod hero, and even her head will become a decoration on the shield in the hands of the goddess Athena. This wave, just take her to collect interest from Athena in advance. But unlike Lone, who had turned into a man of pleasure, Medusa still felt a little uneasy because of his deep-rooted fear of the gods. She couldn't help but hum and remind him. That goddess had better really think so. Don't worry, the great goddess is a kind and generous god. How could she watch her devout believers starve? Lone complimented the wooden sculptures in the temple against his will, looking righteous. It is not pious for believers to discuss the gods. Since you have an insincere heart, what qualifications do you have to ask for the care of the gods? Just as the two were whispering, a faint whisper came from the stall on one side. A girl with long silver hair and wearing a white silk-embroidered skirt put down the items she had picked up and turned to look at Lorne and Medusa under the shade of the tree. Her purple eyes were as deep as the night and as bright as the stars. Behind her, a little girl with blonde hair and blue eyes and a wreath on her head pulled the skirt of the girl in the embroidered skirt, poked her head out with a smile, and looked at the opposite side with a gloating look. Lorne, who was standing under the shade of the tree, coughed slightly and winked at his accomplice next to him. Medusa immediately understood and quickly hid the stolen goods in her hand by hiding her body. A teachable child. Lorne nodded secretly, put his hand on Medusa's smart head and stroked it for a while, then turned his head and showed a subtle smile to the opposite side. Just now, I was just joking with my sister. Any joke has a certain serious component. The silver-haired girl in front of the stall spoke lightly, and her deep and penetrating eyes seemed to be able to see through the color of the soul under the flesh. Under the scrutiny of the pair of purple eyes, Lorne raised his arms in dismay and posed a posture of surrender with a sad face. It seems that you are going to investigate to the end? If I am sent to the temple for punishment because of inappropriate words, I have nothing to say, but my sister is innocent, she is just a child who knows nothing. At this moment, as Lorne slightly turned sideways, the little Medusa who was pushed in front raised her head with a blank face. Humph, I just can't stand some people's sophistry of turning black into white and their self-righteous cleverness. The silver-haired girl snorted slightly, and the tense face gradually melted away. Lorne heard the obvious relaxation in her tone, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. This move of retreating to advance worked. Then, he pulled up the little Medusa who was responsible for sharing the firepower, ready to go down the slope smoothly. Thank you for your teachings, I will definitely regulate my words and deeds next time. Lorne promised with certainty while quietly retreating. Just now, at a distance of dozens of meters, he deliberately lowered his voice and whispered to the little Medusa, but the silver-haired girl still heard the content of the conversation. Obviously, this is probably not an ordinary character. In addition, her exquisitely embroidered dress with aristocratic patterns and the little maid behind her who also looks pampered, I'm afraid their status in Knossos is not simple. There is no need to cause such a big trouble because of a little verbal dispute. Wait. However, before Lone could get away smoothly, the silver-haired girl took the initiative to step forward, her eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that you are not just speaking inappropriately? Stealing tribute is a serious crime. Lone's body stiffened and turned his head awkwardly. In the end, he still couldn't avoid the important issue. As the atmosphere became a little subtle, little Medusa came out from behind Lone, raised her head, and took the initiative to take the blame. I'm hungry. Lone pressed the restless head back with a hand, and still maintained a warm smile on his face. So, what are you going to do? Throw us to the temple to be punished? That's not the case. The silver-haired girl's eyes swept across the little head that wanted to pop out from behind Lone, with a hint of tenderness, and then she looked at the other face faintly, snorting meaningfully. After all, that goddess is a kind and generous one. God, I have no right to blame the believers on her behalf. Well, if there is nothing else. What's the hurry? The silver-haired girl once again stopped the guy who wanted to run away at some point, her extremely thin lips slightly raised, and a subtle smile appeared on her cold face. Aren't you hungry? Looking at the smile on that face, Lone instinctively sensed the danger. Just as he was about to speak, the silver-haired girl spoke first. How about this? There is a harvest festival recently, and the stall in front has prepared some puzzles. If you can solve at least 3 puzzles, I will treat you to this meal. Then just now. I didn't hear or see anything. The silver-haired girl spoke leisurely, and the conditions she offered were quite generous. Unfair. The unexpected answer made the silver-haired girl's face freeze slightly. Seeing this, Lone shook his head and explained with a serious face. I mean, this doesn't seem fair to you. What do you mean? It was originally my inappropriate words and deeds that offended the gods worshipped by the Minoans. It was already a rare tolerance that you did not care about it. How could I let you spend the money alone? This condition is really unreasonable. Lone answered seriously, then turned his head to look at the stalls in the distance and suggested with a smile. How about this? We compete together to see who can answer more puzzles correctly, and in the end the loser will buy the meal. So, you want to compete with me? The silver-haired girl raised her eyebrows with some amusement. Lone smiled and did not comment. It's a rare festival, it's more fun to participate together and enjoy the process together. That makes sense. The silver-haired girl glanced at the lively and festive crowd on the street, nodded slightly, nodded in agreement, and then waved to invite. Then let's go, stranger. Lone readily agreed, pulled Medusa aside, followed behind with a smile, but in his heart he was secretly glad that he had successfully fooled people again. In the game, there are wins and losses, rewards and punishments, this is an obvious truth. According to the silver-haired girl, if he won, he could certainly have a full meal, and everyone would be happy. But what if he lost? Lone's intuition told him that the price was very dangerous. Therefore, he decisively controlled the outcome of the game within the range he could afford. Winning is a meal, and losing is also just a meal. Using such a small price to exchange for that unknown and dangerous possibility is definitely worth it. Here we are, when do we start? The murmur in his ear interrupted Luoen's deep thoughts. He looked up in the direction pointed by the silver-haired girl, and two mahogany desks came into view. On one table was a large brown-black pottery jar, with a mouth that was only wide enough for one hand to enter and exit. A dozen discarded pottery pieces engraved with puzzles were placed in the jar, waiting to be selected. On the other on one table were placed prizes such as fruit wine, snacks, clay figurines, etc. Seeing the dazzling array of snacks and toys, the two little guys following behind them all had their eyes sparkling. And Lone, who had successfully reduced the danger, no longer had any worries. He immediately smiled and nodded, and took the initiative to throw a few Athena coppers into the basket on the table, and then made a pleased gesture. The silver-haired girl did not refuse, and reached out to take out a piece of pottery, and the first riddle came into everyone's eyes. When you have me, you are willing to share me, but once you share me, I will no longer exist. What is my name? It's a secret. Before everyone could think about it, a calm murmur came, and the silver-haired girl, who had only read it roughly, threw the pottery on the table and explained with a smile. Because a secret is something that can only be known by one person, once shared, it is no longer a secret. You are right. The answer is correct. The elderly stall owner laughed heartily, picked up the bird clay figurine on another table, and handed it over. Behind the silver-haired girl, the blonde girl who had been staring at the thing eagerly, immediately accepted the prize with satisfaction. The 5 slender white fingers touched the little follower's head, and the silver-haired girl turned her head and smiled at Lorne on the side. It's your turn. TSK, what an unreasonable desire to win. Lorne muttered to himself and took out the second question from the pottery jar. I am as strong as a stone, but a word can destroy me. What am I? Then, he smiled and answered calmly. Silence. Silence is like gold and stone, but a word can break it. Similarly, as the pottery fell, Medusa also got a small piece of butter cake that she had been thinking about, and began to eat happily. Not bad. The silver-haired girl's eyes showed a strong interest, and she pointed to the pottery bottle and spoke in a deep voice. Together? Lorne smiled and nodded, and then he and the silver-haired girl took out the third and fourth riddles one after another. I can bring tears to your eyes and resurrect the dead. I will form in an instant and last a lifetime. What am I? I often take you away at night and bring you back during the day. No one suffers because of having me, but they suffer because of my lack. What am I? The two questions came into view, and almost at the same time, the two people's eyes flashed and spoke at the same time. Memory. Sleep. Their answers were accurate, but their respective riddles belonged to the riddles in the hands of the other party. Obviously, both of them had the intention of grabbing the other's questions first, leaving the other side with no way out. The unexpected collision made Lorne and the silver-haired girl stunned, looking at each other faintly, and a weird atmosphere spread. I want this. I want that. In front of the stall, the two little ones who couldn't wait any longer squeezed forward excitedly, eagerly asking to exchange for the prizes they had chosen, instantly breaking the strange silence between the two adults. Seeing that the two little guys were still clinging to the table after getting the things, staring at the other prizes eagerly, Lorne and the silver-haired girl smiled at each other and spoke in tacit understanding. So, continue? Then, the two people who reached a consensus stepped forward, and Lorne took out the fifth question from the jar at the signal of the silver-haired girl. It is both the lightest thing on the ground and the hardest thing, because it can trap powerful humans in one place. What is it? And the moment the riddle came into view, two voices rang out again at the same time. Doubts. Mystery. Doubts and mysteries can make powerful people fall into hesitation and distress, become psychological constraints, and stop moving forward. At this moment, the two answerers looked at each other in surprise. After a brief exchange of eyes, a strange feeling of mutual appreciation emerged in their eyes.
The game will be more interesting when you meet a worthy opponent. My turn.
Then, the silver-haired girl took the initiative to take out the sixth question without being humble. I don't exist in the past, but I will always exist in the future.
All living things have placed their hopes on me. What am I?
Looking at the riddle in front of her, the silver-haired girl was slightly stunned. For a moment, she had no clue and frowned in thought.
It's tomorrow.
At this time, a groan behind her broke the deadlock. Luoan, with his arms folded, showed a calm but determined smile.
Tomorrow? So that's it.
The silver-haired girl thought for a while, and then her brows relaxed.
This is a riddle from a human perspective.
Only if tomorrow exists, these weak lives will wait and have hope, endure the suffering of the world and keep moving forward, and overcome countless obstacles to create miracles.
It's your turn.
The silver-haired girl threw down the pottery shard, took a step back, and signaled to Lone, but this time, her body was straightened, her eyes were fixed on the mouth of the bottle, and she obviously felt the pressure. Lone nodded, turned sideways and stretched his hand to the mouth of the jar, so that the participants behind him could read the puzzle together at the first time. Seeing this delicate little movement, the silver-haired girl behind him moved her eyes slightly, and a hint of appreciation appeared in her eyes.
Soon, the seventh question was taken out and presented to the two. What is something on every ordinary person's body? Days are decreasing, but never completely disappearing? Breathing? Life? No. For a moment, Lorne was also caught up in consideration, unable to break the impasse. Hope, it's hope.
At this moment, a low and pleasant whisper came from behind him.
Suddenly, Lorne realized, and the confusion in his heart disappeared.
That's right, for ordinary people, only hope will be reduced day by day in the process of being constantly eroded by life, but it will never disappear. Because once hope no longer exists, even if a person is alive, he is just a meaningless shell, and naturally he is no longer an ordinary person.
It's a bit confusing for the authorities.
Lorne turned his head and looked behind him.
The silver-haired girl who was a bystander did not know why she had no joy of answering the question successfully.
Instead, she stared at the Minoans who were coming and going on the street with happy smiles on their faces, pursed her cherry lips, and a silent sigh flowed from her lips and teeth. She thought of some past events that made her unhappy. But soon, the silver-haired girl came back to her senses from her memories, and gave an apologetic smile to the figure waiting quietly in front of her.
Sorry, I was distracted just now. Luoan smiled and nodded, showing his understanding, and made a pleased gesture. For the last question, we can't monopolize all the riddles and prizes, right?
We should leave some of the joy for others.
That's right.
The silver-haired girl pursed her lips and smiled, then stepped forward to take out the eighth question as the finale. In the pitiful eyes of the two little ones, Luoan selected the food and toys they liked for them respectively. In fact, the outcome of this game is no longer important to him. Because, what he wanted in the beginning was not a meal after winning or losing, but to take the opportunity to make peace with the mysterious silver-haired girl opposite, dispel her dislike for him, and thus avoid an unnecessary conflict. Now it seems that his goal has been achieved.
Therefore, it is time to end this entertainment program early.
After brushing up the favorability of the two little ones, Luoan consciously stepped forward to observe the questions taken out by the silver-haired girl, and put on a posture to fight with all his strength.
However, 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes passed.
The two people in front of the stall looked at the puzzle in front of them and fell into a weird silence, and no one spoke. Seeing this, the two little ones tiptoed curiously and looked at the riddle on the pottery.
I can't be bribed, but I can be stolen at a glance. I am very sensitive to a person.
It is said to be worthless, but it is a priceless treasure to two people.
What am I? Is this question difficult?
The two little guys blinked and looked at the two adults who had just won the battle in confusion.
Ahem.
Luoan and the silver-haired girl coughed slightly at the same time, and the embarrassment in their eyes flashed.
The question is not difficult, and it is even too simple for the two of them. It's just that the answer.
Finally, after a brief stalemate, the silver-haired girl succumbed to her strong desire to win, turned her head away, and coughed lightly.
It's love. In fact, to be more precise, what the question describes should be the love between the two.
At this moment, in this occasion and atmosphere, the answer is a bit subtle.
Oh, it seems that I lost.
In order to avoid further embarrassment, Luoan took the opportunity to speak, breaking the silence, and asked with a smile.
So, what do you two want to eat?
I'll treat you. There's no rush for that. Even though there were steps, the silver-haired girl was not in a hurry to come down. Instead, she looked at Lone in front of her with interest and spoke leisurely.
You don't look like a person who makes a living on the sea? There's no way. People have to eat. It's all for a living.
Lone smiled dryly and explained insincerely. Under the scrutiny of the pair of purple eyes, he felt inexplicably guilty. At this moment, a more intense smile appeared on the face of the silver-haired girl, and she spoke as if she had been prepared.
Although it's all for a living, it's a waste to throw your talents into the boundless sea. How about this? I'll introduce you to a position in the temple.
In this way, you will not only have endless snacks, but also a considerable reward.
Food and accommodation? And money?
Little Medusa's eyes lit up when she thought of the wonderful taste of the temple snacks lingering on her lips and teeth. However, before the restless head could come out, it was pressed back by one.
Thank you for your kindness.
Lone maintained a polite smile on his face and declined politely.
Although the food and remuneration in the temple can fill the emptiness of my flesh, they cannot solve my spiritual difficulties.
Compared to being confined in this small grid, I prefer a wider world.
Enter the temple? Are you kidding?
The Minoans can't protect themselves, and if he follows them, he might be easily dealt with by those potential gods one day.
Since the ship is destined to sink, how could he jump into the fire pit without thinking? You mean, the problem you are facing cannot even be answered by the gods?
At this moment, the silver-haired girl narrowed her eyes slightly, and her eyes were more scrutinizing, not very satisfied with the so-called refusal. She rarely invites people, and rarely gets rejected.
Of course. Luoan nodded and answered without hesitation.
The silver-haired girl crossed her arms in front of her chest, pursed her lips and sneered, "Oh?
Why don't you tell me about your problem, so that I can know what it is, so that the gods can't do anything?" Faced with such relentless pursuit, Luoan raised his hands helplessly and surrendered.
"It's not a big deal, but I am full of curiosity about this world.
I want to know why a sailboat coming from afar on the sea always sees the mast first and then the hull? Why do apples fall to the ground instead of flying into the air? Why do things of different weights fall from the same height and always land together?"
A series of fantastic questions hit her mind, making the confidence and pride on the face of the silver-haired girl freeze.
Why do we always see the mast first and then the hull of a sailboat coming from afar on the sea? Why do apples fall to the ground instead of flying into the air? Why do objects of different weights always land together when they fall from the same height? Yes, why?
These common things now add a why, which makes the silver-haired girl, who has never thought about it from this perspective, a little confused.
Aren't the rules of the world supposed to be constants? Moreover, when objects of different weights fall from the same height, shouldn't the heavier ones land first? Why do they land at the same time? What's the reason?
At this moment, the silver-haired girl not only failed to solve the first three problems, but fell into more thinking. As she thought more and more, her mind became more and more confused. Finally, after thinking hard for half an hour, the silver-haired girl raised her head dejectedly, feeling a little helpless and puzzled.
"Well, I really can't solve it for the time being, but what's the use of knowing these? For people, the world is also a mystery."
Luoan looked up at the sky, looked down at the earth, and finally stared ahead. His eyes were far away and deep. "If we can explore the essence and seek its truth, and then understand life and touch the concept, then we may be able to solve all the doubts, understand the soul, and reproduce immortality."
Exclamation point.
Looking at the man who was talking in front of her and listening to the grand concept, the silver-haired girl's beautiful face was shocked at first, and then she came back to her senses, her brows gradually gathered, and she snorted leisurely.
"Immortality? How arrogant! Do you want to challenge the gods?" No, I can't bear this. I can't afford to offend." Lone smiled and waved his hands, seemingly nonchalant, yet also seemed to be pondering meaningfully.
"I just think that the creation, brought by the gods, is only the starting point of mankind, and should not be the end of mankind. As creatures, isn't it true that the better we are, the more we can prove the greatness of the gods? The better humans perform, the more the gods can prove their greatness?" The silver-haired girl heard this, and she didn't know what she thought of, and she burst into laughter.
"Your rebuttal is really impeccable. You are too kind, I am just stating the facts." Lone blinked, looking innocent. "Forget it, since you don't want to, then I won't force it."
The silver-haired girl rolled her eyes at a guy opposite her, took the initiative to stretch out her right hand, and snorted,
"Tritaglia, my name."
In an instant, Lone's eyelids jumped. The extremely perceptive silver-haired girl raised her eyebrows, and her purple eyes narrowed again.
"Do you know me?" "No, I just think this name is beautiful and unique."
Under the girl's gloomy scrutiny, Lorne raised his hands helplessly and confessed awkwardly,
Okay, I admit that the name is a bit long and difficult to remember."
"Oh, so,
Then you can call me Palace."
The silver-haired girl nodded slightly, glanced at someone opposite, and added calmly,
"Okay, Miss Palace."
Lorne readily agreed, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief, as if he felt relieved for solving the problem of remembering names. However, the little Medusa who was being led felt a wet and sticky feeling from the palm of that hand. At this time, after hearing the two names in succession, Lorne was actually sweating profusely. Tritaglia means the third child born of Zeus besides Artemis and Apollo. This title may be relatively rare, making it difficult to guess the true identity of the silver-haired girl opposite. But the three words, Pallas, appear much more frequently in Greek mythology. Because it is the alias of the goddess of wisdom Athena. That's right, the one standing in front of Lorne now is the real owner of those tributes, the goddess of wisdom and war Pallas Athena. That is, his half-sister in the legend who has explosive combat power. Although, Lorne realized that the identity of the girl in front of him was not simple, and she might be a demigod or a god walking in the world. But just after leaving the other party's temple, stealing the other party's tribute, and arranging the other party nearby, he ran into Athena, the real owner. This probability is probably more outrageous than a meteorite hitting his head. Fortunately, as Hecate said, the idol that was lodged in his body, the dice of nature, will not only encourage him to challenge fate and oppose the gods, but also provide him with hidden buffs, so that the gods cannot see through his true nature. Otherwise, this goddess known for her wisdom would have discovered his identity as the son of Zeus at the first time. Ahem, it's getting late, why don't we eat first? Lorne calmed down and made a friendly suggestion to Athena on the opposite side, but he was secretly calculating in his heart. Hurry up and treat the guests, take Medusa away immediately, and then get as far away from this Minoan royal city as possible. After all, the goddess in front of him is too dangerous. The negligence just now may have made her discover some clues. If he continues to stay, she will dig out his secrets sooner or later. However, before Lorne could figure out where to find the most time-saving fast food, Athena on the opposite side smiled and shook her head. Of course I have to treat you. Ha! Although I solved one more puzzle than you, I don't have the answers to your last three questions, so I lose. Athena explained casually, and then pointed to a house at the end of the road. It just so happens that I'm going to meet a friend. She should have prepared the meal. Let's go together. Hearing this, Lorne couldn't help but sweat more on his back. If someone can be friends with Athena, he knows that he is most likely a god. Moreover, it is very likely to be one of the 12 gods of Olympus. Although the dice can keep his identity secret, Lorne feels a lot of pressure facing two upright gods at the same time. Therefore, this dinner party is better to be postponed. Ahem, it's a bit too rude to bother your friend like this, so why don't you just forget it? Lorne smiled and wanted to refuse. Next time. I'll treat you next time. You don't like it? Athena smiled with narrowed eyes, and then her face suddenly changed. Well, the bet is void. Guards, where are the guards? There are people here. Stop, stop, stop. I'll go. As long as you don't mind, can't I go? Lorne, who was being held hostage, was sweating all over. He quickly held down Athena's raised arm and humiliatedly agreed to the dinner. That's the way it should be. Seeing the slippery guy in front of her surrendering obediently in her hands, Athena showed a satisfied smile on her face, raised her hand forward, and made a gesture of invitation. Then, let's go, friend. At the moment, sticking your head out is a knife, and shrinking your head is also a knife. Lorne simply abandoned all distractions, pulled little Medusa, and strode towards the family in front. Walking along the road paved with stones, it was flat and comfortable. Lorne looked around with the corner of his eye and noticed that the stones on the road seemed to be cut into uniform blocks with a copper saw, and there was a complete drainage system along the road. The public places frequented by the upper class used clay as raw material to build more complete sewer facilities. As for the architecture, the houses were usually flat tile roofs, and plaster, wood or large stone slabs, 2 or 3 stories high. They may have built low walls with stones and gravel, and used mud bricks for the height. The horizontal beams on the ceiling were used to support the roof, and the patio was used for lighting. At a glance, the scattered houses were filled with the noise and fireworks of human society. From nothing to something, from barbarism to civilization, it was amazing to achieve such a level with just hands and wisdom. The various urban details that could be created with existing technology in front of him made Lorne, a soul from the future, a little amazed. We're here. Just as Lorne was marveling at the wisdom of the Minoans, Athena stopped and smiled, pointing to the 2-story building in front of him that was made of stone bricks and wood. The blonde girl next to him nodded in understanding, trotted forward, tiptoed, and excitedly pulled and knocked on the bronze door knocker on the door. Who is it, so early in the morning? With a lazy mutter, the closed door was creaked open from the inside. A petite and tender girl with the iconic black hair of the Greeks rubbed her sleepy blue eyes and stood barefoot on the carpet behind the threshold. Inside the house, the bright yellow fire was beating happily, exuding a warm atmosphere. Therefore, the girl only put on a white silk nightgown, which was too loose to cover her thin and slender figure. Fortunately, her unusually plump bust and the blue ribbon that passed under her chest and tied around her arms successfully lifted the clothes on her upper body and prevented them from sliding to the ground. But even so, even from a few meters away, Lone could still see that hint of Snow White and that slender waist that made people worry about its support. Thin branches bear fruit, delicious but also irritating? In an instant, an apt description popped into Lone's mind. Cough, cough. The heavy cough outside the door was like a cold current passing through the hall. The black-haired girl with the blue ribbon, who was still drowsy, shivered. She opened her eyes in a trance and immediately saw two acquaintances and two unexpected visitors standing in front of the door. Wait, let me change my clothes first. Immediately, the girl with the blue ribbon came to her senses and saw the visiting guests and her not-so-elegant outfit, and her slightly red face turned red. A moment later, Athena was embarrassed, and hurriedly closed the door, then turned and rushed into the bedroom. After a rustling sound, the tightly closed door opened again, and the girl in a plain white dress held her head high, maintained a dignified posture, and went out to greet the guests. "Yeah. Cough." Athena coughed again, and a strange and obscure wave was transmitted forward as her purple eyes flickered. Obviously, the two were communicating in an encrypted manner through the will of God. In an instant, the blue ribbon girl in front of the door hurriedly stopped talking, and after a while of winking, she smiled and changed her words very stiffly. "Palace? Why are you here? And you brought guests?" Athena paused slightly, glanced at Lorne and little Medusa behind her, and smiled faintly. "I am a friend I just met." "Friend?" Hearing this, the blue ribbon girl looked up and down at the two new faces outside the door strangely, and her blue eyes were full of curiosity. She knew how proud and arrogant her niece was in front of outsiders. To this day, the number of people who could be recognized by her and called friends by her could probably be counted on one hand. All of these people were the brightest stars in their respective fields, with extraordinary qualities. Could it be that these two were also? But their auras felt so ordinary, just like ordinary mortals. Ahem! Athena couldn't help coughing again, and reminded them unhappily. "We have guests, shouldn't you invite us in first, Aunt?" "Oh, sorry. The blue ribbon girl slapped her forehead, smiled awkwardly, and quickly invited the four people who had been left outside the door for a long time into the house, and took the initiative to extend her hand and introduce herself. "Hello, my name is..." The blue ribbon girl rolled her eyes and spoke with a smile. "Heya, just call me Heya." "Hello, I'm Lone, and this is my sister Anna. Sorry to bother you today." Lone also tactfully extended his hand, gently held the warm fingertips of the blue ribbon girl, and introduced his and Medusa's identities. After a simple greeting, the three adults smiled at each other, and a subtle atmosphere permeated invisibly, quietly weaving into a sense of harmony that no one noticed. After all, they were surprisingly tacit in putting on vests for themselves. Come on, sit down first, I'll go prepare some fruits and snacks." As the host, the blue ribbon girl warmly greeted the visiting guests to take a seat, and then quickly walked to the spacious kitchen at home. Lone glanced at the hospitable slender back, and his eyes turned to fall on the warm and bright fire in the house. A glimmer of understanding flashed across her eyes, and her lips and teeth murmured silently. The goddess of the hearth, Hestia. She is the eldest daughter of the second generation of the gods Kronos and the queen Rhea, that is, the eldest sister of Zeus, and the oldest among the 12 gods of Olympus. At the same time, she is also the main god in charge of the family affairs of all people in Greek mythology, serving the fire of Olympus in the world. The flame symbolizes her existence, represents her divine power, and is the guarantee of family sustainability, stability, harmony, and prosperity. This corresponds to the tradition of ancient times. The fire on the altar was lit by the ancestors, and their descendants are obliged to keep the candles lit, because the extinction of the candles means the extinction of the human race. On the other hand, every family has its own stove, and every town has its own altar. The fire on the altar symbolizes the life of the town. Whenever the people of a town go to a new place to establish a colony, the sacred fire will accompany these brave immigrants to other places. Therefore, Hestia will also move to another place to live with the migration of fire and civilization. In a sense, she is the main god closest to humans in Olympus. And today, I saw that this goddess of the hearth is indeed as unpretentious and warm as the legend says. But, Lorne glanced at the chief goddess of Olympus who was having fun with the two little girls across from him, and his lips twitched slightly. Why does she seem a little unintelligent? Achoo. At this time, Hestia, as if she had a premonition, sneezed heavily, and then muttered a few words, put down the fruit plate in her hand, and turned to look at her eldest niece across from her. By the way, yeah. Ahem. Athena, who was sitting in the seat, rolled her eyes at the ant who almost let the cat out of the bag. Her face was slightly dark, and she felt that her throat was about to smoke. Hestia, who came to her senses, smiled awkwardly and quickly changed the topic of her question. Palace. Yes, Palace, the harvest festival hasn't arrived yet. Why did you come to my place in advance? What else could it be? There's a commotion at home again, so I came to your place to avoid the limelight. Athena took a sip of honey water, moistened her throat, and hummed unhappily. Oh? What's the matter? Tell me about it. Suddenly, Hestia's eyes lit up, and she held the fruit plate with great interest, moved the small stool to the opposite side of her eldest niece, and looked like a professional spectator. At the same time, Lorne couldn't help but up his ears, holding his breath, waiting for Athena's revelations. After all, this is a rare opportunity to understand the internal situation of Olympus, and it is not just because of gossip. In the warm house, as Athena told the story of the Olympus Golden 8 o'clock show disguised as the mortal family tear drama of the year, Lorne, who was secretly identifying himself with the story, was sweating more and more. Speaking of which, this matter really has something to do with him. A few months ago, with the help of the dice of chance, Lorne stole part of Ares' authority, causing the god of war to suddenly change from a great man to a weak man. As a result, he was kicked out by his unsatisfied bed partner, the goddess of beauty Aphrodite, which caused quite a stir. Soon, although Ares regained his strength and hooked up with Aphrodite again, he once again won the favor of the goddess of beauty, but the affair between the two gods was discovered by Hephaestus, who was secretly suspicious, which made the god of craftsmanship, who was the victim, very annoyed. Therefore, in a fit of rage, he tried his best and used all his skills to forge a golden net, and caught the couple who were having fun in bed while Ares and Aphrodite were having an affair again. Then, the unsatisfied Hephaestus summoned the gods of Mount Olympus, exposed the couple to the public, and sought justice and judgment from the gods. But the final result ended with the honest man's defense breaking in concession. On the one hand, most of the gods who came to watch the excitement were male gods, and it was difficult for them to resist the charm of the goddess of beauty. Even Apollo, who had a high opinion of himself, was aroused by and felt reluctant when he saw the shy Aphrodite. Hermes, the messenger of the gods who always liked to sell good things, simply declared loudly that he dared to use his head as a guarantee to be tied to the beautiful goddess of beauty. Even if he was accused by the goddesses on the scene for adding 3 more chains, he was willing to do so, and used this to plead with the honest Hephaestus. Finally, Poseidon, the god of the sea who had long coveted the goddess of beauty Aphrodite, also came out to take sides. Because Hestia had been living in seclusion on Earth for a long time, there were only 11 main gods in Olympus at that time. Facing the adulterous Ares and Aphrodite, plus the support of Hermes and Poseidon, and Hera who was obviously partial to her youngest son, Hephaestus had to face 5 gods. Apollo, who was aroused by, chose to abstain. The goddess of agriculture Demeter did not care about worldly affairs, not to mention Zeus, who was not clean under his and could only pretend to be deaf and dumb. Even with Athena and Artemis, as a goddess, she stood up to support Hephaestus because she despised the behavior of Aphrodite and Ares. But facing the opposition with an absolute advantage, even if the divine power meeting was held, the result was 3 votes to 5 votes. What's more, Hephaestus's respected adoptive mother, the goddess of the sea, Thetis, still settled in the sphere of influence of Poseidon. And the reason why he was able to ascend to the throne of God was thanks to the messenger Hermes who took him back to Mount Olympus. Under pressure from all sides, Hephaestus, as the victim, had to pinch his nose and let the couple of cheating dogs and men. Of course, this matter was so big and it was not handled fairly. The storm would not be calmed down in a short time, and Hephaestus was a famous stubborn person. Therefore, according to Athena, the god of craftsmanship, as the victim, still makes trouble with the god of war Ares every now and then, and the whole Olympus is in a mess. Because of this, Athena simply decided not to see it and not to be bothered. She went down to the mortal world in advance to visit her aunt, the goddess of the hearth, Hestia, who lived in seclusion on the island of Crete. At this moment, after listening to the whole story, Lorne was surprised that he had invisibly directed a big drama of family ethics, and at the same time he was moved by the chaotic ethical relationships on Olympus. In a sense, he seemed to have accidentally pitted his nominal great-grandfather and great-grandmother. No. Just as Lorne was trying to sort out the complex chain of information in his mind, Hestia, who was sitting on a small stool next to him, holding a pottery plate and cracking sunflower seeds, looked surprised. Bo cough. Is the guy on the beach so kind? Besides, the kid from the Maya family is also a character who will not do anything without profit, right? Since this was a problem that even Hestia could see, Athena had nothing to hide, so she nodded unhappily and broke out more exciting news. Everything has a price. Since Poseidon and Hermes were willing to stand up to Aphrodite, they must have some ulterior motive. And the only thing that outsiders could think of about that was her beautiful rotten flesh.
Of course, Aphrodite knew the answer.
So, when Hephaestus was busy fighting Ares, Aphrodite, who couldn't bear the loneliness, first secretly returned to Paphos, Cyprus, bathed in the seawater there, and asked the three goddesses of beauty to apply perfume to her to purify her body. After that, she went to the Oceanus Sea and had with Poseidon, who came to mediate. Later, in order to thank Hermes for his intercession, she went on to have with the messenger of the god.
Athena said, with waves of nausea on her face.
Hestia, who had eaten a big melon, was also stunned and pitied the honest nephew with a green head.
And Lone was secretly shocked when he heard the great-grandmother's fierce record. I'm going to fight 3 people? Are you so capable? Moreover, the power of the goddess of beauty can be used in this way, and it can also be used to repair the membrane? 666. But with this, it's no wonder that Athena ran away overnight and came to Hestia to hide. After all, watching this kind of thing happen, she couldn't do anything. Even if she told the victim Hephaestus, it would only rub salt into the wound of the honest man and make him suffer greater humiliation. The goddess of wisdom could only take care of herself in the end and go out of the way so that she wouldn't be bothered. After saying that, Athena glanced at someone who was listening intently and snorted lightly. Come to think of it, you are quite in line with my relative's aesthetic taste. Do you want me to introduce you to each other?
Well, no, I prefer to be faithful to one person. Luoan was startled, came back to his senses, and quickly laughed dryly and shook his head to refuse.
Are you kidding? What hasn't Aphrodite seen in this acre of land? If the bull demon king comes to plow the land, he will be squeezed dry and eaten up. I won't get involved with my little body.
Moreover, the birth of this goddess is somewhat related to the father Uranus. Maybe there are some unknown secrets and taboos hidden. Even the walking human seed drill of the king of gods Zeus dare not touch it easily.
There are rarely any gossips about Aphrodite, let alone him as a demigod.
Moreover, if I remember correctly, Aphrodite had demigod lovers before, but they all ended up dying before they could enjoy themselves for many times. Thinking about it this way, this woman might really be a disaster sent by Uranus. While muttering in his heart about his great-grandmother who had a wide circle of friends, Lone sat upright with a solemn expression, showing his determination not to go along with the crowd. Seeing Lone's performance, Athena, the virgin goddess, nodded with satisfaction. Of course, she would not have thought that someone's so-called faithfulness was just one person. But it could also be a group of people.
Okay, let's not talk about this for now. It's getting late. I'll go prepare dinner.
You guys chat first. Inside the house, Hestia, who had eaten so much watermelon, clapped her hands, got up from the bench, and walked to the kitchen.
Dinner?
Lorne was slightly stunned, looked up at the window, and found that the setting sun in the sky had already fallen below the horizon. Unknowingly, this golden 8 o'clock show in Olympus had actually lasted from noon to evening. Fortunately, with the snacks carefully prepared by Hestia, they didn't feel hungry, and all of them were immersed in this gossip discussion.
This curiosity.
Lorne slapped his forehead, a little annoyed. Don't worry, my aunt lives alone, there are plenty of rooms, and she likes to entertain guests.
You can stay here tonight.
Athena glanced at Lorne's strangeness, put down the cup of honey water, paused slightly, looked at the bustling street outside the window, and smiled and suggested. Besides, the harvest festival is coming soon.
It's a rare opportunity. There is everything here, including food, drinks, and entertainment. Why not stay a few more days and enjoy the festival before leaving?
Lorne's eyelids jumped, and he subconsciously wanted to refuse, but he felt a tight pull on the corner of his clothes behind him. He turned his head and saw the bright eyes of little Medusa, which were full of desire, and her throat that kept swallowing saliva. Thinking of the desolate and dilapidated temples on the invisible island and the human outsiders who flocked to the island to fight, Lorne's heart moved and he was thinking. For a long time, under the instigation of the gods, humans have been constantly conquering the titans scattered in the world, creating so-called great deeds to pay tribute to the gods. The 3 Gorgon sisters who fled all the way from the Erema crypt to the invisible island are one of the most obvious victims.
But in fact, humans and gods are not mortal enemies, and the gods' motives are not simple.
Most of them want to stir up conflicts between humans and gods and monsters, making it difficult for the 2 groups with great potential to form an alliance, thus posing a threat to them. Perhaps, we can take this opportunity to let Medusa, who has not yet fallen mad in the persecution, gradually come into contact with human society and change her perception of the human group. After all, humans are not the only heroes who are eager to make achievements, warriors who hope to become famous by killing gods and monsters, and monarchs who are greedy for immortality. Ordinary people who give everything for a meal, who strive for simple happiness with all their might, who do not want to harm others, nor do they want to be harmed, are the majority in human society. If he wants to shake the power of Olympus, he must use all the power he can. In Lone's eyes. His eyes flickered, and his thoughts turned several times. Finally, he made a decision in his mind. He first looked up and smiled at the little Medusa who was looking at him eagerly, and then nodded gently to Athena. It's better to obey than to be respectful. Sorry to bother you. It's just a small convenience. Besides, it's also the tradition of the Minoans to treat guests from afar as much as possible during the festival. Don't be so polite. Athena smiled and nodded, and then called the little blonde girl who was walking in the corridor. Nikki, take them to find 2 empty rooms upstairs and put down their luggage first. Okay. The little blonde girl with a wreath on her head trotted all the way and happily accepted the order. Then she pulled the little Medusa who was inexplicably in tune with her and went upstairs excitedly. Lorne followed slowly behind with a few pieces of luggage, and his eyes fell thoughtfully on the little girl named Nikki. If I guessed correctly, she should be Athena's most important subordinate goddess, the goddess of victory Nucapaeta, Nike, and the name Nike is her feminine translation. According to the records of mythology, the classic image of this goddess of victory is wearing a wreath on her head, a pair of golden wings behind her back, a fit body, and fluttering clothes, as if she is wandering down from the sky. Her plump body reveals strength and health under her thin clothes, showing victory and the joy that comes with it. Because she is the personification of victory, victory will surely follow wherever she goes. However, now, the 12 main gods of Mount Olympus have only experienced the Titan War with the 12 Titans of Mount Otris, and their power has just been consolidated. Athena herself was born after the Titan War. Although she has the dual divine power of wisdom and war, she has not experienced many wars and victories. Therefore, it is not difficult to understand that Nike, the goddess of victory of the subordinate god, is still in the form of a child. As 2 adjacent guest rooms were selected under the leadership of Nikki, Lorne put down his luggage and smiled. You guys go play around first, I'll tidy up the room. The 2 little girls who were let go were immediately excited and turned around to rush downstairs. Wait, take these with you. A voice from behind called out to little Medusa. As she turned around, Lone took out a bronze badge from his pocket and tied it around little Medusa's neck with a rope. He also stuffed dozens of Athena's coppers into the pockets of the 2 little girls as pocket money. He watched the 2 of them go downstairs hand in hand, passing by Athena without attracting the attention of the goddess of wisdom. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Like the dice of chance, the badges Lone obtained from it were also tainted with the world's destiny. The unpredictable, random aura can effectively conceal Medusa's identity as a monster and prevent her from being easily sensed. Of course, you get what you pay for. According to the instructions of the dice of randomness, the bronze badge is only for use on the same day, the effect of the silver badge can last for about a week, and the gold badge can be renewed for at least 1 year. So, this is why Lone wants to continue working. If he doesn't want to be sensed by Zeus and the destiny of this world, he needs to keep making trouble and use his own randomness changes to interfere with the calculation of the destiny, necessity, and keep himself hidden safely. Because, perhaps from the moment he was born unexpectedly early, he has become a variable that this world cannot tolerate. Looking at the 2 little guys who were holding hands and buying snacks on the street, Lone gently closed the window, made the bed, and then pushed the door out. Bang! Just as he was leaving the house, a dull sound of landing came from the corridor. Lone looked up and back, and immediately saw Athena standing in front of the railing on the 2nd floor, with her hands clenched. At this moment, she was looking down at the 2 apples and oranges on the floor that were of different sizes and weights, but fell to the ground almost at the same time. Her eyebrows were tightly knitted, and she muttered to herself. If the interference of some factors such as appearance and material is reduced for things of different weights and sizes, the speed of falling to the ground is actually almost the same. If the 2 things with the same material and shape, but only different weight and size, fall from a height, perhaps this error will be further reduced. Lone was surprised to hear Athena's conclusion. Just by hearing her mention, she thought of reducing the interference factors and conducting a more complete and objective experiment. This not only made her jump out of the old common sense thinking such as why do feathers and apples, shot put in paper fall one after the other, but also made her almost deduce the complete law of free fall. You know, from Aristotle raising the question to Galileo correcting the fallacy, humans spent nearly 2,000 years in this process. How can I say it? She is worthy of being the goddess of wisdom. You're out? Just in time, how did you know? Come over and explain? At this time, Athena, who was standing in the corridor on the 2nd floor, heard the noise, turned her head to look at Lorne who was leaving, and casually invited him. In an instant, Lorne's face froze. He was a theorist who could fool people, not a practitioner who could fully deduce the process. This curiosity is really killing people. Seeing that Athena was aroused by his curiosity, Lorne, who was sweating profusely, turned his brain frantically, thinking of ways to get out.
Dinner is ready.
Finally, the call from the kitchen, which sounded like the sound of nature, made him rush downstairs as if a drowning man had grabbed a life-saving straw.
I'll help.
Seeing someone fleeing in panic, Athena could only shake her head and give up for the time being. She had no choice but to go downstairs and help in the kitchen. Although her aunt was usually quiet and gentle, once she entered her exclusive domain and picked up the spatula and soup spoon, her fighting power and sense of oppression would increase exponentially. Under the command of the stove goddess, the two adults quickly cleared the table and brought up the sumptuous dinner. As the aroma of food drifted out of the house through the half-open window, the two little girls wandering on the street were automatically summoned home. They sat down obediently next to their respective guardians and looked at the rich dishes on the table. Up to now, the Minoans have learned to raise cattle, sheep, pigs, goats, and other livestock, to grow wheat, barley, wild peas, chickpeas, and to cultivate a series of crops such as grapes, figs, pomegranates, and olives. In addition, the abundant seafood nearby made their diet quite extensive. Even, Lorne saw artificially produced honey on it.
Obviously, these Minoans on Crete have learned some tricks of domesticating bees. Come on, don't be polite, try my cooking.
As she said that, Hestia stood up, picked up the spoon and fork, and took the lead in putting some of her most proud dishes on the plates of Lorne and little Medusa. Lorne was flattered to be personally entertained by the goddess of the hearth. Don't worry, Auntie loves to have new faces taste her self-developed recipes.
I've never seen her so enthusiastic when I visited her before.
Athena, who was left out, snorted and glanced at Lorne and little Medusa next to her, smiling and joking. But after the meal, I'm afraid you will pester her for suggestions for improvement, and you may even have to talk all night, so I suggest you run away after eating.
Girl, you only know how to plot against me behind my back.
Be careful that I'll only serve you a bowl of porridge next time you visit. Hestia picked up the soup spoon and glared at her niece unhappily, and everyone couldn't help but smile knowingly. As the atmosphere at the table eased, the goddess of wisdom decisively forked a piece of lamb chops grilled to golden brown, ate it elegantly and quickly, and took the initiative to fire the first shot of the meal. Everyone immediately stopped being reserved, followed suit and chose their own dishes according to their preferences and began to feast on them. The two little ones have a special liking for desserts and fruits, and they are still growing. The body of Lorne prefers meat. Although he has some doubts about the diet and cooking skills of the Age of Gods, as he eats a piece of lamb chops, the soft and elastic meat melts as soon as it touches the teeth, and the rich juice bursts on the tip of the tongue. Just a pinch of salt and a little bit of spices, the original taste of the food is not only not fishy, but more delicate and rich.
High-end ingredients often only need simple cooking. Similarly, good lamb does not need to be cooked with heavy spices. Lorne, who can't stop eating, soon showed off 7 or 8 pieces. The pleasure and satisfaction brought by meat made his always tense heartstrings relax a little. But it's a pity that there is a lack of black pepper to relieve the greasiness. Otherwise, this meal is perfect. Let go of your guard, open your stomach, and after a while, the few people who are full of food and food sit lazily on the chairs with a satisfied look on their faces. The greatest respect for a chef is to eat all the dishes she cooks. Looking at the empty cups and plates, Hestia nodded with satisfaction, and took the initiative to get up and clean up the messy table, with the temperament of a good wife and mother who stays at home. Of course, the premise is to ignore her current height and immature appearance.
Perhaps because of her young mentality and the divinity of the virgin goddess, the eldest sister of Zeus is still like a young girl. But it is undeniable that the nutrients absorbed by Hestia over the years have not been lost in vain, and she is even a little supermodel in the big places. Looking at the two big, white, swaying fruits while Hestia was walking, Lorne couldn't help but feel a little angry and dry in the mouth. Well, since the benefits obtained from the power of war have not been fully digested, coupled with the strong hormones of adolescence, he is inevitably more likely to be in heat when he encounters some adult women who are more likely to commit crimes. And Hestia is exactly the candidate who is quite suitable to be a wife in Greek mythology, whether it is personality or body shape.
As for Athena,
Lorne briefly recalled his first encounter with her, as well as the difference between the statue and the real person.
He could only say that she was suspected of bullying the guests. Ahem.
A familiar cough beside his ear made him shudder subconsciously. He immediately came to his senses, sat upright, and stared at the wooden texture of the dining table. A fine sweat broke out on the back of his neck. He actually forgot that he was in front of the two main gods. It seems that he had eaten too much. Fortunately, Athena just brought up a topic and did not notice that someone unlawful eyes and blasphemous thoughts in the mind.
We just had dinner. Why don't we do something to kill time?
The goddess of wisdom said. Her eyes fell on the fruits of different sizes and weights on the dinner plate. Her thoughts were self-evident.
It's not suitable for strenuous exercise after a meal, let's play some puzzle games. Seeing this, Luowen quickly interrupted the topic.
He didn't want to work hard to measure data and do scientific research with this goddess of wisdom who had 800 minds. With his own weight, he could fool people, but if he really wanted to dig deep into a field, he would be exposed sooner or later. But it's better to stop this woman's thoughts in advance, so that he doesn't have to be on guard every day.
Wait for me, Luowen said as he got up and went upstairs.
He took out the Greek version of chess that he had used to trick Hecate from his luggage and placed it in front of Athena.
Puzzle game?
Athena looked at the crisscrossing grids, playing with the chess pieces of various shapes in her hands, and listened to Lorne's explanation of the rules with great interest. Her attention was quickly drawn to this thing. Very good, she took the bait. Lorne nodded with satisfaction, and then set up the formation to teach Athena to be familiar with the rules and techniques through practical operation. Of course, he used the chess moves and patterns of another old acquaintance, Hecate.
Isn't it getting more and more difficult for me to deal with the goddess of the underworld on the chessboard?
It just happened that the dignified goddess of wisdom came to fight her in the air, and I acted as a middleman to give advice and review the game. After getting rid of two big troubles at once, Lorne couldn't help but show a dark smile on his face.
Fight, fight, I want to see rivers of blood. Time passed like quicksand between fingers, and passed unknowingly.
The clear sound of chess pieces falling on the chessboard overwhelmed the burning fire. In this fierce virtual fight, Athena gradually became intoxicated. And Lone also got a lot of strategies to target Hecate by reproducing the previous chess games, which can be said to benefit both sides and gain a lot. But he looked up at the jade hook that had leaped into the sky outside the window, and couldn't help yawning.
It's too late, how about we make an appointment later when we are free?
Okay. Athena nodded with reluctance, and did not force her to stay. After all, she had just come into contact with this interesting game, and she also needed to organize her thoughts and come up with targeted strategies. Looking at the back of the man who was pulling her sister upstairs, Athena picked up the chess piece representing the queen in her hand and played with it between her fingers, her purple pupils that were as bright as star marks flickering slightly. What an interesting little guy, maybe I can. As the night deepened and the fire in the living room went out, Lorne quietly turned over and locked the doors and windows. Then, he took out the 12-sided dice stealthily, put the silver badge he had just obtained this morning into the altar, and then shook his clasped hands while silently reciting the expected target in his heart.
Athena, Athena. Give me an Athena.
Friends who have learned summoning know that summoning requires a catalyst, and the items are not fixed. They can be scenes, sacrifices, or something that establishes a connection with the summoning target, commonly known as a holy relic. As far as Lorne knows, some of his fellow madmen in the gaming circle were fanatically trying to bring some local specialties, the red soil in front of King Arthur's tomb when they traveled to the UK, clamoring to use it as a holy relic to summon a big-eating, agile and beautiful woman in a suit to help them win the Holy Grail War, so that they would no longer have to work overtime 996. After several rounds, seeing how they would take out several kilograms of stuff from their suitcases and post pictures of it in the group, Lone wondered if they had plucked all the graves of King Arthur bald. Of course, even if all these preparations were complete, they would still have to do what they should do, whether drawing cards online or practicing offline.
After all, you can't change the truth, and you can't change your fate. Some summons rely on luck, and some summons rely on tricks.
You have to accept your fate in this business.
Therefore, Lone, who was almost numb from tricks, didn't have much hope.
He could only see if the so-called dice of chance would obey the Eurasian law of conservation and give him some venue bonuses because he had bet Athena next door as a holy relic. As luck struck, Lone decisively let go, and the 12-sided dice that fell on the table rolled a few times, and a scarlet number composed of blood-colored spears appeared on the front.
Aries? Well, it's crooked again. Seeing the completely different emblem, Lone raised his hand in dismay.
The moment he wanted to take back the dice, a silver-white character flickered and floated on the altar in his mind, exuding a violent and fierce divinity. Lone's originally disdainful eyes froze instantly, and his pupils shrank sharply.
Surprisingly, it's this.
At the same time, in Olympus, the Temple of Beauty, the soft bed that was shaking violently suddenly stopped swinging. Ares, the god of war who was waving his sword and fighting vigorously in the tent, shuddered and his face flushed instantly.
Accident? This is an accident.
It must be that Hephaestus has been pestering me recently. Bang. Before Ares could finish his explanation, Aphrodite's charming face was already covered with frost and disdain, and she kicked the useless man under the bed. Originally, she had just come back from outside and heard about the dilemma of her lover, and she wanted to go to the battlefield to comfort him personally. The result was a silver-plated spearhead, which looked good but was useless. If he had known earlier, he should have stayed in Atlantis for a few more days. Ares, who got up from the ground, still wanted to prove his masculinity. The wind was still blowing, but as the familiar feeling of exhaustion surged into his heart, his face suddenly turned black, and he wanted to cry but had no tears. Why is it coming again? At this moment, in a certain house in the city of Knossos, Lone sensed the scarlet handwriting of the divine power in his mind, and was even so excited that he wanted to jump out of the bed. War God Power Infinite Martial Arts. I am the god of battle, I am the god of terror, I will definitely set off killings again and again, go through countless battlefields, sacrifice with blood, temper with fire, and reach the top. As the arrogant words of God echoed in his mind, Lone's hands tightly grasped the corners of the quilt, enduring the overbearing impact of the war divinity on the altar in his mind. At the same time, the corresponding information was reflected in his heart. The so-called infinite martial arts refers to an era in which martial arts have reached a point that is almost unparalleled. Such people can easily achieve complete unity of mind, body, and skills, and can exert the most peak combat power even under the constraints of any mental conditions. As far as Lone knows, there are only a handful of people who deserve this title in the entire Greek heroic age. The most famous of them is the future Hercules. And 1,000 years later, Lancelot, the Knight of the Lake in Celtic mythology, also had such an honor. According to the original records, Lancelot had no defeat in his life, and the Knights of the Round Table in the same column basically have records of failure. Legend has it that when King Arthur was assassinated, Lancelot was able to rush back from France, form an army alone, protect King Arthur alone, and block the attack of an army with his own strength, and after the matter was done, he easily brushed away his clothes, and even after losing his weapon, he could easily poke the enemy's head with a branch. Obviously, these two representatives of the peak of martial arts are enough to prove the value of this title. But, if martial arts do not reach a certain level, how can it be possible to achieve the unity of mind, body, and skills? Lone looked at his two white hands and couldn't help but doubt it. However, with the impact of the war divinity, he soon realized the true meaning of the integration of the three elements of heart, body, and skills in infinite martial arts. Heart refers to an unshakable heart and spirit, and is more inclined to refer to perseverance and fighting will. Skills, this is easy to understand, and refers to various martial arts skills, which can be acquired through continuous fighting and training. Body, naturally, it is the final physical fitness, which can keep up with the level of skills. In short, this means that even if there are various interferences and influences in the mental and physical aspects, one can still perfectly exert all of one's combat power. To achieve this, one needs tenacious will plus proficient martial arts skills plus corresponding physical ability, which is a comprehensive evaluation. But when he thought about it carefully, Lone couldn't help feeling a little confused. Although he has been promoted to a demigod, he has rich combat experience in fighting titans and monsters, as well as a strong fighting will. However, this is different from the real infinite martial arts. There is still a long way to go. To reach this level, is it enough to just instill a war divinity? You know, even Ares, the god of battle, has not fully reached the level of infinite martial arts. Otherwise, he would not be treated as an experience pack by the other main gods and brushed at will. Buzz. Just as Lone was thinking, the silver oracle in his mind turned into endless bloodlight and exploded, and a series of murderous battle scenes were madly stuffed into his mind. Blood, war, killing, death. The fierce figure wearing a bronze-feathered helmet and leather sleeves on his arms, sometimes waving a war-bronze spear, sometimes holding the sword of the god of war, constantly piercing, sweeping, picking, and chopping at the enemies rushing in from all directions. The figure exuding violent murderous intent became a giant beast on the battlefield that tore everything and devoured everything. He was born with majesty, agility, and tireless fighting. He is the enemy of wisdom and the disaster of life. Blood was flowing freely, and lives were being cruelly harvested, dedicated to terror and death. Headless titans, heartless nymphs, winged dragons, roaring heroes. Figures came one after another, fell under his sword, fell in front of his spear. As the last standing figure fell down, facing the god of war, Lone, he felt a pure and extreme fighting spirit and madness crashing into his heart, and the scarlet blood gradually spread and swept. Suddenly, his eyes turned red, and his heart beat like a heavy drum. The hot blood pumped out of it madly flowed to his limbs and bones, like flames burning in his body. An impulse to find an opponent and fight hard made him unable to control himself, and he jumped into the dark courtyard. Lone gritted his teeth, and with the sanity he tried hard to maintain, he broke off a branch and chopped the flowers and plants on the road. In an instant, branches and leaves flew everywhere, flowers withered, and the entire nursery was in a mess. Finally, after a catharsis, the uncontrolled blood in the body finally showed signs of easing. However, before Luoan could figure out how to restrain this unruly fighting spirit, a cold whisper came from behind him. Rough, too rough. Under the moonlight, Athena, dressed in a plain white dress, looked at the mess on the ground with a disgusted expression that even a dog would shake its head at. She picked up a branch from the side, tapped her palm, stepped over the broken flowers and leaves along the way, and walked slowly towards Luoan, who was holding a branch in the yard to show sword moves. Okay, let me teach you how to use a sword. In an instant, the unruly fighting spirit in Luoan's body burned like fuel on a raging fire, and the sword in his hand could not help but slash at the goddess of wisdom. The scarlet blood stirred up the violent ether tide, which was surging like a whirlwind. The dazzling sword light was forced out from the tip of the branch in Lorne's hand, heading straight for Athena's throat, and suddenly arrived. Too slow. In a flash, the goddess of war, who was standing still, raised her hand and shook her wrist, and the sword was sealed an inch in front of her, and she pushed away the fierce branch with a light touch. Suddenly, the overwhelming force from the opposite side not only deflected the branch in Lorne's hand, but even he himself couldn't help but stagger and hit the flower pot beside him. I remember you should have eaten tonight? The casual question in his ear, with a hint of teasing, made Lorne's blood pressure, which was originally a little high, explode uncontrollably, and his eyes were full of bloodshot. You want to be quick, right? Okay, then be quick. The fighting spirit was surging and boiling, and Lorne stomped his left foot on the ground, and several marble floors around him turned into powder. With the force of the recoil, he stabilized his deflected body and shot forward at lightning speed, the sword in his hand as fast as a meteor shower. That's it? Athena yawned, raised her hand slightly, and casually swept the starlight in the sky. Her thin and slender body was like a reef standing on the coast. No matter how the stormy waves washed it, it remained motionless. The bored expression on the goddess's face was full of sarcasm. Fight, fight, fight. It was difficult to advance an inch. On the battlefield in Lorne's mind, it seemed that countless souls were roaring, and the golden blood from the god of war Ares was burning fiercely, turning into infinite power in his body. Buzz! With a sharp explosion in the air, the blood-colored torrent condensed into a point and shot forward. The whole world seemed to be pierced by this scarlet light. The speed is enough, but the accuracy is not quite there. Athena, her skirt fluttering in the strong wind, gave a calm evaluation, then raised the corner of her lips and her voice turned cold. But you must know that your enemies will move. Before she finished speaking, the goddess of war slightly turned sideways and took a half-step forward. And the unstoppable blood-red sword-light narrowly brushed past the fluttering silver hair and landed in the air. A slight error can lead to a huge mistake. What's worse is that as the sword missed, Lorne's body also tilted forward and he could not control himself. Snap! A loud critical hit his buttocks. The damage was not great, but it was extremely insulting. Lorne felt the burning pain from both halves of his buttocks, and he couldn't help but grimace. It turned out that the boiling blood became more violent. Not enough. Not enough. Although the speed and strength can barely keep up, the skills are not enough. Skills. I need skills. The silent cry in his mind immediately made the river of his heart surge. Then, the headless titan, the heartless nymph, the winged dragon, the roaring hero. One after another hideous figures, born in blood, stepped onto the battlefield, and launched a desperate charge again and again. Wearing a bronze-feathered helmet and a leather sleeve on his arm, the god of war wielded a sword and a spear, facing the tide of challengers, slashing, stabbing, and hacking again and again. Heavy punches, swords sweeping, claws biting, spears and spears shooting. Facing different crises again and again, one by one, the life-threatening killing moves were savagely poured into Lorne's soul and appeared before his eyes. With a sharp pain like a needle stabbing in the head, Lorne, with his eyes bloodshot, stood up and turned around, slashing, stabbing, and hacking at the goddess of war with the sword in his hand like a violent storm. The fierce wind pressure formed deep cuts on the ground around him. Interesting. Athena, who was in the center of the storm, raised her eyebrows, took small steps, and the branches in her hands blocked, cut, and collapsed again and again. With such precision that not a single bit of spare energy was wasted, she easily isolated the violent and continuous sword power. As his brain continued to absorb, understand, and digest the fighting skills from the battlefield, Lorne became more and more courageous, and even his moves were no longer limited to the sword itself. Sometimes it was the vicious and ruthless lance, sometimes it was the opening and closing of the blade, and sometimes it was the shock and penetration of the blunt weapon. And his every move was mixed with the experience of fighting gods and monsters on the Sea of Oceanus, the tactical deception of the pursuit of the Atlantis guards, and even the Tai Chi force unloading techniques, Baji's spear-taking moves, and the defense and counterattack of Aikido in the past memories. All the knowledge about fighting, whether it was learned through observation, personal learning, or just existing in theoretical fantasy, was integrated into Lorne's blood, bones, and even soul little by little in this hardy duel, forming a clear imprint and instinct.
This is the infinite battle, the infinite trial, and the infinite martial arts.
Athena, who was fighting and retreating, felt the rapid transformation of the figure opposite her, and the loose corners of her lips unconsciously lifted up, outlining a shallow arc.
Not bad, it finally looks a bit good.
However, after fighting for a full hour, Lorne suddenly stopped and stood still. His bloodshot eyes were filled with dissatisfaction and anger.
Fight back. Why don't you fight back?
That's right. Until now, the goddess of war has basically been passively defending and breaking moves, without showing any intention of attacking.
Let me fight back? Are you sure?
Athena heard this, her purple eyes narrowed slightly, and her face seemed to smile.
Of course. Fight. I want a pure fight.
At this moment, Lorne's mind was filled with surging fighting spirit, and his mind was completely Aries. He looked at Athena opposite with scorching eyes, and waved the sword in his hand again, launching a new round of attack.
Come on, go crazy.
Looking at Lorne, who was rushing over in a hurry, Athena's upturned lips were raised again, and the smile on her face was extremely bright. At the same time, the two little guys who heard the noise and slipped to the backyard porch secretly poked their heads out to watch the scene, showing different expressions. Little Medusa's white finger bones clutched the corner of her clothes, and Nikki, who looked nervous, stared with wide eyes, looking like she was gloating.
Boom!
Swords flashed, and the figure who led the charge flew backwards like a cannonball, and fell straight into the dense rose bushes.
Hiss! Lorne, who was lying on his, suddenly turned green, and bounced up from the ground as if he had been electrocuted.
He fumbled back with his hands and pulled out 7 or 8 thorns in a row. Deliberate. This woman definitely did it on purpose. She must be taking revenge for the fact that he had stolen her tribute before. At this moment, Lorne, with a mask of pain on his face, looked at Athena, who was walking in the smoke and dust with a smile on her face, and immediately secretly complained in his heart.
Small-minded. Do you want to continue? Friend.
The branch in the hand of the goddess of wisdom beat rhythmically on her palm, and the expression on her face revealed a certain comfort and regret. Although it was very enjoyable to draw, it should be. However, Lorne, who had regained consciousness, reluctantly pulled up the half-broken branch on the ground, without the slightest retreat, but strode forward, and a more blazing fighting spirit burst out of his body.
Come again.
Athena was slightly startled, and the smile on her face faded. Her dark purple eyes showed a trace of approval, and her face gradually became cold.
Very good.
She opened her red lips slightly, recognizing the person who dared to draw the sword against the gods, and waved her bare hands, punishing the lunatic who offended the gods.
Puff!
The whistling branches came through, easily tearing apart the sword light that protected Lorne, leaving a wound on his chest with rolled flesh, and scarlet blood splattered.
Thump, thump, thump. Luowen took several steps back before he stabilized his body.
The muscles on his face twitched slightly, but his eyes became more fanatical and determined. It hurts a lot.
But he can still move, he hasn't lost yet. Come again.
With a low roar, the bleeding figure strode forward and chopped at the majestic god.
Puff! Still ineffective, another scar was engraved on the blasphemous body. Come again. Luowen got up from the ground and laughed heartily in pain.
He guessed right, he would not die. Since he would not die, why should he fear failure, why should he fear death? This opportunity is rare, he needs to use this confrontation as much as possible to continuously climb the ladder to the gods and touch the majesty of the gods. The gap is not unbridgeable. The constant is not unchangeable. Zeus, wash your neck and wait for me. Looking at the figure in front of her, being knocked down again and again, and climbing up again and again bathed in blood, the expression on Athena's face changed from the initial teasing to surprise, and finally to solemnity, and then she opened her cherry lips and murmured in a low voice. Watch carefully, learn well. The indifferent voice fell, and the goddess of wisdom and war, who had always passively counterattacked, took the initiative for the first time.
Come. The lone laughed and stood up.
With the blessing of fighting spirit and divine blood, his body turned into a blood-red afterimage and rushed towards the god who was like a peak on the plain, swinging a sword that was several times faster than before in terms of speed, strength, skills, and will. Athena held a branch in her hand, repeatedly blocked Lone's sword, and then stabbed, cut, and pierced the opposite body over and over again. Give pain to life, and punish sin with punishment.
Again and again, over and over again.
The wounds were so hideous that the bones could be seen, the flying flesh and blood splashed into the soil and fell into the dust, but even so, the figure was so tenacious that it was almost terrifying. He was extremely sober and extremely crazy. Fight! Fight! After countless battlefields and endless martial arts training, the mind, skills and body will eventually be melted into an indestructible edge with the fire from the gods in this furnace. The night faded away and dawn fell. As a ray of light in the sky rose from the sea and sprinkled on the messy garden, Athena waved her hand and slashed the last sword. The man, who had almost no good skin on his body, fell to the ground with a bang and never got up again. Lorne! Seeing the figure lying on the ground, motionless, little Medusa could no longer hold back, shouting, and rushed to the courtyard quickly. Don't touch him! However, before the little girl could do it, Athena pressed her shoulders and glanced at someone lying dead on the ground. Don't worry, he won't die. But little Medusa looked at the almost human-like Lorne in front of her, biting her lip tightly, feeling reluctant. Let him lie down, because it's good for him. Athena on the side spoke helplessly, comforting the frightened little girl. I've taught him what I should teach him, and how much he can understand depends on him. During this period, it's best if no one touches him. Just let him lie down like this? Little Medusa pursed her lips, her eyes full of worry. Will he catch a cold? What if it rains? Seeing Medusa's aggrieved expression, Athena sighed and waved helplessly. If you are really worried, you can take care of him here. Yes. With permission, little Medusa nodded heavily, rushed forward quickly, squatted on the ground and guarded Lorne. Looking at the little Medusa who never left her side, it was Athena's turn to be a little worried, and she couldn't help but repeatedly remind her. Remember, if you don't want to disturb his rest, you'd better not move around, otherwise, his suffering will be in vain. After saying that, Athena walked up the corridor and waved to the subordinate god Nikki beside her. We should go. Didn't you say that we should stay here for the harvest festival? Nikki tilted her head and looked at her master in confusion, with some reluctance on her face. Are you sure you want to stay here? Athena rolled her eyes at her subordinate god, who was a little reluctant to leave, pointed to a bedroom on the second floor that was shrouded in a layer of faint golden light, and spoke softly. If you don't leave now, she will wake up. Nikki was stunned, and her eyes followed her master's faint gaze and fell on the vegetable garden and nursery in the backyard that was in a mess, as if it had been trampled by a tide of beasts, and she shuddered immediately. Crack! The golden barrier covering a bedroom upstairs was broken, and the master and servant looked at each other, and immediately rushed out of the house, and their figures disappeared in the vast crowd. After a moment, an angry and painful cry sounded in a certain house, and it spread throughout the entire city of Knossos. My vegetable plot! My garden! Who did it? The full of resentment spread outside the city. A master and servant beside the boulevard paused for a moment, and then accelerated to flee the crime scene. At the same time, on the Sea of Oceanus, a tattered sampan was tossing up and down with the waves. Two girls with long purple hair, highly similar faces, and dressed in gorgeous long skirts, sat elegantly on one side of the boat, and no one had the intention of rowing. When can we get ashore? The relatively petite and more anxious girl, the purple-haired girl, stroked her slightly sticky hair and could not help but complain first. On the other side, the purple-haired girl, who was slightly older in manners, admired her beautiful face on the sea, and her voice was neither salty nor bland. How should I know? Isn't it you who decided the direction now? Hee, wasn't it you who first drove the boat into the primitive ocean and almost crashed into the home of the Atlanteans, and then they chased us all over the world? The younger sister, who was a twin, rolled her eyes and complained unhappily. So, isn't it your turn now? Hurry up, I'm still waiting to go ashore to trim my nails. The older sister handed a paddle to the other side, looking like she was instructing a servant. The younger sister protested with a fist, and declared her dominance in a cold voice. I'm the captain. You should listen to me. I'm a customer, not your boatman. According to the rules, you should serve me. You soiled my clothes and delayed me for so long. I didn't dislike your navigation skills. I'm already reasonable. The elder sister was unmoved. She sat elegantly and refuted like a noble princess who never touched water. In addition, I have one more thing. I'm still the elder sister. You have to listen to me. Don't use this matter to pressure me. You just hatched a few minutes earlier than me. What's the big deal? Whoever wants to be the captain can be it. Anyway, I don't want to do such rough work. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it. The two sisters sat on both sides of the ship's side, staring at each other, letting the ship drift with the waves, and no one had the intention to take action. After a long silence, the younger sister bit her lip and spoke faintly. Do you think that little Medusa will? Can't you sense whether she is dead or not? The elder sister snorted coldly, and a trace of impatience appeared on her elegant face. It seems that she doesn't like discussing this topic. The younger sister looked at the boundless oceanous sea, her face showing hesitation, wanting to say something but stopping.
But, are you annoying? If you want to go ashore, row the boat quickly.
The elder sister raised her hand and threw a paddle to the opposite side, and began to boss around as usual. The younger sister rolled her eyes, but did not refute, but just sat obediently on the side. Because her elder sister was holding another paddle in her hand. The water surged, and the sampan moved forward quickly.
Little fool, don't die.
The younger sister was slightly stunned, looked to the side, and her eyes met an indifferent face.
What are you looking at? Rowing.
The elder sister snorted coldly, her face was as indifferent as before, and she seemed to care about nothing as usual.
Crete, the royal city of Knossos. With the arrival of the harvest festival, the whole street is filled with joy.
The residents who have been busy for more than half a year can finally take some time off to clean up their homes and enjoy the freshly husked wheat and rice of this season. The smoke from the cooking in the evening rises. The warm fire rises, the sumptuous meals are served on the table, and the tempting aroma spreads from every household. In the square in the city that performs sacrificial functions, the priestesses in white robes hold torches, light fragrant wood and spices, and offer bulls, cows, pigs, fruits, beehives, fruit trees, rice ears, and chestnuts to the goddess of agriculture Demeter, representing the harvest and festive offerings, and pray devoutly, hoping to continue to be blessed by the gods next year, and then have good weather and good harvests. As sisters, Demeter's image is similar to Hera, but she looks kinder and does not have the majesty of the Queen of Heaven. In the flickering firelight, the statue of Demeter being worshipped is a kind-looking woman, wearing a circular crown woven with golden wheat ears, holding a basket filled with wheat ears, daffodils, torches, fruit baskets, horns of plenty or sickles. From a distance, it seems as if you can see a hazy and warm glimmer in the dark night. As the ceremony gradually came to an end, the residents who had finished their dinner also walked out of their homes in twos and threes, sharing their homemade snacks and bread in the shape of horns of plenty with their neighbors.
The noise of the festival and the aroma of food also entered Hestia's courtyard through the outer wall.
However, this year, the goddess of the hearth did not open the door to enjoy the festive atmosphere as usual. Instead, she squatted in the nursery in the backyard, planting seedlings with muddy hands, and her white silver teeth squeaked under the starlight.
Athena, you just came and destroyed the house. I will never let you in next time. As Hestia worked, she complained about her restless niece. The best time to plant crops was around the harvest festival.
She had to plant the new seedlings as soon as possible to bring life back to her ruined yard. Fortunately, although she had to spend some time behind closed doors to plant crops, the harvest festival celebration would last for 7 days. After she was done with this, she would still have a chance to enjoy the festival. Hestia comforted herself by thinking, and after planting the last bunch of seedlings in her hand, she stood up and turned around, looking towards the center of the yard. On the ground covered with dead leaves and broken branches, a guest from afar was lying straight on the ground, motionless. Although nearly 100 hideous wounds on the surface of his body had initially healed and scabbed, he still did not wake up, his fists clenched tightly, his muscles were full of tension, and there were deep scars on his eyebrows. It seemed that in his sleep, he was still fighting and fighting selflessly. On the side, a purple-haired little girl was squatting beside the man, waiting motionlessly.
It's been 2 days. Is it necessary for Athena to be so heavy-handed?
Hestia shook her head, and once again complained about the eldest niece who caused her trouble, then walked forward, patted the little the shoulder, and pointed to the door with a smile.
Anna, the harvest festival is here. It's a rare opportunity. Let's go out and play.
The laughter on the street and the fragrance wafting in the air made the little Medusa, who was still a child, reveal a little yearning. But then, she shook her head gently, her eyes fell on Lorne, who was lying on the ground. Hestia understood immediately, and immediately patted her chest, generously taking the responsibility. Don't worry, I'll help keep an eye on it here, he'll be fine.
However, little Medusa still shook her head and looked at Lorne in front of her firmly.
I'll wait for him to wake up. Seeing that she couldn't persuade this stubborn little girl, Hestia could only give up in disappointment, and in her heart she scolded her niece who left a mess for her to clean up. The sun rises and sets, and the day and night change. Since Lorne, who was lying on the ground, showed no signs of waking up for several days, little Medusa took the opportunity to settle down in Hestia's house. However, it is not appropriate to eat and live for free. In order to repay this kindness, little Medusa, who has simple values and a sense of morality, began to help with housework in her spare time, or followed Hestia to help water the nursery and loosen the soil. Although the goddess of the stove did not say anything, she undoubtedly liked this cold-faced, warm-hearted, and unusually sensible little girl more and more. Not only did she often talk to her to relieve her boredom, she also made her exclusive food critic.
Hestia even invited her to stay with her for several consecutive nights, wishing to make the cute little Inanna, dragged him into bed and twisted him hard. Unfortunately, no matter how enthusiastic the stove goddess was, the guy lying dead in the yard was still the first person Anna missed. Whenever she finished her housework, Anna would stay by Lorne's side regularly, waiting for him to wake up. Not only that, when the sun was scorching, she would put up partitions for him. When the wind and rain were approaching, she would hold up a big umbrella for him. When the night turned cold, she would move the brazier in the house, lie quietly beside him, and wait until dawn. Even though Hestia had persuaded him several times and promised that the tough guy would be fine, the little girl with a stubborn spirit in her bones still did her own thing. TSK, when will this guy wake up? Inside the house, just as Hestia had cleaned up the living room, she was sitting by the fire as usual, looking at the backyard and muttering, when a crisp knock came from the door. The bored goddess of the stove subconsciously stood up and opened the door. As the familiar smiling face appeared in the half-open door, Hestia's forehead was immediately covered with black lines, and then without saying a word, she slammed the door shut and snorted angrily at the outside. "I'm not here. No one. Are you sure?" Athena, who was visiting outside the door, raised the corners of her lips and played with a crystal bottle between her fingers, with a playful voice. "This time I came, but I brought the secret dew of life that I finally got from Aunt Demeter. If you were not here." Bang! Before Athena finished speaking, Hestia, who couldn't hold back, opened the door, snatched the crystal bottle filled with transparent liquid from Athena's hand with shining eyes, and rubbed it against her cheek for a while. "This is the secret dew of life that has the divinity of the god of agriculture and can make all things rejuvenate. Finally, there is no need to worry that the seedlings in the yard will not survive the winter. So, can I come in now, Aunt?" Athena, who was standing outside the door, looked at Hestia with a smile and asked with a smile. The goddess of the heart's expression turned from gloomy to bright, and she rolled her eyes at the niece who had left her with a lot of mess, and snorted, and opened the door. "You still have a conscience. Who is the queen? It doesn't need to be said, right?" After getting the promise, Athena smiled without saying anything, and walked into the house with her subordinate goddess Nikki. She sat leisurely on the bench in front of the table, looked around, and looked at the backyard thoughtfully. "What? Hasn't he woken up yet? You said he's been lying here for almost half a month." Speaking of this, Hestia, who was forced to clean up of her niece, couldn't help but be angry. "Don't worry, it's almost time." Athena smiled and comforted, shaking the empty cup in her hand, signaling to her aunt. Hestia glared at her niece, took out a pot of fruit wine she had mixed from the cupboard, and filled the cup in front of her. By the way, she also poured a cup for Nikki, who was looking at her eagerly. As the master and servant drank the sour and sweet fruit wine in one gulp, savoring the wonderful taste of the collision of the tip of their tongues, Hestia put down the pottery pot, sat opposite, frowned and looked at her niece. "Speaking of which, why did you suddenly treat this little guy so harshly? This is not your habit. It's rare to see a good seedling, so I took the opportunity to temper his sharpness and train him." Athena picked up the pottery pot and refilled her cup while looking at the backyard and answered casually. "It should be more than that?" Hestia raised her eyebrows and snorted. "You came to your house twice for this little guy. You don't seem to be such a leisurely person." The goddess of the hearth sitting opposite looked at Athena in front of her with suspicion. In terms of mind, although she couldn't be compared with the eldest niece who was known as the goddess of wisdom, she could still understand the temperament and habits of this eldest niece after thousands of years of contact. Seeing Hestia's suspicion, Athena simply stopped hiding it, put down the pottery cup, and pondered leisurely. "I sought his talent and wanted to keep him and train him to be my subordinate god. Why did you suddenly have this idea?" Hestia was a little surprised and even a little puzzled. Generally speaking, every subordinate god is closely related to the main god, and their power is connected. They prosper and suffer together, so they need to be extremely cautious. Hestia couldn't understand why Athena didn't carefully select from the demigods of Olympus, but instead chose this little guy who she met by chance in the city of Knossos. "It's not sudden, but I have had this idea for a long time, but I haven't found the right person." Athena turned the cup in her hand, looked at the street market outside the window, and sighed softly. "Last time, I went to see King Minos and advised him to be patient and resume the sacrifices to my father and uncle, but he was adamant. Those who are unwilling to serve the main gods of Olympus anymore." Hestia fell silent upon hearing this. In the world created by the gods, there is no need to say what the consequences of offending the gods are. The old humans who were submerged in the flood are the best example. Hestia wanted Athena to persuade King Minos again, but she opened her mouth and did not speak in the end. As a husband, his wife was violated by a beast. As a monarch, his face was trampled by the gods. Any man with blood would probably not tolerate it easily.
If it were not for this wise king with a good reputation, who still cared about the subjects under his rule and the survival of the entire island of Crete, perhaps he would have drawn his sword against the sea god to defend his dignity as a man. Although she is one of the gods, Hestia has settled in the human world for a long time and has almost been assimilated by the secular world. She cannot blame King Minos for his choice. What's more, King Minos was clear about his gratitude and resentment. He only stopped the sacrifices to the male gods such as Zeus and Poseidon, while the offerings to Athena, Demeter, and her, the goddess of the hearth, remained unchanged. As a result, Hestia was even more speechless. However, if this deliberate neglect was noticed by the gods, it would probably usher in a tragic end. Whether it was King Minos or the Minoans, the almost foreseeable ending emerged in Hestia's mind. She bit her cherry lips and felt a little reluctant. Is there no other way? I don't know, I can only try, but I can't disobey the authority of my father. Athena glanced at Nikki, who rushed to the backyard and talked happily with little Medusa, and her voice turned low. At least, not now. Hestia seemed not to have heard her niece's rebellious remarks. She turned her head and glanced at the dead guy lying in the backyard, thoughtfully. So, you want to leave him in Knossos, just in case? Athena nodded slightly and spoke frankly. Since this is the fate chosen by mankind themselves, we should let go when it is time to let go and let them find their own way. The goddess of wisdom looked out the window at the vast and lofty sky, her eyes deep and distant. Even children will grow up one day and will eventually walk out of the cradle. That's what she said, but what can they do about the things we can't change? Hestia shook her head, her face full of worry. Not entirely. Athena smiled, her thin cherry lips curled up a little. The last flood has already made our old grandmother very unhappy, not to mention the new humans who have survived the catastrophe and have received her blessings. Those people in Olympus are more or less they will be more restrained because of this. Even if they want to take action, they probably won't dare to be as blatant as before. Hestia's eyes lit up when she heard this. In the Bronze Age, the original humans created by Prometheus and Athena became more and more corrupt because of the opening of Pandora's box. In the name of keeping the world pure, the gods launched a flood to exterminate the old humans who were considered dirty. For a time, the earth turned into a vast ocean, and thousands of lives disappeared in an instant. This move aroused the dissatisfaction of Gaia, the mother goddess of the earth. As the god of the earth and the mother of the gods, Gaia's divinity will give hope and blessings to all life on earth. Cleansing the life on earth with a flood is tantamount to a great offense to her. Therefore, Gaia, the mother goddess of the earth, sheltered Deucalion, a descendant of Prometheus, and his wife Pyrrha, and delivered oracles to the two in the temple on Mount Parnassus, guiding them to continue the fire of mankind. The land is the mother seat of all things, and the stone is my skeleton. You put on your veil, take off your clothes, pick up the dirt and stones on the ground, and scatter them on the land outside the temple. So, the two of them threw the dirt and stones on the ground behind them according to the will of Gaia, the mother of the earth. Then, the dirt behind them gradually became tangible and became flesh and blood, and the stones became soft bones, and the textures on the stones became meridians. The dirt thrown out by Deucalion became a man, and the dirt thrown out by Pyrrha became a woman. A new human race was born from this. So, in a sense, today's human beings are also descendants of Gaia, the mother of the earth. Although this old grandmother has been sleeping in the temple of Mount Parnassus for many years, her power is still there. If he wants to launch another flood to destroy the world, even the king of gods Zeus has to weigh the consequences of angering the old grandmother. I will try my best to mediate in Olympus to prevent them from personally ending up. Athena said her plan in a deep voice, and then looked at the backyard with a faint gaze. But whether they can break the deadlock depends on themselves. Are you sure he is the one you are looking for? Hestia pursed her lips, a little worried. How do you know if you don't try? Athena said lightly. Her admiration for a little guy in the backyard was beyond words. And don't underestimate him, there are not many who can take so many of my swords and still be alive. At this moment, as her mind recalled the scene when the two sides first met, a meaningful color emerged on the face of the goddess of wisdom. No matter what, this little who dared to steal her tribute was better than those half-bloods in Olympus who trembled in fear when they saw the gods and dared not resist at all. Seeing that her eldest niece had made up her mind, Hestia waved her hand helplessly. Forget it, do whatever you want. I can't control these things anyway. You said it so lightly. If you can really let it go, is it necessary to squat in Knossos all day long? Athena rolled her eyes at Hestia opposite her, and bluntly exposed the duplicity of her aunt. Hearing this, the goddess of the hearth blushed slightly, and she stiffened her neck to argue. I just like the food here, I like the fireworks here. Yes, you are right. Athena perfunctorily said without sincerity, her eyes full of teasing. Under the smiling gaze of her niece, Hestia, who was getting more and more embarrassed, gradually blushed, and got up angrily to drive people away.
Go away, don't bother me if you have nothing to do. Okay, I'll leave right away, okay?
Athena raised her hands in surrender, got up and left her seat, and called Nikki in the backyard to evacuate. However, the moment the master and servant stepped out of the door, a goddess of wisdom turned back leisurely, with the corners of her lips curled up.
But we've agreed that you can't blame me this time. Ha! Hearing this nonsense, Hestia was stunned.
But before she could react, the ground under her feet shook violently, and a violent tide of magic surged and boiled.
Boom!
In an instant, accompanied by a thunderclap, the entire backyard was covered with grass debris, branches and leaves fell, and dense green mud dots fell like rain. Hestia turned her head stiffly, looking at her nursery that was dug 3 feet deep, and a tall figure in the middle of the courtyard with a body full of scarlet blood.
My vegetable garden. My garden. I shouldn't have planted it.
The stove goddess' eyes were empty, and she muttered, her voice seemed to have a little crying. Seeing Hestia's expression of despair, Lorne, the perpetrator, quickly raised his hands in surrender and made a promise.
No. I'll pay. Can't I pay it all?
Hearing that someone would pay, the stove goddess's face turned from gloomy to bright, and she stretched out 2 white fingers viciously.
Not enough. I want double. Okay, all is fine.
Lorne hurriedly agreed, signed the terms with a bitter face, and secretly comforted himself in his heart. Double is double, after all, they were at fault first, so it's just a disguised compensation for the stove goddess who provided them with food, lodging and care. It's better to work a little than to directly offend a main god who rarely gets close to humans. Time flies, and several months pass in a flash. In the morning, when the sky on Crete was just getting light, the residents of the royal city of Knossos opened their doors one after another, and the smoke from cooking rose, preparing for the morning meal. The clashing of pots and pans and the sound of chickens and dogs gradually awakened the prosperous background of the city.
Zeus, go to your uncle.
Lone, who woke up from the bed, raised his middle finger as usual and sent a wave of blessings to his father, the king of gods.
An ordinary day starts with blasphemy.
And then, a guy who spoke rudely to the gods raised his hand to summon the 12-sided dice in his body and rolled a point.
12? The blessing of Hermes? Today's luck is not bad.
Lone muttered to himself, then sat up from the bed and stretched his limbs lazily. The spinning 12-sided dice next to him drew a ray of light blue divine light from the invisible air and quietly introduced it into the host's body. Lorne closed his eyes and felt the extra lightness in his flesh and blood, as well as the vaguely improved reaction power of his limbs, and couldn't help but let out a comfortable moan. After a moment, the wonderful experience gradually disappeared. He opened his eyes and sincerely praised the relatives on Mount Olympus.
Cool.
The coins exploded by the 12 main gods are cool.
Hermes' divine blessing this time should be biased towards enhancing the body's reaction speed, sensitivity. About 3% improvement?
The benefits that can be exchanged for a swear word are simply money. Lorne glanced at the 12-sided dice that automatically dissipated as a light stream at the head of the bed. He stroked the Hecate wheel that was gradually disappearing on his chest with some regret, and even began to miss the feeling when this thing fooled him into opening. After several months of running in, he further understood some of the rules of the dice of chance. First of all, since the things in the friendship pool can drop tools like Icaros wings that can be extremely useful in a certain situation, they are definitely not all garbage. The reason why I didn't get any good things is probably because the difficulty of the daily dungeon is low. After all, it is fair to have low risk and low return. Whether it is necessary or accidental, they basically follow this rule. However, when the frequency is high enough, the advantage of accidental will be reflected. It can really produce good things. For example, you can get the blessing of the gods and the baptism of divinity corresponding to the numbers. Aries' unyielding fighting spirit, agricultural god's life healing, sea god's affinity for water, Apollo's intuition, Hermes' agility and speed. These have a chance to be obtained from accidental opportunities after completing the blasphemy of the 12 gods of necessity. Of course, this probability is very low. So far, Lone has used up all the 100 draws he has saved, and has only touched the blessing of Hermes once, Aries twice, Apollo once, and Hestia once in the ordinary pool.
Moreover, although these divine baptisms bring improvements, the magnitude will not be very large. In addition, the 12 gods control more than one kind of authority, so the randomness is also very large.
Among them, the divine baptism given to him by Hestia is the most difficult. Perhaps because of the authority of the goddess of home, that divine baptism actually improved his control over kitchen utensils and cooking.
Luo En wanted to complain. Did he expect him to come into the kitchen and say something when he was fighting with his opponent? Pots and pans, submit to me? That picture was too beautiful, and he didn't dare to imagine it. However, it was important to be able to get good benefits from the ordinary pool, but what really concerned Luo was that the 12-sided dice could actually secretly strip away the divinity of the 12 main gods from destiny and infuse it into him. This thing, isn't it too buggy? And all along, a certain conjecture in his heart seemed to be verified by this. Using accidental variables to pry the inevitable fate, and finally collapse the foundation of the gods. Perhaps, this is the real role of the dice. Luowen's eyes flickered faintly, and his eyes were thoughtful. High risk and high return. Willing to spend such a huge amount of money, it seems that his angel investor wants a lot of things. But soon, he sneered and shook his head. Forget it. Since it is certain that this is a path that can shake the divine authority, let's not think about it for the time being. I'm just crossing the river, far from the stage where I can sit at the poker table and go all in to decide life and death. It won't be too late to place a bet when I have enough capital. So, today's task is. Luowen took a deep breath, solemnly bid farewell to the warm bed, got up and went downstairs, waving and rushed to the nursery in the backyard, digging holes and planting. There was no other way. Who made Lorno Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, 2 crops of rice seedlings? This was all his own fault. Since he had promised, he could only pay it back honestly. With the rising sun, the poor debtor Lorne began his daily routine of loosening the soil, sowing, watering, fertilizing and promoting growth. Thanks to the goddess of wisdom who came to apologize last time and left a bottle of secret dew of life that can promote plant growth. Diluting this thing into water, Lorne's debt repayment speed increased several times. After a few months of busy work, the whole yard has been revitalized, and his debt is almost paid off. After noon, Lorne put down the water scoop, looked at the half-foot-tall, green rice seedlings in the nursery, and put down the farm tools in his hands with satisfaction. He washed off the dust and dirt on his body, walked into the kitchen, and began to prepare lunch. While Lorne was busy in front of the stove, he complained in his heart. It was unknown whether it was because of his nature being exposed or because she was deliberately training him. After tasting the food he cooked, the goddess of the stove not only gradually gave him the power of the kitchen, which she regarded as her territory, but even stopped entering the kitchen recently. Instead, she took little Medusa out shopping early in the morning in the name of shopping. When it was time for dinner, they would often buy a lot of strange ingredients for Lone to research and develop new recipes. The good name was to enrich the menu of the Minoans and improve the quality of life in Knossos. We are back. Just as Lone, who was forced to switch to a housewife, secretly complained, a familiar and cheerful shout came from outside the door. Little Medusa, who went out to buy, put the half-person high bag in her arms on the ground and rushed into the kitchen with a smile. A strong floral scent rushed into his nose. Lone put down the spatula and his eyes fell on the top of little Medusa's head, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. What a beautiful wreath! Who gave it to you? It was the grandmother from the flower shop across the street. Little Medusa was noticed to be different today, and she answered happily, and couldn't help showing off excitedly. Lorne, I helped to look after the shop today, and sold 13 bouquets of flowers. The grandmother gave me a wreath and a bag of freshly baked croissants. It seems that little Anna is very popular. Lorne smiled and nodded, and continued to ask curiously. So, what else did you gain from going out today? Yes, Grandpa Contanius's granddaughter finally let me hold her. I took care of her for a while. How does it feel? Little, soft, and cute. That's all? And more, I found the herbs that Sister Beatrice needed, and picked grapes for the lame uncle on another street. Before he left, he gave me a basket. In the kitchen, little Medusa, with a sweet smile on her face, excitedly showed off the fruits of her labor to Lorne. When they first met, her eyes, which were filled with defense and gloom, were now full of bright colors, and the wariness of not wanting to look people in the eye was gone. Lorne listened quietly to what little Medusa shared, chuckled, and nodded. Yeah, no wonder I heard that the whole street is praising you. No. Hearing such praise, the somewhat unconfident little Medusa felt embarrassed and her face turned slightly red. Looking at this Gorgon who had shed her fierce legend and revealed her pure nature, Lorne reached out and pressed his hand on Medusa's little head, gently stroking the soft purple hair, his eyes full of relief and gentleness. Compared to the necessity, in mythology, he prefers this chance, created by his own hands. If the function of dice is to give birth to such a beautiful possibility, then being driven by such a thing does not seem to be a completely bad thing. Hey! You two, that's enough. Can't one of you come over and help me get the thing? Just as the two in the kitchen were immersed in the increasingly warm atmosphere,
Hestia's indignant protest came from outside the door. At this time, her hands were full of large and small bags of purchases, and the bloated size had exceeded the limit of the door. And because she happened to be standing at the intersection, it was not convenient for her to use her divine power to demolish the house directly, so she could only stand at the door blankly. "I'm coming." Little Medusa came back to her senses, stuffed half a bag of croissants to Lorne, and rushed out of the kitchen in a hurry to help unload the goods at the door.
"You brought so many things back. Did you go out to rob the vegetable market and grocery store this time?" Aunt.
Accompanied by playful teasing, Athena, who had disappeared for several months, came from the deserted corner of the street with her goddess Nike.
Elegant and calm. But the demeanor of the goddess of wisdom did not last for a few seconds, and was pulled over by Hestia. "Athena? You're just in time. Come on, help move things."
As the hearth goddess voice fell to the ground, a bag of purple onions slid to the ground and rolled everywhere. The little Medusa, who was standing there in a daze, turned her head stiffly and looked at the acquaintance with silver hair and purple eyes behind her, her voice dry.
"Yeah, Athena?"
The goddess of wisdom raised her hand to touch her forehead and looked at Hestia speechlessly. No matter how much defense she took, she still couldn't prevent the pig teammate who took the initiative to expose himself.
"What? Did I say that?" Guilty Hestia asked back in a confused manner, trying to get away with it by pretending to be stupid. However, this little trick is okay to coax the simple-minded little Anna, but the one in the kitchen is not so stupid. "Okay, don't pretend."
Athena rolled her eyes at her aunt who had accidentally sold her out, and then gently patted Anna's shoulder to comfort her, her voice soft.
"It's okay, it's just a name, it's better to be the same as before." "Hey, I feel relieved when you say that. I'm finally suffocating."
Before little Medusa came back to her senses from the fear, Hestia next to her couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief when she saw that her eldest niece had no intention of pursuing the matter, and she was in a good mood.
"Come on, help me move the things in first."
Looking at the bag of radishes in her left hand and the bag of rosemary in her right hand, Athena, who had just regained her reputation as a goddess for a few seconds, couldn't help but jump with the veins on her forehead. Forget it, don't bother with her. Talking too much, it's tiring. The goddess of wisdom, who has had a deep understanding of this, can only obey the tyranny of her elders and honestly serve as a coolie, condescending to carry the vegetables into the house. But after finally moving these miscellaneous things into the house, Hestia was still not going to let go of a few free laborers, and she put her hands on her waist and gave orders. Hey, don't be idle, peel the radishes, crush the rosemary, and whoever, pickle the olives for me. By the way, even the little goddess of victory who was not worthy of being mentioned by name has become an object of enslavement. Seeing that not only did she fail to drink the fruit wine, but she also had to do this kind of boring physical work, Nikki's expression suddenly collapsed, and her face was full of depression.
"Don't be unhappy, these are all prepared for me.
When Lorne and I cook together tonight, you will taste the new dishes we have recently developed, and you will know how worthwhile the hard work is now." Hestia, who was ready to show her skills, scolded the greedy Nikki while proudly announcing today's reception plan.
"You don't have to cook."
Athena raised her hand to interrupt Hestia's show-off, and politely declined the dinner. Her purple eyes looked at the figure in the kitchen, and the corners of her lips curled up with joy.
"Because of the person, I want to take it away." Discovered.
In an instant, Lorne and little Medusa changed their faces and subconsciously put on a defensive posture.
The atmosphere in the room suddenly solidified.
Seeing the two figures, one big and one small, in the house looking like they were facing a great enemy, Athena smiled calmly and told Lorne her purpose in a low voice.
"Don't be nervous. I'm impressed by your qualifications. I just want to recruit you to be my subordinate god." Then, in order to enhance her persuasiveness, the well-prepared goddess of wisdom looked at Hestia on the side. "Auntie also knows about this."
Oh. Hestia, who was pulled out by her niece to guarantee, was stunned at first, then came back to her senses and nodded in a trance. For some reason, the stove goddess seemed a little absent-minded, and her eyes always glanced at the clean and tidy kitchen and the lush and green nursery in the backyard intentionally or unintentionally. But, after all, there was a double guarantee from the two goddesses. Lorne and little Medusa felt the obvious goodwill released by the goddess of wisdom, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, and their tense nerves relaxed a little.
Fortunately, it was just a false alarm. Their respective special identities did not seem to be noticed.
As the atmosphere eased, Athena smiled and extended her hand, inviting him leisurely.
"Okay, let's go, follow me back to Olympus first." "So soon?"
Hestia looked up suddenly, stunned. Athena turned to look at the aunt who had been informed in advance, with a look of surprise.
"Soon? Hasn't this matter been delayed for several months?"
I mean.
Hestia's eyes rolled around, and then she looked at the kitchen and the stove. You are in such a hurry, why don't you leave after dinner?
No, there are too many things going on recently, and nothing is peaceful anywhere.
I don't know when the next critical moment will be.
Just in case, it's better to make plans early. Athena shook her head gently, and as she spoke, a groove gradually gathered between her eyebrows.
But,
Hestia's eyes swept over the big and small figures on the side, opened her mouth, and wanted to speak. But seeing a trace of fatigue in the depths of her niece's purple eyes, she finally knocked down her pearly teeth, bit her cherry lips tightly, and said nothing. Out of the corner of his eye, Lorne noticed the subtle change in Hestia's expression, and a hint of understanding flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, all the efforts during this period have not been in vain.
Let's not talk about this.
At this moment, Athena, who had calmed her troubled mood, raised her head and looked across, with her usual smile on her face.
Pack up, we'll leave immediately.
Wait, the plan was interrupted again, this time by a male voice. Athena, who was about to turn around and leave, looked back at Lorne behind her, and couldn't help frowning slightly.
What's wrong?
Thank you for your kindness to me, but I still have to take care of my sister. Lorne took little Medusa's hand and looked at the somewhat confused little face softly, with an expression of deep brotherly love.
She's still so young.
If I'm not around, I really don't know what she should do.
Live on.
Then take her with you. At this moment, Lorne, who was showing his deep brotherly love to little Medusa, couldn't help but froze, and a dry expression appeared on his face.
This is not so good. It's okay, I don't mind. Athena blinked, looking open-minded and tolerant. I mind.
Being roasted on the fire continuously, Lorne couldn't hold it anymore, and could only express his refusal implicitly. Anna is still young, and it is inevitable that there will be something inappropriate in letting her serve in front of you, so, you are worried that her identity as a god will be discovered, and then she will be blamed?
Exclamation point. Didn't you go around in such a big circle, isn't that what you want to say?
The goddess of wisdom crossed her arms and looked at the stunned Lone with amusement. When their eyes met, Lone noticed the subtle teasing in the depths of those purple eyes, and his facial muscles twitched slightly.
She knew it a long time ago.
Although I don't know how you concealed your own strength and the child's strange aura before, don't treat everyone as fools.
After so long, how could you not notice any clues that are different from ordinary people? The wisdom of the gods is not something you can discover?
Discovered what? Hestia poked her head out curiously, with a bewildered look on her face. Athena's mouth twitched, and she decisively did not mention the words wisdom of the gods again. Well, let me take back what I said before, this is a magical group, and their IQ may fluctuate between -100 and no upper limit. Then, the goddess of wisdom's penetrating eyes swept across half of little Medusa's face, and rolled her eyes at the little who was hiding her behind her back as if to guard against a thief, and snorted coldly. Look at her hair color and eyes, if I'm not mistaken, she should be the Gorgon from the Invisible Island, right?
Ah, so that's how it is. No wonder she's so cool and comfortable to hug.
Hestia suddenly understood, as if she had discovered a new world. Under the scrutiny of the goddess of wisdom, little Medusa, who was hiding behind Lorne, couldn't help but shrink back into the shadows, holding on to the corner of Lorne's clothes tightly. Athena looked at the frightened little girl, the ice on her face melted away, revealing a gentle smile, and she assured softly, "Don't worry, no one will hurt you here."
Yeah, that's right. Nikki can protect you too.
The little goddess of victory on the side also patted her chest to comfort her nervous little friend. As goodwill poured in from the surroundings, little Medusa's pale face finally regained some color, and her back, which had been straightened due to being on alert, gradually relaxed. Seeing the unexpected performance of the master and servant, Lorne asked about his confusion in surprise. You don't blame the unclean gods and monsters for entering your city and temple? What is purity? What is unclean? I have seen the most despicable gods and the noblest humans. Athena spoke lightly, then turned her head and looked out the window at the ordinary figures busy running on the street. Her eyes were deep and distant, and her voice turned lower. All this is not determined by blood and birth, but by the soul. Hearing the emotion mixed in the words for some reason, Lone pursed his lips and reminded softly. But, she is a god. Even King Minos did not vent his anger on a disaster fetus who came in the form of a demon because of personal grudges.
Don't you think that my tolerance is not even as good as that of an ordinary monarch?
Athena sneered, her purple eyes filled with dissatisfaction, and she snorted coldly at the little who slandered her. Although his wife was defiled by a beast and gave birth to the monster with the head of a minotaur and the body of a human, which symbolized shame, King Minos still did not impose his anger on the innocent child, but chose to raise him. In order to avoid the disaster caused by this hybrid of gods and humans with innate demonic nature, he even recruited Daedalus and his sons to build a maze under the palace, regularly delivered food, and raised the child in secret. Hearing the resentment in Athena's words and facing this fatal question, Lone couldn't help sweating on his forehead. He tried to avoid it while flattering it hard. How could it be? What the superiors do, the subordinates can be efficient. The reason why King Minos can be so tolerant must be that he was inspired by you. It's all because of your good teaching. Even the gods and monsters that others despise can bask in your glory and be treated equally. I, an extrovert with limited knowledge, finally understand that you are worthy of the title of female ruler. After Lone's flattery, Athena's expression eased a little. When the anger in her heart gradually subsided, she glanced at the silver-tongued little indifferently and spoke unhappily. Don't be so conscienceless. Not all gods and monsters can get my approval. After saying that, the goddess of wisdom turned her head and looked at the still timid little Medusa, her eyes becoming softer. Anna, thank you for taking care of my subjects these days. It seems that they like you very much. No, I like you all too much. Being thanked so solemnly by a god, little Medusa's cheeks flushed, and she was suddenly at a loss. Seeing the little girl's interesting reaction, Athena couldn't help but chuckle, raised her hand and stroked the top of little Medusa's head affectionately, murmured, "What a good child." The sunlight shines through the gaps in the window lattice, falling on the opposing figures of one big and one small, filled with warmth, forming a beautiful picture. At this time, looking at the goddess of wisdom Athena and the Gorgon Medusa living in harmony in front of him, a strong sense of absurdity surged in Lorne's heart, as if there was a sense of time and space dislocation. But then, he understood the reason for everything. Athena is the female ruler believed by humans, and her starting point naturally needs to be considered from the perspective of humans. In the original history, Medusa, who had grown up, had been persecuted and killed countless times, her heart was frozen, she fell into madness, and there was no warmth and kindness to speak of. Even in some versions, even her two sisters who protected her ended up in a miserable end and were swallowed by Medusa. Therefore, the Gorgon at that time was completely out of control and became a major scourge on the sea. From the perspective of humans, she naturally became a target that needed to be eradicated. But now the little Medusa still has the light in her heart. After getting rid of persecution and hunting, she came to the city of Knossos and felt the precious warmth, and gave the same response to the humans around her who were kind to her. Athena, who was secretly observing, probably saw all of this. According to the temperament of this goddess of wisdom, she would not arrogantly classify little Medusa as a disaster. Instead, she liked this cute child because of her friendly attitude towards humans. So, it was me who was worried about nothing with my preconceived notions. Realizing that it was just a false alarm, Lorne, who had been on edge just now, could not help but feel a little amused after sorting out his thoughts. At this moment, as the misunderstanding was resolved, Athena clapped her hands, turned her head and looked behind her, and brought the topic back on track. Okay, after talking so much, we should also go. Wait. However, her plan was stopped again. This time, it was still that male voice. Athena seemed to understand something, narrowed her eyes slightly, and her face turned cold. Are you not happy? In an instant, an invisible pressure came over, making people feel as if they were under the deep sea. Lorne, who was the first to bear the brunt, froze and shook his head to deny it. No, absolutely not. Then why don't you want to come with me? Athena was relentless and walked towards Lorne step by step with a cold face. Seeing that he had no way to avoid it, Lorne made up his mind and decisively pulled a figure beside him to the middle and protected him firmly in front of him. Because of Lady Hea. Hestia, who suddenly became the third party, was caught in the middle and looked up with a blank face. Lorne took a deep breath, looked seriously at the goddess of the hearth in front of him, and spoke solemnly. Lady Hea, have you forgotten that I still owe you a debt? There was no other way, softness would not work, so he could only use his trump card in advance. It turned out to be. Speaking of the backyard, Hestia suddenly realized, and nodded subconsciously to this existing fact. Yes, it seems so. Are there many missing? Athena looked at Hestia and asked nonchalantly. There are only a dozen left. As her wrist tightened, the goddess of the hearth shuddered, straightened her back, and spoke as if possessed by a ghost. A lot. Athena was slightly stunned, and then a smile appeared on her face again. Looking at Lorne and Hestia in front of her, she spoke leisurely. It doesn't matter, I'll make up the rest. After all, we are all going to become my people from God, and his business is my business. The calm voice exuded an invisible pressure. The man and the god holding hands had sweat on their foreheads. How can that be? How can I let you do the mistakes I made? You have helped me enough. Lorne's voice was as slow and soft as possible, and he refused with a dry laugh. Hestia next to him swallowed her saliva and echoed with a wondering look. Yes, yes, you should just pay your own debts. There is no reason for gods to serve people. Athena did not speak, and looked at the debtor and creditor who subconsciously leaned against each other with interest. How long has it been? It seems to be only a few months. Not bad, Aunt, I really underestimated you. Facing the invisible pressure from the goddess of wisdom, Luoan was sweating profusely, but he could only bite the bullet and go all the way. There are certainly many benefits to being a subordinate god of Athena. But there is no way, compared with Medusa, there are more thunders on him. The rebellious son of Zeus who should have died, the conspirator who tried to subvert Olympus, the arrogant blasphemer, the wanted person of Atlantis. No matter which of these crimes, once made public, he would be in trouble. Going to Olympus and hanging around in front of the main gods every day would undoubtedly greatly increase the risk of being exposed. Moreover, becoming a subordinate of Athena is almost equivalent to being inseparable from this elder sister with explosive fighting power and a mind like a beehive. In this way, it will be difficult to complete his blasphemous mission, and it is probably a luxury to keep the secret for a long time. If she finds the flaw, his fate is still unknown, and life and death all depends on her. Although he is a younger brother, he does not want to be a younger brother for the rest of his life and be firmly ridden under him. While thinking, Lone secretly glanced at Hestia on the side. As for the other, the stove goddess turned her head as if she had sensed something, and the guilty conscience in her eyes could hardly be hidden, with clear stupidity in her eyes. Lone showed a comforting smile, conveyed the warmth of support and encouragement to the hand in his palm, and shouted silently, "No wrong, this is what I want. Athena has so many tricks, how can Hestia be fooled? This goddess of the hearth is heartless and easy to deceive, and she almost never asks about worldly affairs. She is just immersed in making some dishes in her own hut. She is simply a perfect shield. Although I don't know why this goddess of the hearth suddenly changed sides and spoke for me, it is definitely right to choose her. Moreover, the god of wine in my memory seems to have stolen Hestia's throne and squeezed into the ranks of the 12 main gods. The records about the future undoubtedly told him that this path is very feasible. Anyway, when he left the island, he had already exploded a wave of gold coins from his teacher Circe. This goddess of the hearth hides in her own 1/3 acre of land to study the menu all day long, and it seems that she has no great demand for the throne. Why not? Lorne thought to himself, looking at Hestia's eyes on the side, with a faint flash of unscrupulous light. Hestia on the side didn't know why, and felt a chill on her back, and couldn't help shivering. At this time, seeing her aunt's timid reaction, Athena, who had mistakenly identified herself with the aunt, restrained her scrutiny and sighed helplessly. Since my aunt has said so, I won't force you. Hearing that her niece didn't seem to intend to pursue her betrayal, Hestia felt as if she had been pardoned. She immediately breathed a sigh of relief, her face full of smiles, and she took Athena's hand affectionately. Let's not talk about this. You came from Olympus, you must be hungry at this time, right? Then, without waiting for her niece to refuse, Hestia reached back and pulled Lorne, who wanted to retreat and run away, to her front and praised him. To be honest, Lorne's understanding of cooking and seasoning is superb. We have researched many delicious dishes together. I will ask him to cook a bowl of noodles for you later, pouring our newly prepared sauce on it. It will definitely be delicious. Athena knew that her aunt wanted to make up for it, so she smiled and nodded in agreement. Okay, don't put chopped green onions. Instantly, Lone's face twitched, and he swallowed unconsciously and asked cautiously, Then, do you eat beef? Yes, of course. Isn't this a sacrifice that you humans often offer to the gods? Athena rolled her eyes at the chef who seemed a little trembling in front of her, not knowing why. Lone breathed a sigh of relief, feeling as if he had been pardoned, and nodded repeatedly. That's good, that's good. He was really afraid that he would trigger some death flag. After he brought the bowl of noodles out of the kitchen, Athena would say with a smile, I don't eat beef, and then take out the gun of victory and stab him into a sieve. Here it comes. Half an hour later, Lorne, who was busy in the kitchen, brought out a tray and placed several steaming ceramic bowls in front of the long-awaited diners. As soon as it was served, the golden thick soup made from big bones in the bowl was filled with a rich aroma. A few pieces of juicy braised beef were spread on top, which made people's appetite increase. Thin white radish slices and a few green tender leafy vegetables floated up and down, responsible for removing the greasiness. Chopped parsley as a seasoning replaced chopped green onions and sprinkled on top, further forcing out the aroma, and the crystal-clear noodles like ribbons fluttered in the bowl, absorbing the thick beef soup base. The all-round stimulation of color and aroma made the waiting diners look forward to it, and they couldn't wait to take out the noodles and take a bite. The toughness of the noodles and the deliciousness of the soup intertwined in the mouth, making people almost unable to stop. Little Medusa and Hestia, who had experienced this novelty, were fine. Athena and Nikki, who tried this new type of food for the first time, were dazzled and their taste buds were conquered by it. The forks in their hands, which were almost never stopped, were the best proof. Soon, the 2 bowls of beef noodles with good color, aroma, and taste were eaten up by the 2 gods. As the eldest niece put down her fork and sat up straight, Hestia couldn't wait to ask about her feelings. "How is it? Not bad, right?" "Not bad." Athena gave a neutral evaluation, then turned her head slightly, and her eyes fell on someone behind her. Lorne, who had evolved into a human spirit, noticed the micro-expression of the goddess of wisdom and immediately understood it. He took the bowl away attentively, with a very flattering smile on his face. "It must be that the sample is not enough. I will serve another bowl for you to taste carefully. I will ask you to give more detailed suggestions for improvement later." "Yes." With such a step, Athena adhered to her elegance and nodded calmly, but the admiration and satisfaction in her eyes could not be concealed. "I want some too." Nikki next to him also handed over the ceramic bowl she had emptied, looking unsatisfied. All. Lorne assured him repeatedly, turned around and walked into the kitchen, refilled the bowls of the 2 gods with explosive fighting power, and also added soup and noodles to the bowls of Hestia and Little Medusa, which were also almost empty. This situation requires equal treatment.